Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Gringotts Hub, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if Harry claimed the Peverell Lordship at age 5 and used the Cloak of Invisibility to assassinate the Dursleys? If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1, Awakening Heritage. The pain woke him first. 5-year-old Harry Potter curled tighter into himself, pressing against the rough wooden wall of his cupboard. His arm throbbed where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him, too hard, always too hard, and thrown him inside for burning the bacon. Again. Worthless freak, his uncle had spat. Harry touched his fingers to the tender skin, already darkening to purple. In the near-total darkness, he could barely see the outline of his small hand. For years of living in the cupboard under the stairs had taught him to navigate by feel and sound rather than sight. A single tear escaped down his cheek. He hated crying. Crying never helped. "I wish." He whispered, though he'd long since learned wishes were dangerous things. Wishes made strange things happen. Strange things made Uncle Vernon angry. "I wish I was somewhere else. Anywhere else." Something changed in the air around him. It began as a subtle shifting, like the pressure drop before a storm. The darkness of the cupboard deepened, somehow becoming both heavier and more alive. Harry's breath caught in his throat as the temperature plummeted. Frost crystallized along the underside of the stairs above him, glittering faintly in what little light seeped through the grate on the door. "Hello?" Harry whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. The darkness pulsed. Once. Twice. Like a heartbeat. A whisper touched his ear, though there was no one else in the tiny space with him. "Blood of my blood." Harry scrambled backward until his spine pressed painfully against the wall. "Who's there?" "The last son. The true heir." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, ancient and layered with countless others speaking in unison. "You have called, and we have answered." "I didn't call anyone," Harry said, his voice quavering. "Blood calls to blood. Magic calls to magic. Death calls to its masters." Something brushed against Harry's hand, soft, flowing, like water made solid. He jerked away, heart hammering against his ribs. The touch followed, insistent but gentle. "Take what is yours by right, child of Peverell." "I don't understand." "You will." The darkness shifted again, coalescing into something tangible. Harry felt fabric pooling in his lap, impossibly light yet somehow weighty with significance. His small fingers traced the material, smoother than his cousin's finest clothes, cooler than water, rippling with a life of its own. The cloak returns to its rightful master. Before Harry could respond, light flooded the cupboard. The door flew open with a bang that made him jump. But no one stood in the doorway. Harry blinked, eyes adjusting to the sudden brightness. The hallway was empty. He could hear the television blaring in the living room, Dudley's whining voice demanding more ice cream, Aunt Petunia's shrill agreement. The fabric in his hands shimmered, nearly transparent in the light. Instinctively, Harry wrapped it around his shoulders. His body vanished. A strangled gasp escaped him as he looked down at the empty space where his legs should be. The cloak covered him completely, rendering him invisible to his own eyes. A wild, dangerous thought bloomed in his mind. Carefully, heart pounding so hard he was certain the Dursleys would hear it, Harry crept from the cupboard. He stepped into the hallway, expecting at any moment for his aunt or uncle to shout, to grab him, to punish him for his freakishness. But nobody looked his way. Nobody saw him at all. Harry Potter stood invisible in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, and for the first time in his life, he felt a strange, heady power flowing through his veins. Freedom. For 3 days, Harry tested the cloak's powers. He discovered he could slip out of his cupboard undetected, take food from the kitchen while his aunt's back was turned, and even stand in the corner of the living room watching television programs Dudley never let him see. The cloak never failed him. It seemed to respond to his needs, adjusting its size perfectly to his small frame, never dragging or tangling around his feet. On the fourth night, Harry ventured further. Wrapped in his invisible protection, he slipped out the front door after the Dursleys had gone to bed. The summer night air felt delicious against his skin after the stuffiness of the cupboard. Stars glittered overhead, more than he'd ever seen through the small windows of the house. He wandered down Privet Drive, marveling at the simple freedom of walking without being chased by Dudley's gang. As he neared the end of the street, a strange tugging sensation pulled at his chest. Something was calling him, urging him forward. Harry followed the feeling, allowing it to guide him through the sleeping neighborhood until he reached a small patch of trees separating Privet Drive from Magnolia Crescent. The tugging grew stronger, almost painful. In the center of the trees stood a figure. Harry froze, clutching the cloak tighter around himself. The figure shouldn't have been able to see him, yet its hooded head turned unerringly in his direction. "You need not hide from me, young heir," said a voice that echoed the whispers from his cupboard. "I am bound to your bloodline." Trembling, Harry lowered the hood of the cloak, revealing just his face. "Who are you?" The figure approached, and in the moonlight filtering through the trees, Harry could see it wasn't quite solid. Its edges blurred and shifted like smoke given temporary form. Beneath the hood, he glimpsed not a face but a swirling darkness punctuated by 2 points of silvery light where eyes should be. "I have been called many names through the centuries. Guardian. Guide. Messenger." The figure bowed slightly. "To the Peverell line, I am simply known as the Keeper of Secrets." "Peverell?" Harry repeated. The name felt strangely familiar on his tongue, as though he'd spoken it in dreams. "Your true lineage, child. The blood that flows in your veins is ancient and powerful. The Potters were merely its most recent vessel." Harry's mind whirled. "My parents, they weren't killed in a car crash." The figure's form rippled with what might have been anger. "Is that what those creatures told you?" "No, child. Your parents, James and Lily Potter, died defending you from a great evil. They were murdered by a dark wizard who feared a prophecy, and feared your bloodline's power." "Magic is real?" Harry whispered, though he already knew the answer. He'd made strange things happen before, appearing suddenly on the school roof, shrinking an awful sweater, turning his teacher's hair blue. "As real as the cloak upon your shoulders. As real as the legacy you carry." The figure gestured to a fallen log. "Sit, young heir. There is much you must learn, and little time before dawn." Harry perched on the log, keeping the cloak wrapped tightly around himself. The keeper remained standing, its smoky form shifting constantly. "Long ago, 3 brothers of the Peverell line cheated death itself," the keeper began. "As reward, or perhaps punishment, they were granted 3 powerful artifacts. Your cloak is one of these, passed down through generations of your father's line. It is no ordinary invisibility cloak, but one that can hide the wearer even from death's gaze. Death is real. A person. Death is complicated. Neither person nor absence, but a force with consciousness and will. The Peverells understood this better than most. They became known as Death's Masters, though no mortal can truly master death." Harry's fingers traced the flowing material of the cloak. "And I'm the last one. The last Peverell. The last direct heir, yes. Magic has recognized your claim. The cloak has returned to you, though it was held in trust by another after your father's death." The keeper's voice darkened. "One who should have ensured your proper placement." "What do you mean?" "You were never meant to live with these muggles, non-magical people. Your placement here violated ancient magical law. As heir to the noble house of Peverell, you should have been raised among your kind, learning your heritage and responsibilities." Harry's throat tightened. "Why wasn't I?" "Politics. Fear. Manipulation." The keeper's form flickered. "There are those who would use you, control you, shape you to their purposes. The Peverell legacy grants not only power but political standing in the wizarding world. As the last heir, you are entitled to claim lordship of the house, despite your youth. I could leave the Dursleys. Hope, dangerous and fragile, bloomed in Harry's chest. You not only could, but must. Your presence here weakens your magic and endangers your life. The figure leaned closer. The blood wards meant to protect you are failing because this place has never been your home. There is no love here to anchor them. Tears pricked Harry's eyes, but he blinked them away. How do I claim this, lordship? With blood and intent. But first, the keeper's form rippled again. You must understand what it means to be Lord Peverell. It is not merely a title, but a responsibility. The Peverell family has always walked the boundary between life and death, between seen and unseen. Your magic will reflect this affinity. What will happen to the Dursleys if I leave? The keeper was silent for a long moment. What would you wish to happen to them, young heir? The question hung in the air, weighted with possibilities. Harry thought of every hungry night, every harsh word, every bruise and broken promise. He thought of Dudley's second bedroom filled with broken toys while he slept in a cupboard. He thought of Aunt Petunia's lies about his parents, Uncle Vernon's hatred of anything abnormal. They hurt me, Harry said simply. Every day. Yes, the keeper agreed. They have committed crimes against magic itself by harming an heir of an ancient house. By wizarding law, their punishment could be severe. Could I make them disappear? Harry asked, surprised by the coldness in his own voice. Like the cloak makes me disappear. The keeper's silvery eyelight seemed to brighten. The cloak of invisibility has many properties beyond what is commonly known. In the hands of its true master, it can conceal more than just a person. It can hide actions, consequences, evidence. Harry's small fingers tightened around the fabric. Show me. Over the next week, Harry learned. Under the keeper's guidance, he explored Little Whinging under the cloak's protection, practicing moving silently, appearing and disappearing at will. The keeper taught him about the wizarding world, about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, about Diagon Alley and Gringotts Bank, about the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot where the ancient houses held power. Most importantly, he learned about himself. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protection, the keeper explained one night as they sat in their meeting place among the trees. But it is your Peverell blood that allows you to truly command the cloak. The invisibility it grants others is temporary, limited. For you, it is absolute. Can I make other things invisible too? Harry asked, experimenting with wrapping a stick in the cloak's edge. With practice and intent. The cloak responds to the will of its master. The keeper's form drifted closer. But remember, young heir, with such power comes temptation. The ability to act unseen grants freedom from immediate consequences, but not from the weight upon your soul. Harry frowned. Are you saying I shouldn't punish the Dursleys? I am saying you should consider carefully what form that punishment takes. The Peverell line has always balanced on the edge between light and dark magic. Justice and vengeance often wear similar masks. That night, Harry lay awake in his cupboard, turning the keeper's words over in his mind. The cloak was folded beneath his thin mattress, hidden from the Dursleys' eyes though they'd never shown the slightest interest in what few possessions he had. Justice and vengeance. The line between them seemed as thin and fluid as the cloak itself. By morning, he had decided. Boy! Get up and start breakfast. Aunt Petunia's sharp rap on the cupboard door jolted Harry awake. Yes, Aunt Petunia, he called back automatically, even as his hand slipped beneath the mattress to touch the cloak. Tonight, he thought. It ends tonight. The day passed with agonizing slowness. Harry cooked and cleaned as usual, endured Dudley's taunting and Uncle Vernon's threatening glares. But inside, something had changed. Each harsh word, each unfair demand only strengthened his resolve. When night fell and the house quieted, Harry slipped the cloak around his shoulders and eased out of the cupboard. The keeper had shown him how to move without sound, how to breathe without disturbing the air. He glided up the stairs, invisible and untouchable. In the master bedroom, Vernon and Petunia Dursley slept unaware. Vernon's thunderous snores masked any slight sound Harry might have made. He stood at the foot of their bed, watching them sleep peacefully after another day of tormenting their nephew. The cloak seemed to pulse against his skin, responding to the anger flowing through him. Harry closed his eyes, remembering the keeper's instructions. Intent shapes magic. Will directs it. Blood powers it. From his pocket, Harry withdrew a small kitchen knife he had taken earlier that day. Before he could reconsider, he pressed it lightly against his palm and made a small cut. Blood welled up, black in the darkness. He touched his bloodied hand to the cloak. I, Harry James Potter, heir of Peverell, claim justice against those who have harmed me, he whispered. Hide my actions from all eyes, magical and mundane. Let what happens here tonight be known only to me and to death. The cloak flared with silver light that should have illuminated the room but somehow didn't. It wrapped around Harry more tightly, the bloodstain spreading and disappearing into the fabric. Power surged through him, ancient and cold. What happened next would never appear in any police report. No evidence would ever be found. No witness would ever come forward. When Harry finally left the room, he was different. Something had broken and reformed inside him, harder, colder, more certain. The cloak settled around him like a second skin as he made his way to Dudley's room. Justice and vengeance, he thought. Perhaps they were the same thing after all. By dawn, number 4, Privet Drive was silent in a way it had never been before. The authorities will find them soon, the keeper said. Harry sat on their usual log, the cloak pooled around him. He didn't feel triumphant. He didn't feel guilty either. He felt empty. Like he'd poured all his rage and pain into a vessel and now had nothing left. What happens now? He asked. Now you claim your birthright officially. The keeper's form seemed more solid than before, as though Harry's actions had strengthened their connection. We must go to Gringotts Bank in Diagon Alley. The goblins recognize blood claims above all else. Will they know what I did? The cloak's magic is absolute. What happened in that house will remain between you and death. Even the most powerful magical detection will show nothing but a tragic accident. Harry nodded slowly. And after Gringotts? You will take residence in one of the Peverell properties. As lord of the house, you have several to choose from. I would recommend Peverell Haven, it is the most secluded and heavily warded. Will I live there alone? For a time. But your ascension as Lord Peverell will not go unnoticed in the wizarding world. There are protocols for underage lords, a magical guardian will be appointed. The keeper's voice turned thoughtful. We may be able to influence that choice. Harry stood, drawing the cloak around himself like armor. Then let's go. I never want to see Privet Drive again. They traveled to London in silence, the keeper guiding Harry onto trains and through stations, always under the cloak's protection. By mid-morning, they stood before the Leaky Cauldron, a shabby pub that muggles seemed unable to notice. Keep your face hidden, the keeper warned. Your scar is well known in our world. The boy who lived would attract unwanted attention before we secure your position. Harry pulled the hood of the cloak lower, leaving only his eyes visible. The keeper, now appearing as a tall figure in a grey cloak rather than the smoke form it took in private, led him through the pub and into a small courtyard behind it. Watch carefully, the keeper instructed, tapping a pattern on the bricks with a wand that seemed to materialize from within its robes. The wall folded away, revealing a twisting, cobblestone street lined with the strangest shops Harry had ever seen. Despite the circumstances, he couldn't help the small gasp of wonder that escaped him. Welcome to Diagon Alley, young heir, the keeper said. The heart of wizarding Britain. They moved quickly through the morning crowds toward a towering white building that dominated the far end of the alley. Gringotts Bank stood like a marble fortress, its burnished bronze doors flanked by creatures Harry recognized from the keeper's descriptions as goblins. Inside, the keeper led him directly to a counter manned by a particularly sour-looking goblin. "We seek a blood inheritance test for this heir," the keeper stated without preamble. "In private." The goblin peered down at Harry, only his eyes visible beneath the cloak's hood. "Inheritance tests cost 15 galleons. To be taken from the confirmed vault," the keeper replied smoothly. The goblin's eyes narrowed. "And if no vault is confirmed? Then I shall pay personally." The keeper produced a small key from within its robes. "From the Arcanum Trust." At the mention of this name, the goblin's demeanor changed subtly. He inclined his head and slipped down from his high stool. "Follow me." They were led through marble hallways into a private chamber dominated by a stone table. Various instruments lay arranged on its surface, a silver knife, a bowl of clear liquid, and a sheet of parchment that seemed to shimmer faintly. "Remove your hood, heir," the goblin instructed once the door was closed. "All proceedings here are confidential by goblin law and magic." Harry hesitated, then lowered the hood. The goblin's eyes widened slightly at the sight of his scar. "Harry Potter," he said flatly. "This is unexpected." "Not Potter today," the keeper corrected. "We are here to confirm his Peverell lineage." The goblin's expression grew calculating. "Indeed? The Peverell line was thought merged with the Potters generations ago." "Magic recognizes the true heir," the keeper said, gesturing to the cloak still draped around Harry's shoulders. "The Hallow," the goblin breathed, recognizing it instantly. "So it's true." Harry looked between them, confused. "Hallow?" "Later," the keeper murmured. "First, the test." The goblin composed himself and indicated the silver knife. 3 drops of blood in the bowl, Mr. Potter. If your claim has merit, the parchment will reveal your true heritage." Harry approached the table. The cut on his palm from earlier had healed, leaving only a thin white line. He picked up the knife, its weight surprisingly comfortable in his hand, and made a small nick on his fingertip. 3 drops of blood fell into the clear liquid, which immediately turned silver, then gold, then deepest black. The goblin poured it carefully onto the parchment. The liquid spread, forming words and lines in crimson ink. "Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980. Father, James Fremont Potter, deceased. Mother, Lily Evans Potter, deceased. Blood status, half-blood heir to, the noble and most ancient house of Potter, by paternal blood, the noble and most ancient house of Peverell, by paternal blood. Primary claim, the house of Gaunt, by conquest, the noble and most ancient house of Black, by designation." The goblin's eyes widened as he read the results. "For houses? This is unprecedented for one so young." Harry stared at the parchment, struggling to understand. "What does it mean, by conquest?" "When a wizard defeats another in mortal combat, magic sometimes transfers lineage rights," the goblin explained. "The House of Gaunt was thought extinct." "Interesting. Focus on the Peverell claim," the keeper instructed. "That is our purpose today." The goblin nodded and pressed a gnarled finger to the parchment where Peverell was written. The ink glowed and expanded, revealing more information. "The noble and most ancient house of Peverell status, dormant, last lord, Gringotts Peverell, 1291, assets, Vault 13, high security, 3 properties, 2 business interests special status, founding family, Wisengamot seat, permanent, magical affinity, death magic, invisibility, wards requirements for lordship, blood of Peverell, possession of family hallow, ritual of claiming." "You have 2 of the 3 requirements already," the goblin said, looking at the cloak with newfound respect. "The ritual of claiming can be performed here, for an additional fee." "Proceed," the keeper said. The goblin bowed and left the room, returning moments later with an ornate box. Inside lay a heavy silver ring set with a black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The Peverell Lordship ring, the goblin explained. Not worn since Gringotts himself. It has awaited a worthy heir. Harry reached for it, but the keeper caught his wrist. Understand what this means, young heir, the keeper said solemnly. Once claimed, the lordship cannot be relinquished except through death. The responsibilities and powers will be yours to bear. Harry looked into the swirling depths where the keeper's eyes should be. I understand. I want this. The keeper released him. Harry took the ring and slipped it onto his right hand. It was far too large, then suddenly it wasn't. The ring constricted, resizing perfectly to his small finger. Pain shot up his arm as the ring's magic tested his blood, his worthiness. Harry gasped but did not cry out. The pain faded as quickly as it had come, replaced by a strange warmth that spread throughout his body. The goblin began to chant in a guttural language, drawing patterns in the air with his long fingers. The room darkened, shadows gathering in the corners despite the bright lamps. Repeat after me, the goblin instructed. I, Harry James Potter. I, Harry James Potter. Claim by blood and magic the lordship of the noble and most ancient house of Peverell. Harry repeated the words, feeling them resonate deep within him. As he spoke the final phrase, so mote it be, the ring flared with black fire that didn't burn. Something shifted in the magical fabric of the world. Harry felt it like a key turning in a lock, something opening, something awakening. The goblin bowed deeply. Rise, Lord Peverell. When Harry stood, he felt different. Taller, somehow, though his physical height hadn't changed. The cloak around his shoulders seemed to hum with approval, its fabric rippling without any breeze. What now? He asked, his voice steadier than he expected. Now, the keeper said, we deal with the consequences. News of the Dursleys' deaths reached the wizarding world 3 days later. By then, Harry was safely installed in Peverell Haven, a sprawling stone manor house hidden in the Welsh countryside. The property existed in a curious magical space, technically within the mundane world but folded away from it, accessible only to those connected to the Peverell bloodline or specifically granted entry. The manor was beautiful in an austere way, all grey stone and dark wood, with windows that looked out over misty valleys. Despite its size, it felt somehow appropriate for a 5-year-old boy suddenly on his own. The house seemed to adjust itself to his needs, doorways that should have been imposingly tall shrank to more comfortable proportions, furniture rearranged itself to be more accessible. And he wasn't entirely alone. The keeper remained, now more solid and present than ever, acting as both guardian and teacher. There were also house elves, 3 ancient creatures named Pippi, Mori, and Eldrin, who had maintained the property for centuries in anticipation of a Peverell's return. Harry sat in the manor's study, a room that had reconfigured itself into a space more suitable for a child's lessons rather than an adult's work. The Daily Prophet lay open on the desk before him, its headline blaring, Tragedy strikes boy WHO lives Muggle family gas explosion claims 3 lives, Potter missing, they're looking for me, Harry said, tracing his finger over the moving photograph of Aurors examining the ruins of number 4, Privet Drive. Yes, the keeper agreed, standing by the window. But they cannot find you here. Peverell Haven is unplottable and hidden under the Fidelius charm. Only those you choose to reveal its location to will ever find it. What about Dumbledore? The paper says he's leading the search. The keeper's form darkened slightly at the name. Albus Dumbledore is a powerful wizard and the one who placed you with those muggles against all magical tradition. He will be persistent. Harry frowned. Why did he put me there? If I'm from an important family? Politics and prophecy, the keeper said. Dumbledore believes in controlling all variables. Your upbringing was meant to shape you into a particular kind of weapon, humble, malleable, grateful for any kindness shown to you by the wizarding world. The bitterness in the keeper's voice matched the cold anger forming in Harry's chest. I won't be his weapon. No, young lord. You will be your own master. The keeper moved closer. But we must address the immediate concern. Your absence will eventually trigger magical means of tracking. We must establish your legitimate status before Dumbledore can claim guardianship over you again. How? By announcing your claim to the Peverell Lordship publicly and demanding recognition from the Ministry of Magic. Once acknowledged, you will be entitled to choose your own magical guardian. Harry turned the Lordship ring on his finger. It had become a comfort, its weight a constant reminder of his new identity. Who should I choose? Someone politically neutral but powerful enough to stand against Dumbledore. Someone who respects the old ways and understands the significance of your heritage. The keeper paused. I would suggest Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She is known for her fairness and adherence to magical law rather than political convenience. Will she agree? When she understands the full situation, and the alternatives, yes, I believe she will. Harry nodded decisively. Then let's contact her. The keeper inclined its hooded head. First, we must prepare you. A lord, even a young one, must present himself properly. The next hours were spent in intensive preparation. The house elves brought formal robes bearing the Peverell crest, a triangle enclosing a circle bisected by a line, the same symbol etched into Harry's lordship ring. The keeper instructed him in basic magical etiquette, forms of address, and the proper way to invoke his rights under wizarding law. Remember, the keeper said as they finalized their preparations, you are not asking for recognition. You are informing the ministry of your status and expecting their acknowledgement. The difference in attitude is crucial. By evening, an official letter had been drafted, sealed with the Peverell crest pressed into black wax, and sent with one of the manor's ravens, a bird the keeper explained was traditional for Peverell correspondence, considered more dignified than owls. The letter was addressed directly to Amelia Bones, requesting her presence at Peverell Haven for a matter of utmost importance concerning an ancient house. A small silver key was enclosed, a one-time port key that would activate at precisely 9 o'clock the following morning. Now, the keeper said as they watched the raven disappear into the twilight sky, we wait. That night, Harry dreamed of the Dursleys. Not of their deaths, those memories seemed strangely distant, as though they had happened to someone else, but of their lives. Of Aunt Petunia's tight-lipped disapproval, Uncle Vernon's purple-faced rage, Dudley's cruel laughter. In the dream, he stood before them wearing his lordship ring and formal robes, the cloak of invisibility flowing around his shoulders. They couldn't see him, couldn't touch him. He was beyond their reach now. He woke feeling oddly light, as though some weight he'd carried his entire life had finally been set down. At precisely 9 o'clock the next morning, the wards around Peverell Haven rippled. Harry, dressed in his formal robes and seated in the manor's receiving room, felt the arrival of their guest through the property's magic. She's here, he said unnecessarily. The keeper, appearing today as a dignified steward rather than the smoky entity of their private conversations, nodded. Remember who you are, Lord Peverell. Moments later, Maury the house elf escorted Amelia Bones into the room. She was a square-jawed witch with short grey hair and a monocle that gave her a severe appearance. Her expression was one of controlled surprise as she took in the young boy seated in the ornate chair, the mysterious robed figure beside him, and the ancient manor house she'd unexpectedly been transported to. I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she said crisply. I received your unusual invitation. May I ask who addresses me? Harry rose from his chair, just as the keeper had instructed. I am Harry James Potter, Lord of the noble and most ancient house of Peverell. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Madam Bones. Amelia Bones' eyebrow rose sharply. Harry Potter. The entire wizarding world is looking for you, young man. I'm aware, Harry replied. That's part of why I wanted to speak with you directly. I see. Her gaze flicked to the keeper. And your companion? My advisor, Harry said simply. Please, sit. We have much to discuss. Madame Bones hesitated, then took the offered seat. I must inform you, Mr. Potter, that as an officer of magical law enforcement, I am obligated to report your whereabouts to the proper authorities. That would be yourself, Madame Bones, the keeper interjected smoothly. As Lord Peverell is a minor head of an ancient house, his guardianship falls under Section 7 of the Ancient Houses Protection Act of 1317. I believe you're familiar with the statute. Surprise flickered across her face. The Peverell line is extinct. It merged with the Potter line centuries ago. Harry held up his right hand, displaying the Lordship ring. Magic disagrees, Madame Bones. I have undergone the proper blood inheritance test at Gringotts and completed the ritual of claiming. I am, by blood and by magic, Lord Peverell. Madame Bones leaned forward, examining the ring. Her expression changed from skepticism to astonishment. That is, indeed the Peverell crest. But this is highly irregular. You are only 5 years old. 5 years old and recently orphaned for the second time, the keeper said pointedly. Harry looked up sharply at his advisor, but remained silent as instructed. What do you mean? Madame Bones asked, her voice suddenly sharper. Lord Peverell's Muggle relatives are dead, as I'm sure you're aware from the recent reports, the keeper said. What you may not know is the conditions under which he lived with them. Conditions that violated not only basic human decency but specific magical covenants regarding the treatment of heirs to ancient houses. Harry forced himself to maintain eye contact with Madame Bones, though his heart was racing. This was the crucial moment in their plan, the point where sympathy must overcome bureaucracy. What conditions? Madame Bones asked quietly. In answer, Harry slowly removed his outer robe, then the fine shirt beneath it. Madame Bones' sharp intake of breath was the only sound in the room as she saw the pattern of old bruises and scars across his thin frame. This is what Albus Dumbledore considered appropriate care for the boy who lived, the keeper said into the silence. A cupboard under the stairs for a bedroom. Regular beatings for accidental magic. Starvation as punishment. Put your clothes back on, child, Madame Bones said softly. Harry complied, his hands steady despite the tension in the room. When he was dressed again, Madame Bones spoke with carefully controlled anger. If what you say is true, it is, Harry interrupted. I can provide memories for a pensieve if needed. That won't be necessary right now. She adjusted her monocle. However, this still doesn't explain how you came to claim the Peverell Lordship or how you came to be here instead of in Ministry protective custody after your relatives' deaths. The keeper stepped forward. The Cloak of Invisibility, the Peverell family hallow, came to him. Magic itself recognized him as the true heir and provided the means for him to escape his abusers. The deathly hallow. Madame Bones looked skeptical again. Those are children's tales. Harry reached for the cloak, which had been draped over the back of his chair, deliberately hidden from immediate notice. As his fingers touched the fabric, it seemed to leap into his hands, flowing around him like liquid shadow. Not tales, he said, pulling it around his shoulders. His body vanished, leaving only his head visible. Legacy. Madame Bones stared, her professional composure cracking visibly. Merlin's beard, she whispered. Harry removed the cloak and carefully folded it. I don't want to go back into Ministry custody, Madame Bones. I don't want Dumbledore to place me with another family that might treat me like the Dursleys did. As Lord Peverell, I have the right to choose my own magical guardian, someone who will respect both my title and my person. And you want me to be this guardian? She asked, quickly putting the pieces together. Yes. You have a reputation for fairness and adherence to magical law. You're politically neutral but powerful enough to protect my interests. Harry met her gaze steadily. And I think you're someone who wouldn't ignore a child being hurt, no matter who placed them there. The pointed reference to Dumbledore wasn't lost on her. Madame Bones was silent for a long moment, considering. If, and I stress if, I were to consider this arrangement, there would be conditions, she finally said. Proper education. Regular health checkups with a licensed healer. Appropriate social interaction with other children your age. All reasonable requests, the keeper acknowledged. Lord Peverell would remain here at Peverell Haven, with you as his legal guardian in the wizarding world. You would have full visitation rights and input on his education and upbringing. And what is your role in all this? She asked the keeper directly. I am bound to the Peverell line. Where the Lord goes, I follow. I serve as advisor, protector, and teacher. Madame Bones frowned. Your exact nature being complex, the keeper replied. And not relevant to the immediate legal question before us. Harry stepped forward, instinctively sensing the need to take control of the conversation again. Madame Bones, I know this is unusual. But nothing about my life has been usual. My parents were murdered. I survived a killing curse. I was placed with abusive muggles. Now I've claimed an ancient lordship most thought extinct. I'm just asking for the chance to live safely and learn about the world I should have been raised in. Amelia Bones studied him for a long moment. You speak very well for a 5-year-old. Harry didn't flinch. The Peverell magic has accelerated certain aspects of my development. This wasn't entirely true, but the keeper had suggested it as a convenient explanation for Harry's occasionally advanced vocabulary and reasoning. In truth, years of navigating the Dursleys' unpredictable moods had forced him to mature quickly. I see. Madame Bones stood, straightening her robes. I will need to consult the relevant laws and precedents. And I will need to verify your claim independently. Of course, Harry agreed. The goblins can confirm the blood test and ritual. In the meantime, she continued, I must insist on placing temporary protective wards around this property, ministry standard, not to interfere with the existing protections, and scheduling a formal interview with you, Mr. Potter, without your advisor present. The keeper shifted slightly but didn't object. I agree to both conditions, Harry said. Then I will return tomorrow at the same time. Madame Bones reached into her robes and produced an official-looking badge. This is an Auror emergency beacon. If you feel threatened or in danger at any time, simply press your thumb to the center. A response team will arrive immediately. Harry accepted the badge, recognizing it as a gesture of good faith. Thank you, Madame Bones. Don't thank me yet, Lord Peverell, she replied, her use of his title deliberate. We have a long road ahead of us. After she had departed, using the same portkey reconfigured for her return, Harry collapsed into his chair, suddenly exhausted. Did I do well? He asked the keeper. Very well, young lord. She is intrigued and concerned, a powerful combination. More importantly, her sense of justice has been engaged. She will not be able to ignore the implications of your treatment under Dumbledore's arrangement. Harry nodded, fingering the Auror beacon. Will she agree? I believe so. The alternative would be to return you to Dumbledore's custody, which she now has reason to question. Additionally, the Ancient Houses Protection Act is clear, you have the legal right to choose your guardian, and refusing that right would create a dangerous precedent for other noble houses. What happens when Dumbledore finds out? The keeper's form seemed to smile, though no facial features were visible beneath its hood. An interesting confrontation, certainly. But remember, young lord, you have claimed powers and rights he did not expect you to discover for many years. The advantage of surprise is ours. Harry's fingers moved from the Auror badge to his lordship ring. And the Dursleys? Will anyone ever know? What happened at Privet Drive is between you and death, the keeper assured him. The cloak's magic ensured that. The Muggles have ruled it a gas explosion. The magical authorities have no reason to suspect otherwise. Harry nodded, a weight lifting from his shoulders. He had taken his first steps into a larger world, one where he would no longer be a victim, no longer be powerless. He was Harry Potter, boy who lived. He was Lord Peverell, master of Death's cloak. And he was only just beginning. Chapter 2, The Politics of Power. Harry stood at the edge of the dueling platform, the weight of his wand unfamiliar yet somehow right in his small hand. Across from him, Madame Bones raised her own wand in the formal salute. "Remember," she said, her voice stern but not unkind, "intent shapes the spell. Focus on what you want to happen, not just the words." Harry nodded, moisture gathering on his palm around the polished cypress wood. 6 months had passed since Amelia Bones had agreed to become his magical guardian. 6 months of intensive education in magic, politics, and the responsibilities of his station. 6 months since he'd left Privet Drive forever. "Begin with the shield charm," she instructed. "I'll cast a mild stinging hex." Harry took a deep breath and raised his wand. Protego. A shimmer appeared in the air before him, not the solid barrier a fully trained wizard might produce, but substantial enough for a 6-year-old. Madame Bones nodded approvingly and flicked her wand. Aculeus. The hex struck Harry's shield, which trembled but held. He felt the drain on his magical core, a peculiar sensation like a muscle stretching to its limit, but maintained the shield for the required 10 seconds before letting it fall. "Well done, Lord Peverell," Madame Bones said formally, then softened. "Your control is improving rapidly, Harry." He smiled, still unused to praise. "Thank you, Madame Bones. Enough for today. Your magical core needs time to recover." They stepped down from the dueling platform that had been installed in one of Peverell Haven's larger rooms. The manor had gradually transformed over the months of Harry's residence, shedding some of its austerity in favor of spaces better suited to a child's education and comfort. "I received an owl from Augusta Longbottom this morning," Madame Bones said as they walked toward the manor's dining room for lunch. "She and her grandson will be joining us tomorrow." Harry's steps faltered slightly. "Neville Longbottom? The heir to House Longbottom? Indeed. It's time you began forming connections with your peers, particularly those from the other ancient houses. Young Neville is only a day older than you, and your families have historically been allies. What should I expect?" Harry asked, unconsciously straightening his posture. "Augusta is formidable. Traditional in her views but firmly aligned with the Light families. Neville is said to be rather shy. His parents were excellent aurors who were attacked shortly after your parents' deaths. They are alive but incapacitated." Harry absorbed this information. "Another orphan, in a way." "Yes. Which makes an alliance between your houses all the more appropriate." They had reached the dining room, where place settings for two awaited them. The keeper was notably absent. It rarely appeared when Madame Bones visited, a concession to her initial discomfort with the entity's nature. As they ate, Harry considered the upcoming meeting. In the 6 months since claiming his lordship, he had remained largely secluded at Peverell Haven, focusing on his education. The wizarding world knew only that Harry Potter had survived the tragic deaths of his Muggle relatives and was now under the guardianship of Amelia Bones. The revelation of his Peverell lordship had been kept between the Goblins, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the Department of Mysteries, which maintained records of active magical bloodlines. "Will this mean my status becomes public knowledge?" Harry asked. "Not necessarily," Madame Bones replied. "Augusta can be trusted to be discreet. However, you cannot remain hidden forever. Dumbledore has been persistent in his inquiries." Harry's fingers tightened around his fork. "What does he want?" "To resume his role as your magical guardian, ostensibly out of concern for your safety." Her expression hardened slightly. "I have maintained that as head of the DMLE, there is no one better positioned to ensure your protection." "Has he asked to see me?" "Several times. I've declined on your behalf, citing the trauma of your relatives' deaths and your need for stability." Harry nodded, grateful for her protection. His feelings toward Albus Dumbledore were complex, a mixture of wariness, resentment, and curiosity. The man had placed him with the Dursleys, apparently without ever checking on his welfare. Yet he was also, according to both Madame Bones and the Keeper, one of the most powerful wizards alive. I'll have to meet him eventually, Harry said. Yes, but on your terms, not his. Madame Bones studied him over her teacup. You've come far in a short time, Harry. Your magical education is progressing faster than I anticipated, and your understanding of wizarding politics is impressive for your age. I have good teachers, he said, thinking of both Madame Bones and the keeper, whose lessons often continued late into the night after his guardian had left. Indeed. Which reminds me, Algernon Croker from the Department of Mysteries has requested a meeting with you. As an unspeakable, he's particularly interested in your family's artifacts. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to touch the cloak of invisibility, which he kept with him at all times, folded into an inner pocket of his robes. The Hallow? Yes. The Department of Mysteries has long studied the Deathly Hallows as magical artifacts of significant power. Your possession of a confirmed Hallow has generated considerable interest. Do I have to meet with him? No. But it might be beneficial. The unspeakables operate independently of the rest of the ministry. Having allies there could prove useful. Harry considered this. The keeper had explained that the Department of Mysteries was perhaps the only branch of the ministry that truly understood and respected the deeper magics that the Peverell family had traditionally practiced. I'll meet him, Harry decided. After the Longbottoms. Madame Bones nodded approvingly. Good. Taking the initiative in such matters establishes your authority, even at your age. Later that evening, after Madame Bones had departed for her home, Harry sought out the keeper. He found the entity in the manor's library, perusing an ancient text written in runes Harry couldn't yet decipher. Madame Bones says the Longbottoms are visiting tomorrow, Harry said without preamble. The keeper closed the book, its smoky form solidifying into the more human-like appearance it adopted for conversations. Yes. A significant development. What should I know about them that Madame Bones hasn't told me? The keeper gestured to a pair of chairs by the fireplace. As they sat, the flames shifted from orange to a cooler blue, casting ethereal shadows across the room. House Longbottom is one of the sacred 28, the families considered truly pure blood by certain segments of wizarding society. Unlike many such families, the Longbottoms have historically rejected blood supremacy, aligning themselves with progressive causes while maintaining their traditional standing. And Neville? What's he like? I have no direct knowledge of the boy, the keeper admitted. However, Augusta Longbottom is known to be a demanding guardian who has publicly lamented that young Neville shows little of his father's magical talent. Harry frowned. That seems harsh. Indeed. It may present an opportunity for you. The boy likely craves acceptance and friendship. You want me to manipulate him? Harry asked, uncomfortable with the suggestion. I suggest you offer him genuine friendship, the keeper corrected. But be aware of the political advantages such a connection brings. The alliance between Houses Potter and Longbottom is generations old. Renewing it under the Peverell banner would strengthen your position considerably. Harry nodded slowly. What about the unspeakable who wants to meet me? Croker. Algernon Croker is among the few in the ministry who understand the true nature of death magic. He has studied the Hallows for decades. He is Augusta Longbottom's brother-in-law, interestingly enough, and young Neville's great-uncle. So tomorrow's meeting isn't coincidental. Few things in wizarding politics are coincidental, young lord. The keeper's form shifted, trails of mist curling around its edges. The Longbottoms are testing the waters. They wish to assess your character and potential as an ally before Croker meets with you officially. Harry considered this information. I should be careful what I reveal, then. Careful, yes, but not closed. Show enough of your abilities to earn respect, but maintain some mystery. In politics, perceived power is often as effective as actual power. Harry nodded, fingers absently tracing the Peverell crest on his ring. What should I wear? Formal robes but not full ceremonial dress. You want to show respect for tradition without appearing ostentatious. The keeper paused. And perhaps it would be wise to demonstrate a small measure of your affinity for Peverell family magic. You mean the death magic Madame Bones has been teaching me? A controlled demonstration, yes. Nothing alarming, but enough to establish that your claim to the Peverell lordship is based on more than just blood and possession of the cloak. Harry had been studying what Madame Bones called sympathetic magic, spells that worked with the natural processes of death and decay rather than against them. Simple charms to preserve cut flowers by gently guiding their life force rather than artificially extending it, minor wards that recognized the boundary between life and death and drew power from that liminal space. I could show Neville the preservation garden, Harry suggested, referring to the small indoor garden he had created where plants existed in a state of perfect suspension, neither growing nor decaying, but held in a moment of perfect beauty. An excellent idea. Subtle, but unmistakable to those with the knowledge to recognize true death magic. Harry rose from his chair, feeling both nervous and excited about the coming day. I should sleep. The keeper inclined its hooded head. Indeed. Remember, young lord, first impressions in the wizarding world tend to last. Choose your words and actions with care tomorrow. I will, Harry promised. As he made his way to his bedchamber, Harry reflected on how much his life had changed since that night in the cupboard under the stairs when the cloak had first come to him. He no longer flinched at sudden movements. He no longer hoarded food, knowing it would always be available. He was learning magic, history, politics, preparing to take his place in a world that had both orphaned him and, ironically, granted him power and status beyond what most children could imagine. And yet, beneath it all, he was still a 6-year-old boy who sometimes woke from nightmares of green light and high, cold laughter. A boy who occasionally caught himself missing simple things like playgrounds and television programs, even as he mastered spells and studied ancient magical treaties. As he drifted off to sleep, his fingers curled around the cloak of invisibility, which never left his side. In darkness, it seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, synchronizing with his. Blood of my blood, it seemed to whisper, though perhaps that was just a memory. Magic of my magic. Death of my death. Augusta Longbottom arrived precisely at 11 o'clock the next morning, stepping through the Flook connection that had been temporarily authorized for her use. She was a tall, austere woman wearing formal green robes and a hat with a stuffed vulture perched atop it. Behind her, clutching her hand, came a round-faced boy who seemed to be trying to make himself as small as possible. Harry stood waiting in the receiving room, dressed in deep blue robes with the Peverell crest embroidered subtly on the breast. Madame Bones stood beside him, while the keeper remained invisible, present but unseen as they had agreed. Madame Longbottom, Harry said, stepping forward and bowing precisely as he had been taught. Welcome to Peverell Haven. House Peverell is honored by your presence. Augusta Longbottom's eyebrows rose slightly at the formal greeting delivered in a child's voice. Lord Peverell, she acknowledged with a dignified nod. House Longbottom is pleased to renew ancient ties. She placed her hand on the boy's shoulder. My grandson, Neville, heir to House Longbottom. Neville stepped forward nervously, executing a bow that was technically correct but lacking confidence. Honored to meet you, Lord Peverell, he stammered. The honor is mine, heir Longbottom, Harry replied, then deliberately softened his formal tone. I'm Harry. I hope we can be friends. Something in Neville's expression relaxed slightly at this. I'd like that. Harry. Well, that's the formalities observed, Madame Bones said briskly. Shall we take tea in the solarium? It has a lovely view of the gardens. As the adults moved ahead, Harry fell into step beside Neville. Have you ever seen a magical preservation garden? He asked. Neville shook his head. Gran has a greenhouse, but it's mostly medicinal plants. I'm working on a small one here. Would you like to see it after tea? Yes, please, Neville said, his interest visibly piqued. I like plants. Gran says I haven't got much magic, but I can make things grow. Harry considered this information. Different people have different magical affinities. Mine seems to be connected to preservation and transitions. Neville looked puzzled. Transitions? The in-between spaces, Harry explained, drawing on the Keeper's lessons. Like between visible and invisible, or... He hesitated, unsure how much to reveal to someone he'd just met. Or life and death? Neville asked quietly. Harry looked at him in surprise. Yes. How did you know? Gran told me about the Peverells. Said they were stewards of the final passage. Neville blushed slightly. I read about old families a lot. Not much else to do at Longbottom Hall sometimes. They had reached the solarium, a beautiful glass-enclosed space filled with comfortable seating and a view of the manor's grounds. A house elf, Pippi, the most sociable of the three, had laid out a tea service with small cakes and sandwiches. As the adults engaged in what appeared to be casual conversation but was undoubtedly political maneuvering, Harry observed Neville more carefully. The boy seemed constantly anxious, as though expecting criticism at any moment. When offered a cake, he looked to his grandmother first, receiving a slight nod before accepting. Do you fly, Neville? Harry asked when there was a lull in the adult conversation. No, Neville admitted, looking embarrassed. Gran won't let me try yet. Says I'd break my neck. Augusta Longbottom made a small noise of disapproval. Neville has not yet demonstrated the coordination necessary for broom flight, she stated flatly. Harry saw the way Neville seemed to shrink at these words. I've only just started learning myself, he said. Perhaps we could practice together sometime. My instructor says it's often easier to learn alongside someone your own age. Madame Bones gave him an approving look. An excellent suggestion. Social interaction is an important part of magical development. Augusta Longbottom studied Harry for a moment. Perhaps. Though I understand your circumstances require certain security precautions, Lord Peverell. Please, call me Harry, he said. And yes, there are precautions, but Madame Bones has ensured Peverell Haven is one of the most secure properties in Britain. Visitors can be accommodated with proper arrangements. The conversation shifted to the technicalities of wardcraft, with the adults discussing the various protections around both Longbottom Hall and Peverell Haven. Harry, sensing Neville's discomfort with the topic, suggested they take a turn around the solarium to look at some of the plants. You really want to be friends? Neville asked quietly when they were out of earshot of the adults. Even though I'm not very good at magic. Why wouldn't I? Harry replied. Besides, I think you're probably better than you believe. Sometimes it's just finding the right kind of magic that fits you. Neville looked doubtful. Gran says I should be more like my dad. He was really powerful. My guardian says comparison is the thief of joy, Harry said, quoting one of Madame Bones' frequent sayings. We're different people from our parents. I suppose, Neville conceded, then changed the subject. Is it true you lived with Muggles? What was it like? Harry's expression darkened momentarily. Not good. They didn't like magic. Oh. Neville seemed to understand the understatement. I'm sorry. It's over now, Harry said firmly. I never have to go back. Because you claimed your lordship. Harry nodded, impressed by Neville's knowledge. The Peverell magic recognized me as the true heir. That's why I have a guardian instead of adoptive parents. That's amazing, Neville said, genuine awe in his voice. Most lordships can't be claimed until at least 11. Even my father didn't become Lord Longbottom until he was 17. Harry had never considered how unusual his situation truly was from a wizarding perspective. I think it has something to do with the specific Peverell magic, he said, careful not to mention the Hallows directly. It responds to need as much as age. Their conversation was interrupted by Augusta Longbottom calling Neville back to the tea table. As they rejoined the adults, Harry noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Something had been decided or agreed upon while he and Neville were talking. Lord Peverell, Augusta said formally, I understand you've offered to show Neville your preservation garden. Would you extend that invitation to include me? I find myself curious about your magical affinities. Harry recognized the request for what it was, a test, an assessment of his abilities and the truth of his claim to Peverell magic. Of course, Madame Longbottom. I would be honored. With a slight nod to Madame Bones, who gave him an encouraging look, Harry led the group from the solarium through the manor to a smaller room he had dedicated to his magical experiments. Unlike most of Peverell Haven, which balanced its ancient grandeur with comfort, this room embraced the full weight of Peverell aesthetics, stone walls unadorned except for the family crest, tall windows of clear glass that let in light but offered no particular view, a floor of polished black marble veined with silver. In the center of the room stood a circular garden approximately 2 meters across. Within this space, plants of various types, flowers, herbs, even small shrubs, existed in perfect stasis. A rose in full bloom, its red petals unfurled just so. Lavender stalks holding perfectly formed droplets of morning dew that never fell. A lily with one petal in the act of detaching, caught between holding on and letting go. Oh, Neville breathed, moving closer. They're not dead or alive. They're, in between. Yes, Harry said, pleased by Neville's immediate understanding. It's a form of sympathetic magic. Instead of forcing them to remain alive beyond their time or allowing them to die, I've created a space where the natural transition is acknowledged but temporarily paused. Augusta Longbottom circled the garden slowly, her expression unreadable. This is old magic, Lord Peverell. Far beyond what a child your age should be capable of. The Peverell affinity makes it possible, Harry explained, repeating what the keeper had taught him. I don't control death, I respect and work with it. Madame Bones, who had been observing silently, spoke. Harry has shown remarkable intuition for sympathetic magic. His core resonates naturally with transitional spaces. Augusta completed her circuit of the garden and fixed Harry with a penetrating look. May I? She asked, drawing her wand and gesturing toward the garden. Harry nodded, though he felt a flicker of nervousness. What test was she planning? The Longbottom matriarch waved her wand in a complex pattern, murmuring under her breath. The air above the garden shimmered with faint colors, deep purple and silver predominating, with threads of black woven throughout. Authentic Peverell magic, she declared, lowering her wand. The magical signature is unmistakable. Neville looked between his grandmother and Harry with wide eyes. Gran hardly ever says that about anything, he whispered, clearly impressed. Augusta shot her grandson a look, but there was less sternness in it than before. The boy speaks truth, if not with proper decorum. She turned back to Harry. Lord Peverell, House Longbottom recognizes your claim and status. I believe our families have much to discuss regarding the renewal of ancient alliances. I would welcome such discussions, Madame Longbottom, Harry replied, recognizing the formal opening of negotiations. Perhaps the children might explore the gardens while we discuss terms, Madame Bones suggested smoothly. I believe young lordlings should have some time away from politics. Augusta considered this, then nodded. Acceptable. Neville, mind your manners and do not touch anything without Lord Peverell's permission. Yes, Gran, Neville said dutifully. As the adults returned to the solarium, Harry led Neville outside into Peverell Haven's actual gardens. Unlike the perfectly manicured lawns of Privet Drive, these grounds embraced a wilder aesthetic, stone pathways winding through flowering shrubs, ancient trees providing shade, and small clearings that seemed designed for quiet contemplation or magical practice. Your grandmother seems very interested in alliances, Harry observed as they walked. Neville nodded. She says the old alliances are breaking down. After the war, a lot of families chose sides, and now everyone's suspicious of everyone else. And which side was House Longbottom on? The light, same as House Potter, Neville said immediately. Our families fought together against you-know-who. Harry considered this. The keeper had explained the wizarding war to him, including the role his parents had played and his own unwitting part in ending it. "Do you remember your parents, Neville?" Neville's expression fell. "No. I was too young when it happened." "Like me," Harry said quietly. "I don't remember mine either. Just a green light sometimes, in dreams." They walked in silence for a moment, two boys united by similar losses. "Gran says we're the last ones," Neville eventually said. "The last heirs of our houses, I mean. That's why it's so important we become proper lords when we grow up." "I'm already a lord," Harry pointed out. "Maybe you could claim your lordship early too." Neville shook his head vigorously. "No, the Longbottom magic doesn't work that way. And anyway, my father is still alive, just." He trailed off, unable to find the right words. "I understand," Harry said, though he wondered what exactly had happened to Neville's parents. The keeper had mentioned they were incapacitated, but hadn't explained further. They reached a small clearing with a pond at its center. Harry sat on a stone bench and gestured for Neville to join him. "What do you think our grandmothers are discussing?" Neville looked surprised. "Madam Bones is your grandmother?" "No, she's my guardian. But she's of the older generation, like your grandmother." "Oh." Neville seemed to consider the question seriously. "Probably a formal alliance declaration. Gran has been talking about re-establishing the old Light Coalition now that you're back in the wizarding world." "The boy who lived, you mean," Harry said, unable to keep a hint of bitterness from his voice. Neville flushed. "Sorry. But yes, that's part of it. You're a symbol to a lot of people." "I don't want to be a symbol. I just want to learn magic and—" Harry hesitated. What did he want, beyond escape from the Dursleys? "I want to understand why my parents died. Why I survived. Gran says no one really knows. Just that you know who tried to kill you and couldn't." Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his forehead, tracing the lightning bolt scar. "There has to be more to it than that." "Probably," Neville agreed. "But Gran says there are some questions better left for when we're older." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching dragonflies skimming the surface of the pond. Despite their different personalities, Harry focused and intense, Neville gentle and hesitant, there was an undeniable comfort in each other's company. Two boys carrying the weight of family legacies, orphaned in different ways by the same dark forces. Eventually, a house elf, Eldrin this time, appeared to summon them back to the manor. As they walked back, Neville seemed more relaxed than when he had arrived. "Will you come visit Longbottom Hall sometime?" he asked suddenly. "I'd like that," Harry replied, genuinely pleased by the invitation. "If Madam Bones approves the security arrangements." "Gran can be scary, but our wards are almost as good as yours," Neville said with a hint of pride. "And I could show you my herbology collection. It's not as impressive as your preservation garden, but I've got some interesting specimens." When they returned to the solarium, the adults were clearly concluding their discussions. Madam Bones looked satisfied, while Augusta Longbottom wore an expression of grudging approval. "Ah, boys, perfect timing," Madam Bones said. "We've just finalized the initial terms of a renewed alliance between houses Peverell and Longbottom. As tradition dictates, the alliance will be sealed with a formal ceremony at the next Wisengamot session," Augusta added. "Lord Peverell will be officially presented to Wizarding Society at that time." Harry felt a flutter of nervousness. "I'll be appearing publicly?" "Only briefly, and under the strictest security," Madam Bones assured him. "The alliance ceremony is a legal necessity, but it will also serve to establish your position formally and deter certain parties from attempting to challenge your status." Harry understood she was referring to Dumbledore, who still periodically attempted to reassert his claim as Harry's magical guardian. "Additionally," Augusta continued, "we have arranged for joint tutoring sessions between you and Neville in subjects where collaborative learning would be beneficial. Herbology, potions, and certain aspects of magical theory. Neville's face lit up. Really, Gran? Harry can study with me? Yes, though the sessions will alternate between properties for security reasons. Augusta adjusted her vulture-topped hat. Lord Peverell has demonstrated a magical affinity that complements your own, Neville. His work with transitional magics could pair well with your herbological talents. Harry caught the subtle approval in her voice when she mentioned Neville's abilities, perhaps the first positive acknowledgement she had given her grandson all day. He wondered if his friendship might help Neville gain more confidence and recognition from his formidable grandmother. "Thank you, Madam Longbottom," Harry said. "I look forward to learning from Neville as well." The visit concluded with formal farewells, though considerably warmer than the initial greetings had been. As Neville and his grandmother prepared to depart by flow, the boy turned to Harry with a small, genuine smile. "See you soon, Harry," he said, dropping the formal address in favor of friendship. "Count on it, Neville," Harry replied. After their guests had departed, Harry turned to Madame Bones. "How did it go? Really?" She smiled, removing her monocle to polish it, a habit when she was pleased. "Better than expected. Augusta Longbottom is not easily impressed, but your demonstration of Peverell magic convinced her. The alliance is genuine, not merely political. And my public appearance at the Wiesengemot? A necessary step, Harry. You cannot remain hidden forever, and appearing with the backing of both House Longbottom and the DMLE will send a powerful message. Will Dumbledore be there? As Chief Warlock, yes. But he will have no direct authority over you." She replaced her monocle. "Are you concerned?" Harry considered the question. "Not concerned, exactly. Just curious. I want to see him for myself. The man who left me with the Dursleys." Madame Bones studied him for a moment. "Your tone has grown colder, Harry." He met her gaze steadily. "Has it? I'm just stating facts. Facts can be shaped by emotion." She placed a hand briefly on his shoulder. "Remember what we've discussed about the balance of power and emotion in magical leadership. A lord ruled by vengeance becomes a slave to the past," Harry quoted. "I remember." "Good." She glanced at her watch. "I must return to the ministry. We'll continue your lessons in wizarding law tomorrow, in preparation for the Wiesengemot appearance." After Madame Bones had departed, Harry sought out the keeper, who materialized from the shadows of the library. "You observed the meeting?" Harry asked, though he knew the answer. "Yes, young lord. You handled yourself well with both the Longbottom heir and his formidable grandmother. She tested my magic. As expected. Augusta Longbottom is thorough in all things, especially potential alliances." The keeper's form shifted, becoming more defined as it often did when discussing matters of importance. "The alliance with House Longbottom is significant, perhaps more than you realize. Because they're one of the Sacred 28. That, and because they are respected across political lines. The Longbottoms are traditionalists who reject blood supremacy, a rare combination. Their support legitimizes your position to both the progressive and conservative factions of the Wiesengemot." Harry dropped into a chair, suddenly feeling tired after the strain of maintaining perfect manners and controlled magic all morning. "The Wiesengemot appearance will change everything, won't it?" "Yes. Once you are formally presented as Lord Peverell, your existence cannot be ignored or minimized. Dumbledore and others will be forced to acknowledge your status." "What will they do then?" "Adapt their strategies. Some will seek alliances, as the Longbottoms have. Others will view you as a threat to be neutralized or an asset to be controlled." The keeper moved closer. "Which brings us to another matter. Your meeting with Algernon Croker." Neville's great-uncle, Harry recalled. "Yes. I believe today's visit was, in part, an assessment of your suitability for certain information the Department of Mysteries holds, information related to the Peverell legacy." Harry sat straighter. "What kind of information?" "I cannot be certain, but the unspeakables are known to store prophecies related to significant magical bloodlines. They also study the veil between life and death, a subject of particular relevance to the Peverell family. Do you think there's a prophecy about me? About the Peverells? It is possible. Your survival of the killing curse is unprecedented in magical history. Such an event rarely occurs without deeper magical significance. Harry considered this new possibility. The idea that his parents' deaths and his own survival might be part of some larger magical pattern was both disturbing and oddly comforting, as though their sacrifice had meaning beyond the simple cruelty of a dark wizard's attack. When will I meet Croaker? Madame Bones will arrange it, likely before your Wizengamot appearance. The unspeakables prefer to operate outside the public eye. Harry nodded, his young mind already analyzing the political implications. If there is a prophecy, knowing about it would give me an advantage. Knowledge that Dumbledore might have but I don't. Precisely, young lord. The keeper's form seemed to smile, though no facial features were visible beneath its hood. You begin to think like a true player in the game of power. The following days passed in a blur of intensive preparation. In addition to his regular magical studies, Harry now received focused instruction in wizarding politics, Wizengamot protocols, and the complex etiquette required for his formal presentation as Lord Peverell. The key, Madame Bones explained as they reviewed the ceremony for the third time, is to appear confident but not arrogant. You are claiming your rightful place, not demanding special treatment. Harry nodded, practicing the precise bow required when being presented to the chief warlock. And when Dumbledore questions my claim? He may not do so publicly. The blood inheritance test from Gringotts is considered incontestable. More likely, he will seek a private audience afterward. Which I'll decline. Which you will defer, citing your need to become more settled in your role before engaging in such discussions. Madame Bones demonstrated the formal hand gesture used to request a moment to speak. Remember, in the Wizengamot, protocol is power. Those who master the forms control the flow of debate. 2 days before the scheduled Wizengamot session, Algernon Croaker arrived at Peverell Haven. Unlike his sister-in-law Augusta, who had made a formal entrance, Croaker simply appeared at the edge of the property's wards, detected by the manor's ancient defenses. Harry and Madame Bones received him in the study rather than the formal receiving room, a deliberate choice to establish the meeting as professional rather than ceremonial. The keeper remained hidden, observing but unseen. Algernon Croaker was a thin man with piercing blue eyes and silver-streaked brown hair. He wore the uniform grey robes of an unspeakable, unadorned except for a small silver pin in the shape of an hourglass. Lord Peverell, he said, bowing precisely. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. The Department of Mysteries has a vested interest in your unique situation. Please, sit, Harry offered, gesturing to a chair across from his own. Madame Bones has explained your department's interest in the Peverell artifacts. Croaker's eyes flickered briefly to Harry's inner pocket, where the Cloak of Invisibility was stored. Indeed. The Hallows have been a subject of study for centuries, though concrete evidence of their existence has been elusive. Until now, Madame Bones noted. Until now, Croaker agreed. Lord Peverell's claim and the manifestation of the cloak represent a significant development in our understanding of death magic. Harry studied the man carefully. Unlike many adults who spoke to him with either condescension or forced simplicity, Croaker addressed him directly and seriously. You didn't come here just to confirm the cloak's existence, Harry stated. What does the Department of Mysteries want from me? A faint smile crossed Croaker's face. Direct. Good. In answer, we wish to offer an exchange. Information for information. What information do you have that would interest me? A prophecy, Croaker said simply. Recorded some months before your birth, concerning you and the Dark Lord. Despite having anticipated this possibility, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. A prophecy about me? About the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, born as the 7th month dies. A child marked as an equal. Harry's hand rose unconsciously to his scar. And you believe that's me? The evidence suggests it. The timing of your birth, the Dark Lord's specific targeting of your family, your survival of the killing curse. The mark. Croaker's gaze was steady. Dumbledore knows the full prophecy. He was present when it was made. We have the record, but only those named in a prophecy can retrieve it from the Hall of Prophecy. Madame Bones leaned forward. And what do you expect from Lord Peverell in return for access to this prophecy? Information about the cloak's properties. Controlled testing of its capabilities. Nothing that would require Lord Peverell to relinquish possession, merely to allow observation under specific conditions. Harry exchanged a glance with Madame Bones, who gave a subtle nod indicating she found the terms reasonable. I would need specifics about these tests before agreeing, Harry said. The cloak is more than an artifact to me. It's part of my heritage. Of course, Croaker agreed. We could begin with non-invasive magical signature analysis. The department is particularly interested in how the cloak interacts with various detection spells and wards. And the prophecy? Would I hear it immediately? I could escort you to the Department of Mysteries as early as tomorrow, before your Wizengamot appearance. Knowledge of the prophecy might prove useful in navigating the political landscape you're about to enter. Harry considered the offer. The keeper had warned him that knowledge often came with hidden costs, but in this case, the value seemed worth the risk. I agree to your terms, with the condition that Madame Bones accompanies me to the department and all testing of the cloak occurs here at Peverell Haven under my supervision. Croaker nodded. Acceptable. The department values discretion above all else. Your conditions align with our protocols. They spent the next hour discussing the technical aspects of the arrangement. Croaker explained the procedures for accessing the Hall of Prophecy and outlined the initial tests he wished to conduct on the cloak. Throughout the conversation, Harry was impressed by the unspeakable straightforward approach, a refreshing change from the political maneuvering he was becoming accustomed to. As their meeting concluded, Croaker paused at the door. One more thing, Lord Peverell. Your family's affinity for death magic is of particular interest to my department. Should you ever wish to explore that aspect of your heritage more deeply, the Department of Mysteries has resources unavailable elsewhere. I'll keep that in mind, Harry replied, intrigued despite his caution. After Croaker had departed, the keeper emerged from the shadows. An interesting offer, it observed. Do you think I should trust him? Harry asked. The unspeakables operate by their own code, the keeper said. They seek knowledge for its own sake, largely unconcerned with the political games played in the wider ministry. In this, they are more reliable than most. And the prophecy? Could it really explain why Voldemort came after my family? Madame Bones flinched slightly at the name, but did not correct him. She had been working to overcome the common wizarding fear of Voldemort's name, arguing that Lord Peverell should not show such weakness. Prophecies are complex, the keeper said carefully. They rarely mean precisely what they appear to. But yes, it could provide insight into why you were targeted and why you survived. Harry nodded, his decision made. Then we'll go tomorrow. I want to know what it says before I face the Wizengamot. Before I face Dumbledore. The next morning dawned grey and drizzling, matching Harry's somewhat somber mood. The keeper had spent the previous evening teaching him about the Department of Mysteries, its structure, its purpose, the various chambers dedicated to different fundamental aspects of magic. The Hall of Prophecy is but one room within the department, the keeper had explained. There are others devoted to time, love, space, thought, and death. The unspeakables study the deepest mysteries of magic, the forces that exist beyond wand and word. Now, dressed in formal robes and with the cloak securely in his inner pocket, Harry waited for Madame Bones in the manor's entrance hall. They would be traveling by secure flood connection directly to the Department of Mysteries, bypassing the regular ministry entrances. Madame Bones arrived precisely on time, wearing her official DMLE robes and carrying a small silver device that resembled a compass. A security measure, she explained, seeing Harry's curious glance. It will alert us to any magical tracking or monitoring spells within a 10-meter radius. The Department of Mysteries is generally secure, but it never hurts to be cautious. They stepped through the flue together, emerging in a circular room with multiple identical black doors. The walls began to rotate immediately, but before Harry could feel disoriented, Croaker stepped forward from the shadows. A security measure, he explained, echoing Madame Bone's words. Prevents unauthorized persons from finding their way. With a gesture from Croaker, the room stopped spinning and one door opened. The Hall of Prophecy, he said, leading them through. The hall beyond was vast, larger than should have been possible, even by magical standards. Towering shelves stretched in every direction, filled with small glass orbs that emitted a faint, silvery light. The combined glow of thousands of prophecies created an ethereal atmosphere, like walking through a galaxy of captured stars. This way, Croaker said, leading them down a specific row. The prophecies are organized chronologically and by subject. Yours is in row 97. As they walked, Harry noticed that many of the orbs had gone dark, their prophecies presumably fulfilled or rendered impossible by the passage of time. Others glowed brightly, their potential futures still very much alive. They stopped before a small, brightly glowing orb. A yellowed label beneath it read, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter. SPT is Sybil Patricia Trelawney, the seer who made the prophecy, Croaker explained. APWBD is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, to whom it was spoken. Harry stared at the orb, its light pulsing gently as if in time with a heartbeat. What do I do? Simply take it from the shelf, Croaker instructed. Only those named in a prophecy can remove it without triggering defensive enchantments. With a slightly trembling hand, Harry reached for the orb. As his fingers closed around it, he felt a strange warmth spread through his palm. The orb came away easily, its light brightening at his touch. Now what? Hold it and focus your intent on hearing the message within, Croaker said. Harry cupped the prophecy in both hands and concentrated. The misty substance within the orb swirled faster, and a figure formed, a thin woman with enormous spectacles and draped in shawls. When she spoke, her voice was harsh and unlike any Harry had heard before. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The figure dissolved back into mist, and the orb's light dimmed slightly. Harry stood frozen, the prophecy's words echoing in his mind. Either must die at the hand of the other, he repeated softly. Neither can live while the other survives. Madame Bones placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Harry. Voldemort's not dead, is he? Harry asked, looking up at Croaker. That's what this means. He's still out there somewhere, and eventually we'll have to face each other again. The unspeakable's expression remained neutral, but his eyes held a hint of approval at Harry's quick understanding. The department's research suggests that the Dark Lord employed methods to prevent his permanent death. The nature of your connection through that scar suggests the same. Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces of information he'd gathered over the months. That's why Dumbledore placed me with the Dursleys. Blood protection through my mother's sister. He knew Voldemort might return. A reasonable theory, Croaker agreed. Though whether that justified the specific placement is another question entirely. Harry looked down at the prophecy orb, still glowing in his hands. Can I keep this? No, but its contents now reside in your memory. The orb must remain here, as all prophecy records do. Croaker gestured to the shelf. You may return it when you're ready. Carefully, Harry placed the orb back on its stand. The label beneath it changed subtly, now reading, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter. The question mark was gone. What happens now? Harry asked, turning back to the adults. Now, Madame Bones said firmly, we proceed as planned. Your Wisengamot presentation occurs tomorrow. This information, while significant, doesn't change your immediate path. But it changes everything, Harry insisted. If Voldemort's going to return, if I'm the only one who can defeat him, shouldn't people know? Releasing prophecy information prematurely often leads to attempts to manipulate fate, Croaker cautioned. Such attempts invariably fail, often catastrophically. The prophecy specifically mentions a power the Dark Lord knows not, Madame Bones pointed out. I suggest we focus on identifying and developing that power rather than alerting the wizarding world to a threat that may not materialize for years. Harry nodded slowly, recognizing the wisdom in their caution. Still, the prophecy's words had settled like a weight around his shoulders, a destiny he hadn't asked for but couldn't escape. The power he knows not, Harry repeated thoughtfully. Could it be related to the Peverell magic? To the Hallows? Croaker and Madame Bones exchanged a significant look. It's possible, Croaker admitted. The Dark Lord was known to fear death above all else. The Peverell family's affinity for death magic, particularly the Hallows, which are said to master death, would represent a power fundamentally opposed to his nature. The Keeper had told Harry similar things during their lessons on the Peverell legacy. The family's historical role as mediators between life and death stood in direct contrast to Voldemort's desperate attempts to achieve immortality at any cost. Then my claim to the Peverell Lordship wasn't just about escaping the Dursleys, Harry said, pieces falling into place. It was necessary for fulfilling the prophecy too. Magic works in patterns more complex than most recognize, Croaker said. The resurgence of the Peverell bloodline precisely when needed to counter the Dark Lord's eventual return seems fitting. They made their way back through the spinning room and returned to Peverell Haven via the secure Floo connection. Once there, Croaker conducted the first of his agreed-upon tests on the cloak, simple magical signature analyses that required Harry only to display the cloak while the Unspeakable cast various detection spells around it. Fascinating, Croaker murmured as his wand traced patterns in the air above the cloak. It doesn't merely bend light around the wearer, it actually removes them from certain magical frequencies entirely. No wonder it can fool even the most advanced detection spells. After completing his initial tests and scheduling a follow-up session for the following week, Croaker departed, leaving Harry alone with Madame Bones and the now visible Keeper. The prophecy changes things, Harry said bluntly once they were alone. Yes and no, the Keeper replied. It provides context for events already set in motion, but the fundamental path remains the same. You must learn to fully command your Peverell heritage. You must establish your political position in the wizarding world. You must prepare for the day when the Dark Lord returns. But now we know it's not just possible that he'll return, it's inevitable, Harry argued. And I'm the only one who can stop him permanently. Which is why your appearance before the Wisengamot tomorrow is more important than ever, Madame Bones said. Establishing your legitimacy as Lord Peverell gives you access to resources and alliances you'll need for the challenges ahead. Harry nodded, recognizing the logic but still feeling overwhelmed by the weight of expectation the prophecy had placed upon him. I'm 6 years old, he said quietly. How am I supposed to defeat the most powerful dark wizard in a century? Not today, the Keeper said simply. Not tomorrow. But in time, with proper preparation and the full power of your bloodline at your command. Madame Bones knelt to meet Harry's eyes directly. Harry, prophecies set destinations, not paths. How you reach that final confrontation, the person you become along the way, those choices remain yours. Harry took a deep breath, squaring his small shoulders. Then I choose to be ready. Whatever it takes. The Wisengamot chamber was an imposing circular room deep within the Ministry of Magic. Tiered stone benches rose around a central floor, with members seated according to their political affiliations and family standings. The ancient families occupied the highest tier, with the sacred 28 prominently positioned. Harry waited in an antechamber, dressed in formal Peverell robes of deepest black with silver embroidery. The family crest gleamed on his chest, and the lordship ring was prominently displayed on his right hand. The cloak of invisibility was folded and stored in an inner pocket, its presence a comfort. "Remember," Madame Bones said, adjusting his collar one final time, "you will be called forward after the opening formalities. Walk to the center of the floor, bow to the chief warlock, then to the assembled body. Speak only the traditional words unless directly questioned." Harry nodded, mentally reviewing the ceremony they had practiced countless times. Despite his nervousness, he felt oddly calm, perhaps because after facing the prophecy, a mere political appearance seemed less daunting. The doors to the chamber swung open, and a court official beckoned. "They're ready, Madame Bones." "Lord Peverell." Harry stepped forward, Madame Bones a reassuring presence beside him. As they entered the Wiesengemot chamber, a hush fell over the assembled witches and wizards. Hundreds of eyes turned to stare at the small boy in Lord's robes. At the head of the chamber sat Albus Dumbledore in the chief warlock's seat, resplendent in purple robes spangled with silver stars. His long white beard and half-moon spectacles matched the descriptions Harry had heard, but nothing had prepared him for the sheer magical presence of the man. Even from a distance, Dumbledore's power was palpable, a constant, subtle pressure in the air. Their eyes met across the chamber. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, but Harry detected a flicker of surprise in the blue eyes that studied him so intently. The surprise was quickly masked, replaced by benevolent interest. The court official struck a silver staff against the stone floor 3 times. "The Wiesengemot recognizes Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who comes to present a claimant to an ancient house." Madame Bones stepped forward. "Honored members of the Wiesengemot, I present Harry James Potter, confirmed by blood and magic as Lord of the noble and most ancient house of Peverell, who comes to claim his hereditary seat in this body." A wave of whispers swept through the chamber. Harry focused on maintaining his composure as he stepped forward to the precise center of the floor. He bowed first to Dumbledore, holding the position for exactly 3 seconds as protocol demanded, then turned and bowed to the assembled Wiesengemot members. "I, Harry James Potter, Lord Peverell, claim the seat and rights of my house in this august body," he stated clearly, his young voice carrying in the sudden silence. "I pledge to uphold the laws of magic and the traditions of the Wiesengemot in all deliberations and decisions." Dumbledore rose from his seat, his expression still carefully neutral. "The Wiesengemot acknowledges your claim, Lord Peverell. Have you submitted the required documentation to the Ministry archives?" "He has," Madame Bones answered. "Blood inheritance test results from Gringotts, ritual confirmation witnessed by a ministry official, and formal registration of his status as head of his house." Dumbledore nodded, though Harry detected a hint of reservation in the gesture. "And who stands as magical guardian for Lord Peverell, given his minority?" "I do," Madame Bones stated firmly. "By his choice and in accordance with Section 7 of the Ancient Houses Protection Act of 1317. Another murmur ran through the chamber. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "A most unusual arrangement," he commented. "Traditionally, a family member or designated godparent would serve in such a capacity." "Lord Peverell has no living magical relatives," Madame Bones countered. "And his godfather is currently indisposed. The law is clear, an heir to an ancient house who has claimed lordship may select his own guardian from among suitable candidates." "Indeed," Dumbledore conceded. "Though I must note for the record that as headmaster of Hogwarts and Supreme Mugwump, I had established certain protective arrangements for young Harry following his parents' tragic deaths. Arrangements that proved insufficient to ensure his proper treatment and education as heir to an ancient house," Madame Bones replied, her tone remaining formal but with an undercurrent of steel. The blood wards at his previous residence had deteriorated to dangerous levels before their collapse. Harry maintained his ceremonial stance, but inwardly he marveled at the political duel being fought over his head. The carefully chosen words, the subtle implications, it was like watching a chess match played with phrases instead of pieces. From the highest tier of seats, Augusta Longbottom rose. As representative of an allied house, I move that the Wisengamot formally recognize Lord Peverell's claim and guardianship arrangements without further delay. The evidence has been submitted and verified according to our oldest laws. Lucius Malfoy, a pale-haired man in elegant black robes, also stood. House Malfoy seconds the motion, with the stipulation that Lord Peverell's education includes proper instruction in the traditions and responsibilities of his station. This unexpected support from a family the keeper had identified as firmly aligned with blood supremacist views caused another ripple of surprise through the chamber. Harry carefully kept his expression neutral, though his mind raced with the implications. Malfoy was clearly positioning himself, perhaps hoping to influence Harry's political development. Dumbledore surveyed the chamber, then inclined his head in acquiescence. The motion is carried. The Wisengamot formally recognizes Harry James Potter as Lord Peverell and acknowledges his choice of Madame Amelia Bones as magical guardian. He turned back to Harry, blue eyes twinkling. Lord Peverell, you may take your house's seat. Though as a minor, you may observe but not vote in proceedings until your 11th year. Harry bowed once more, then followed the court official to a seat in the second highest tier. An ancient chair marked with the Peverell crest awaited him. As he sat, he felt the chair adjust to his size, an enchantment to accommodate the rare child lord. The remainder of the Wisengamot session passed in a blur of procedural matters and minor legislative debates. Harry observed carefully, noting the factions and alliances that became apparent through voting patterns and seating arrangements. Occasionally, he felt Dumbledore's gaze upon him, but the chief warlock made no further direct comments regarding his status. After the session concluded, Harry found himself approached by several Wisengamot members eager to introduce themselves to the boy who lived and newly recognized Lord Peverell. Madame Bones remained at his side, smoothly intercepting those whose intentions seemed less than honorable. Lord Peverell, a smooth voice interrupted the stream of well-wishers. Harry turned to find Lucius Malfoy standing before him, silver-headed cane in hand. A pleasure to formally make your acquaintance. Your ascension to your family seat has been, most interesting to witness. Thank you for your support of the motion, Lord Malfoy, Harry replied carefully, following the keeper's instructions for handling potentially hostile political actors. House Peverell acknowledges the courtesy. Malfoy's pale eyes gleamed with something like approval. Such proper manners. Your guardian has educated you well in the old ways. His gaze flicked to Madame Bones, who watched the interaction with barely concealed suspicion. One hopes your education will be comprehensive. The Peverell family has a fascinating history, particularly regarding certain magical artifacts. The pointed reference to the Hallows was unmistakable. Harry maintained his composure, though inwardly he wondered how Malfoy had obtained such specific knowledge. House Peverell values its history and traditions, Harry responded neutrally. I look forward to learning all aspects of my heritage. Perhaps my son Draco could assist in that education, Malfoy suggested smoothly. He is your age, and the opportunity to form connections with peers of similar standing is invaluable. Before Harry could respond, another voice interrupted. A thoughtful offer, Lucius, though I believe Lord Peverell's social calendar is quite full at present. Augusta Longbottom had joined them, her vulture-topped hat making her tower over even Lucius Malfoy. Behind her stood Neville, who gave Harry a small, nervous smile. Malfoy's expression cooled. Madame Longbottom. How fortuitous that you should join our conversation. Isn't it? She replied dryly. Lord Peverell, I believe we have that matter to discuss regarding our house's joint interests. If you would accompany me. The transparent rescue was exactly what Harry needed. With a formal bow to Malfoy, he said, Please excuse me, Lord Malfoy. House business calls. Perhaps we can continue our conversation another time. Malfoy inclined his head, though his eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, Lord Peverell. Another time. As they moved away, Augusta Longbottom murmured, Careful with that one. The Malfoys have always coveted power they did not earn. Thank you for the intervention, Harry replied quietly. Alliance houses protect their own, she stated matter-of-factly. Then, more softly, and children should not be left to fend off vipers, regardless of their titles. They made their way to a quieter corner of the chamber, where Neville finally spoke. "You did really well, Harry. Everyone was watching you." "It was just like we practiced," Harry said, giving his friend a reassuring smile. "Though I didn't expect Malfoy to be quite so direct." "The Malfoys never waste time when power is at stake," Augusta said. "Lucius has likely already planned potential marriage contracts and political alliances extending decades into the future, all centered around bringing the Peverell influence under his control." Harry blanched at the mention of marriage contracts. Sometimes the archaic nature of wizarding politics still caught him by surprise, despite the Keeper's extensive lessons. Madame Bones, who had followed them, joined the conversation. "Which is precisely why we must formalize the Longbottom-Peverell alliance immediately. A public declaration will deter some of the more aggressive approaches." Augusta nodded in agreement. "I've prepared the traditional documents. Once signed, they will be registered with the Ministry and published in the Daily Prophet." "What exactly does the alliance entail?" Harry asked, realizing that while he had agreed to the concept, he had not reviewed the specific terms. "Mutual political support in the Wiesengemot, shared educational resources for the heirs, prioritized trade agreements between family businesses, and mutual defense in times of conflict," Augusta explained. "Standard provisions for houses of our standing, with the addition of a renewal of the Potter-Longbottom alliance from the last war." Harry glanced at Neville, who seemed both nervous and proud about the formal connection between their houses. "And what does Neville think about it?" The question clearly surprised both Augusta and Madame Bones, who had been discussing the alliance purely in political terms. Neville looked startled to be consulted at all. I think it's good," he said hesitantly, then with more confidence, "our families fought together before. They should stand together now." Harry nodded, oddly touched by Neville's simple but sincere reasoning. "Then I agree to the terms." They moved to a small side chamber where the formal documents awaited. As Harry signed his name with the ceremonial blood quill, which used the signer's blood as ink, a painless but binding magical process for official documents, he felt another significant step had been taken in his new life. The boy in the cupboard under the stairs was fading further into memory, replaced by Lord Peverell, ally of House Longbottom, recognized member of the Wiesengemot. As they prepared to depart the ministry, a court official approached with a sealed letter bearing the chief warlock's insignia. "For Lord Peverell," the man said, bowing slightly. "From Albus Dumbledore." Harry accepted the letter, feeling its weight both physical and symbolic. He did not open it immediately, preferring to wait until he was safely back at Peverell Haven. They were nearly at the ministry's public fluke connections when a final confrontation occurred. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic himself, intercepted them, accompanied by a toad-like woman in a pink cardigan and a young man with red hair whom Madame Bones identified under her breath as Percy Weasley, a junior assistant. "Madame Bones. And young Mr. Potter." Fudge boomed, ignoring the proper title deliberately or through ignorance. "A word before you depart, if you please." Madame Bones stepped slightly in front of Harry, her posture subtly protective. "Minister Fudge. What can we do for you?" "Just a small matter of protocol," Fudge said, smiling in a way that didn't reach his eyes. "Dolores here has raised some concerns about the hasty recognition of Mr. Potter's unusual status." The toad-like woman, Dolores, gave a simpering smile. "We simply want to ensure everything is in order for the dear boy's welfare. Such responsibilities at such a tender age, one wonders if it's really in his best interest." "Lord Peverell's status has been verified by Gringotts, registered with the ministry, and recognized by the Wiesengemot," Madame Bones stated flatly. "There are no outstanding procedural questions to address." "Ah, but there is the matter of his previous guardianship arrangements," Fudge countered. "Albus Dumbledore had established certain protections that failed," Harry interrupted, unable to maintain silence when his future was being discussed as if he weren't present. "The arrangements failed, Minister Fudge." I was mistreated, underfed, and locked in a cupboard under the stairs for 4 years. A stunned silence followed his blunt statement. Fudge looked as though someone had slapped him, while Dolores's smile froze unnaturally on her face. Well, I'm sure there must be some exaggeration, Fudge stammered. Children often feel their punishments are more severe than. Would you like to view the memories in a pensive, Minister? Madame Bones asked coldly. I have certified copies on file at the DMLE. Or perhaps you'd prefer to see the medical reports documenting years of malnutrition and untreated injuries. Fudge paled. That won't be necessary. I merely wanted to ensure my welfare, Harry finished for him. Which is precisely why Madame Bones is my guardian now. She actually does ensure it. Augusta Longbottom, who had been watching the exchange with narrow-eyed calculation, stepped forward. Minister, I believe we've had enough discussion of Lord Peverell's private matters in a public ministry atrium. Unless you wish to call for a formal Wisengamot inquiry into both the previous and current guardianship arrangements. The threat was clear, any such inquiry would publicly expose Dumbledore's failure to protect Harry, damaging both the Chief Warlock's reputation and, by extension, Fudge's administration, which had often relied on Dumbledore's international standing for legitimacy. No, that won't be necessary, Fudge backpedaled quickly. Just doing my due diligence, you understand. The boy who lived, national treasure and all that. He forced a jovial laugh. Well, must be off. Ministry business never ends. Lord Peverell, a pleasure to officially welcome you to the wizarding world. With that transparently insincere pleasantry, Fudge retreated, his pink-clad undersecretary and the Weasley assistant following in his wake. Political opportunist, Augusta muttered once they were out of earshot. He's already calculating how your status affects his position. Will he be a problem? Harry asked Madame Bones. Not directly. Fudge avoids confrontation whenever possible. He'll follow whichever way the political winds blow. She adjusted her monocle thoughtfully. Though that Umbridge woman bears watching. She has a particular dislike for those she considers half-breeds or threats to pure-blood supremacy. Why would she care about me, then? I'm a half-blood. But you've claimed an ancient house lordship traditionally held by purebloods, Augusta explained. To people like her, that represents an erosion of what they consider the natural order. They parted from the Longbottoms at the Flo Connections, with arrangements made for Harry and Neville's first joint tutoring session the following week. As Harry and Madame Bones stepped into the green flames to return to Peverell Haven, he clutched Dumbledore's unopened letter tightly in his hand. Back at the manor, Harry finally opened the letter in the presence of both Madame Bones and the keeper. The parchment was heavy and cream-colored, and Dumbledore's handwriting flowed in elegant purple ink. Dear Lord Peverell, allow me to extend my most sincere congratulations on your formal recognition by the Wisengamot. The revival of the Peverell line represents a fascinating development in magical genealogy, one that I admit I did not foresee despite my years of study in the area. While today's ceremony was necessarily formal and public, I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you privately about your parents, whom I knew well, and about certain aspects of your unique magical heritage that may not be fully documented in the resources currently available to you. I understand from Madame Bones that you have been understandably focused on establishing your new position and adapting to life in the wizarding world. When you feel ready, I am at your disposal for a meeting at your convenience, either at Hogwarts or another location of your choosing. Your parents would be immensely proud of the composure and dignity you displayed today. Though they knew themselves as Potters, the Peverell blood clearly runs strong in you. With warmest regards, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice, then passed it to Madame Bones, who scanned it quickly before handing it to the keeper. Carefully worded, the keeper observed. He acknowledges your title while subtly emphasizing your youth. The mention of your parents is calculated to appeal to your natural curiosity and establish himself as a connection to them. And the reference to my unique magical heritage? Harry asked. Almost certainly relates to the prophecy, Madame Bones said. Though he may also be referring to your survival of the killing curse. What should I do? Meet with him? The keeper and Madame Bones exchanged a look. Eventually, yes, Madame Bones said. But not immediately. Allow your position to solidify further. Dumbledore is patient, he will wait. Harry nodded, setting the letter aside. Today had been a significant step in establishing his place in the wizarding world, but it was only the beginning. The prophecy, Dumbledore's interest, Malfoy's overtures, the Longbottom alliance, the Ministry's attention, all pieces on a complex political chessboard. And somewhere out there, according to the prophecy, Voldemort waited. Not gone, merely defeated temporarily. Preparing, perhaps, to return and finish what he had started on that Halloween night in Godric's Hollow. Harry touched the cloak of invisibility in his pocket, feeling its reassuring presence. He was no longer a helpless infant or an abused, ignorant child. He was Lord Peverell, heir to ancient magic, with growing knowledge and powerful allies. When Voldemort returned, if the prophecy was true, Harry would be ready. Chapter 3, Shadows of Death, again. 8-year-old Harry Peverell spun on his heel, drawing his cypress wand in a fluid motion. The training dummy burst into black flames, consumed in seconds and leaving nothing but a fine grey powder floating in the air. Harry held the powder suspended with a subtle flick of his wand, then compressed it into a small stone-like object that dropped into his palm. Amelia Bones nodded approvingly. Your control has improved remarkably. 3 years ago, you could barely cast a simple shield charm. 3 years is a long time, Harry replied, pocketing the compressed remains. His voice had lost the childish pitch of his early lordship days, deepening slightly as he approached his 9th birthday. They stood in Peverell Haven's expanded training chamber, a room that had grown with Harry's abilities. Runes covered the walls, floor, and ceiling, containment symbols that prevented magical signatures from being detected beyond the room's boundaries. Even the Ministry's underage magic detectors couldn't penetrate these ancient Peverell wards. The Deathfire spell is technically 7th-year material, Amelia noted, making a mark in the leather-bound journal where she tracked Harry's progress. But your affinity for transitional magic makes it almost intuitive for you. Harry slipped his wand back into its holster, a gift from Neville on his 8th birthday. The Keeper says it's not really destruction. It's transformation, changing something from one state to another. A philosophical distinction many would find academic when their possessions are turning to ash, Amelia said dryly. But yes, death magic is fundamentally about transitions, not endings. The past 3 years had transformed Peverell Haven as much as they had transformed Harry. Once austere and ancient, the manor now balanced its historical gravitas with spaces designed for a growing boy's education and comfort. The library had expanded to accommodate Harry's voracious reading habits. The grounds included a regulation Quidditch pitch where he practiced with Neville and, occasionally, other children from allied families. Most importantly, the manor felt like home, something Harry had never experienced at Privet Drive. I believe that concludes today's practical lesson, Amelia said, closing her journal. Do you have plans with Neville this afternoon? Harry nodded. He's bringing some rare Amazonian specimens for the preservation garden. His great-uncle Algy brought them back from an expedition. Excellent. I have some department business to attend to, but I should return by dinner. Amelia paused, studying Harry with the penetrating gaze that had intimidated countless criminals during her career. Is something troubling you, Harry? You seem distracted today. Harry hesitated. The bond between them had deepened over the years, evolving from formal guardian and ward to something closer to family. Amelia had proven herself a steadfast protector, an exacting teacher, and, increasingly, a trusted confidant. I had another dream last night, he admitted. About the graveyard. Concern flickered across Amelia's face. The same one? Similar. I'm standing among ancient tombstones. There's a figure in the distance, calling to me, but I can't make out the words. When I try to approach, shadows rise from the graves to block my path. Harry ran a hand through his perpetually untamed hair. This time, though, there was something new. A stone arch with a fluttering veil. And voices coming from behind it. Amelia's expression tightened. You've never mentioned an arch before. It's the first time it appeared. Is it significant? She seemed to choose her words carefully. There is an artifact in the Department of Mysteries called the Veil. It's believed to be a gateway between the world of the living and the dead. Few have seen it, fewer still have studied it. Could my dreams be connected to it somehow? Through the Peverell magic? It's possible. The Peverells were said to walk the boundary between worlds more freely than most. She adjusted her monocle, a gesture Harry had learned indicated she was making a difficult decision. Perhaps it's time we consulted Algernon Croker again. The Department of Mysteries has been studying your magical development, and these dreams may represent a new phase. Harry nodded, unsurprised. His relationship with the Department of Mysteries had evolved over the years from the initial arrangement regarding the cloak to a more comprehensive study of his developing abilities. In exchange, he received access to magical knowledge unavailable elsewhere, knowledge about death magic, about the Peverell legacy, and, occasionally, about the prophecy that still hung over his future. I'll contact him, Amelia decided. In the meantime, perhaps discuss the dreams with the Keeper. Its perspective on Peverell magic remains unique. After Amelia departed, Harry headed toward the Preservation Garden, which had expanded from its original small display to occupy a dedicated greenhouse attached to the manor. As he walked, he felt the familiar weight of the Cloak of Invisibility in his pocket. He still carried it everywhere, though he used it less frequently now than in the early days after the Dursleys. The Keeper materialized beside him, its form more defined than it had been 3 years ago. While still essentially a cloaked figure with darkness where a face should be, it now moved with greater solidity and purpose, as though Harry's growing power had strengthened its connection to the physical world. You did not tell Madame Bones everything about the dream, the Keeper observed. Harry glanced sidelong at his otherworldly companion. No. You did not mention the ring you saw on the hand reaching through the veil. I wasn't sure what it meant. Harry paused near a window overlooking the grounds, watching storm clouds gather on the horizon. A black stone set in gold. It seemed to call to me, like the cloak did that first night. The Resurrection Stone, the Keeper said, naming what Harry had already suspected. The second Hallow, once possessed by Cadmus Peverell. Is it trying to find me, like the cloak did? Perhaps. The Hallows have their own form of awareness, not consciousness as humans understand it, but a magical resonance that responds to legitimate claims. The Keeper's form rippled slightly. Your connection to the Peverell bloodline has strengthened as you've grown into your power. It would be natural for the other Hallows to respond. Harry continued toward the greenhouse, mulling this over. The possibility of acquiring a second Hallow both excited and unnerved him. The cloak had transformed his life, granting him freedom from the Dursleys and connecting him to his magical heritage. But it had also led him to make choices that still troubled his dreams, choices that had left the Dursleys dead and Harry with blood on his young hands. What choices might the Resurrection Stone demand? Young Lord, the Keeper said, interrupting his thoughts. There is another matter we should discuss before your guest arrives. What is it? The Wielded session scheduled for next week. Lord Mortem has requested a formal audience with you. Harry stopped abruptly. Corvinus Mortem. Why? He claims to have discovered historical evidence of a magical debt between your families. One that predates the formal Wielded records. The Mortem family had emerged as a significant political force over the past year, an ancient line previously thought extinct that had suddenly reappeared with legitimate blood claims and considerable wealth. Their rapid ascension in magical politics had been accompanied by whispers about their historical practices of particularly dark magic and rumors of a centuries-old rivalry with the Peverells. What kind of debt? Harry asked. Unknown. Lord Mortem has been careful to reveal only enough to necessitate a formal hearing, according to ancient magical law. The Keeper's tone darkened. I find the timing concerning. Because of my dreams about the second Hallow? Yes. The Mortems and Peverells share a complicated history regarding death magic. Where your ancestors sought to understand and navigate the transition between worlds, the Mortems sought dominion over death itself. Harry's jaw tightened. This wasn't the first challenge he had faced as Lord Peverell, but something about the Mortems unsettled him in a way that even Lucius Malfoy's political maneuvering never had. I'll meet with him, Harry decided. Better to understand his claims directly than let him control the narrative in the Wiesengemot. A wise approach, the Keeper agreed. Though caution would be advisable. Corvinus Mortem did not reclaim his family's position through chance alone. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Neville Longbottom, who appeared at the entrance to the greenhouse clutching a heavily warded box. At nearly 9, Neville had grown from the shy, round-faced boy Harry had first met into a more confident young wizard. While still somewhat reserved in public settings, he had flourished under the Longbottom-Peverell alliance, his natural talents for herbology and earth magic receiving proper recognition and development. The Keeper vanished as Neville approached. While aware of the entity's existence, Neville remained uncomfortable in its presence and the Keeper respectfully maintained distance during his visits. Harry! Neville called, holding up the box. Wait until you see what Uncle Algy brought back from the Amazon. Flesh-eating orchids that respond to human emotion. He says they're connected to death magic in some way, they bloom only when they sense grief. Harry grinned, previous concerns temporarily set aside. Perfect for the preservation garden. Can we handle them safely? With dragonhide gloves, yes. They're only dangerous if you're actively grieving when you touch them. Neville set the box down carefully on a workbench inside the greenhouse. Uncle Algy says indigenous shamans use them in rituals to communicate with ancestors. The greenhouse was divided into sections based on magical properties rather than conventional botanical classifications. The central area contained Harry's original preservation garden, now expanded to include dozens of specimens maintained in that perfect state between life and death. Other sections housed plants with affinities for various transitional magics, species that bloomed only at twilight or dawn, flowers that existed simultaneously in multiple growth stages, vines that could pass through solid objects during certain lunar phases. Working together, Harry and Neville carefully transplanted the Amazonian orchids into a specially prepared bed near the preservation garden. The flowers were unnaturally beautiful, deep violet petals with crimson veins that seemed to pulse like blood vessels, and centers that emitted a faint silvery mist when disturbed. They're dormant now, Neville explained, gently patting the soil around the base of the last orchid. But Uncle Algy says they'll respond to proximity to death magic. Your preservation garden should stimulate them. Will they try to eat our fingers when they wake up? Harry asked, only half joking. Neville grinned. Probably not. They prefer emotional sustenance to actual flesh. The flesh-eating name is a bit misleading, they consume the emotional resonance of grief stored in human tissue. That's oddly specific. Death magic often is, Neville replied with a shrug. That's what Gran says, anyway. She still finds it strange that I spend so much time helping with your preservation magic when my affinity is for growth. The two aren't as opposite as they seem, Harry said, repeating one of the Keeper's frequent teachings. Death feeds new life. Growth requires transformation. It's all part of the same cycle. They spent the next hour tending to the greenhouse's other inhabitants, a comfortable routine they had established over years of friendship. As they worked, Neville updated Harry on recent events at Longbottom Hall and the ongoing debates in the Wiesengemot regarding international magical cooperation. Gran says the Triwizard Tournament negotiations aren't going well, Neville mentioned as they pruned a silver-leafed shrub that aged and renewed on a weekly cycle. The French delegation is demanding additional safety measures after what happened last time. What did happen last time? Harry asked. His political education had focused primarily on British magical governance, with international relations being a more recent addition to his studies. A student died during the Dragon Challenge. It was over a century ago, but the French haven't forgotten. Neville carefully collected the silver leaves, which were valuable potion ingredients in their transitional state. Gran thinks the tournament won't be revived for at least another decade. Probably for the best, Harry commented. Amelia says international magical cooperation is important, but competitive tournaments seem like an odd way to build it. Their conversation drifted to more immediate concerns, upcoming tutoring sessions, the Quidditch match they had planned with the Abbott and Macmillan heirs, a new defense text that Amelia had imported from Japan for Harry's studies. It was only when they broke for lunch that Neville brought up the topic Harry had been expecting but dreading. "Have you heard from Dumbledore again?" Harry's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. His relationship with Albus Dumbledore remained one of the more complex aspects of his position in the wizarding world. After the initial Wizengamot appearance 3 years ago, Dumbledore had maintained a careful distance, limiting his interactions to formal Wizengamot business and occasional polite inquiries about Harry's well-being delivered via letter. The restraint was strategic rather than disinterested. Harry understood, through Amelia's political insights and the Keeper's historical knowledge, that Dumbledore was playing a long game, allowing Harry's unusual situation to stabilize while maintaining his public position as a benevolent figure in Harry's life. "Not directly," Harry answered, setting down his sandwich. "Though Professor McGonagall sent the standard pre-enrollment information packet last month. Apparently, I'm still on the Hogwarts registry despite my unconventional education so far. Will you go?" Neville asked. The question hung between them, laden with significance. Neville's attendance at Hogwarts was a foregone conclusion, generations of Longbottoms had passed through the ancient school. But Harry's situation offered alternatives that few wizarding children could consider. "I haven't decided," Harry admitted. "Amelia has arranged an excellent education here, with specialized tutors for areas where neither she nor the Keeper can instruct me. And Hogwarts would mean living under Dumbledore's direct authority for 7 years. But it's where our parents went," Neville said quietly. "Where they became friends." The simple statement carried more weight than elaborate arguments about educational standards or political independence. For all his unique circumstances and accelerated maturity, Harry remained a boy who had lost his parents before he could truly know them. Connections to their lives, even institutional ones, held a powerful appeal. "I know," Harry said. "I'm not saying no. Just considering all options." Neville nodded, understanding the complexity of Harry's position. "Gran says whatever you decide will send a message. If you attend, it shows confidence in traditional institutions. If you don't, it signals a break with convention and possibly a lack of trust in Dumbledore's leadership," Harry finished. "Everything I do sends messages these days. Sometimes I miss when I was just learning basic spells and nobody cared about the political implications of which boot I put on first." Neville laughed. "As if you were ever just anything, Lord Peverell." Harry smiled ruefully. "Fair point." Their light-hearted moment was interrupted by the arrival of Maury, one of Peverell Haven's house elves, who appeared with a soft pop. "Master Harry," the elf said, bowing low, "Mistress Bones has sent word. She will be delayed at the ministry and asks that you and Master Longbottom postpone any explorations of the East Gardens until tomorrow." Harry exchanged a puzzled look with Neville. "We weren't planning to explore the East Gardens today." Maury's large eyes widened further. "Those were her exact words, Master Harry. Tell Harry and Neville to postpone any explorations of the East Gardens until tomorrow." Maury thought it strange too, since the young masters haven't been to the East Gardens in many weeks. A chill ran down Harry's spine. The East Gardens were the oldest part of Peverell Haven's grounds, containing ruins of the original Peverell settlement that predated the manor house. More importantly, they were under specialized wards that Amelia had personally reinforced after an incident the previous year involving a cursed sundial. The message was a code, one they had established for situations where Amelia couldn't speak freely. Something was wrong at the ministry. "Thank you, Maury," Harry said carefully. "Please tell the other elves to implement garden protocol immediately." The house elf's expression turned solemn as he recognized the security instruction. Yes, Master Harry. Right away. He disappeared with another soft pop. What's happening? Neville asked, tension evident in his voice. I'm not sure, Harry replied, already moving toward the greenhouse exit. But garden protocol means lockdown. The manor wards will seal, preventing anyone from entering or leaving until Amelia or I give the countersign. Should I go home? Neville asked, following close behind. Harry shook his head. No time. The flue will be closing in about 30 seconds. You're safer here anyway. Peverell Haven's defenses are stronger than Longbottom Hall's. They hurried back to the main house as ancient magic stirred around them. The air thickened noticeably as layer upon layer of protective enchantments activated, some dating back centuries to the original Peverell settlements. Within moments, the familiar shimmer of the outermost ward became visible, a dome of faintly iridescent magic enclosing the entire property. Inside the manor, Harry headed directly for the security room, a modern addition installed at Amelia's insistence. The room contained various magical monitoring devices connected to the Ministry, Gringotts, and other key locations in Wizarding Britain. Most importantly, it housed the Master Ward Stone that controlled Peverell Haven's defenses. The Keeper materialized as they entered, its form more sharply defined than usual, a reaction to the potential threat. The wards are fully engaged, it reported. All access points sealed. The House Elves have implemented the secondary defensive measures as well. Harry activated the communication mirror linked to Amelia's office at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Instead of her face, however, the mirror showed only swirling gray mist, the magical equivalent of a busy signal. Something's blocking communications, Harry muttered. Or she can't respond safely. What does garden protocol mean exactly? Neville asked, his earlier nervousness replaced by focused concern. It means there's a security threat that might target me specifically, Harry explained, checking various detection instruments. None showed immediate danger. Usually political, not immediately violent, but serious enough that Amelia wants me under full protection. Could it be related to the Mortem family, the Keeper suggested. Their recent activities have been aggressive. Harry considered this. Possibly. But why would that cause communication problems at the Ministry? Before either the Keeper or Neville could respond, one of the detection instruments, a silver device resembling an antique compass, began spinning rapidly. Red sparks shot from its center. Someone's testing the wards, the Keeper observed. Probing for weaknesses. Harry felt a surge of anger mixed with fear. Peverell Haven was his home, his sanctuary. The idea of someone attempting to breach its defenses struck at his deepest sense of security. Can they get through? Neville asked, eyes fixed on the sparking device. No, Harry said with certainty. The Peverell wards are ancient and layered. They're tied to my blood and magic. No one can enter without my permission while they're at full strength. That is generally true, the Keeper said, its tone unusually hesitant. However, there are certain, bloodline exceptions that might exist. What do you mean? Harry demanded. The oldest Peverell wards recognize related magical signatures. If the one testing the wards shares certain magical affinities. Like death magic, Harry realized. Could the Mortems have a similar enough magical signature to confuse the wards? It is possible. The families diverged centuries ago, but their core magical affinities remained similar. The implications were disturbing. Harry had always believed Peverell Haven to be impenetrable, a certainty reinforced by years of peaceful residence. The idea that another family might have a magical key to his sanctuary was deeply unsettling. We need more information, he decided, moving to another device, this one connected to the Wiesengemot chambers. It showed unusual activity for a non-session day, with magical signatures indicating the presence of several high-ranking Ministry officials. Something's happening at the Wiesengemot, Harry observed. An emergency session, maybe? Without notifying all members? Neville looked skeptical. Gran would have sent word. Unless she couldn't, the keeper suggested. If communications are being restricted. A sudden, sharp chime interrupted their speculation. One of the ward monitors, a crystal sphere that usually glowed a steady blue, had turned purple and was emitting a high-pitched note. "What does that mean?" Neville asked. "Someone with partial ward access is at the boundary," Harry explained, feeling a rush of relief. "It's probably Amelia." But when they hurried to the manor's entrance hall, the magical security panel beside the door showed not Amelia's familiar signature but one that Harry recognized with surprise. "Algernon Croker," he said, naming Neville's great-uncle and their contact at the Department of Mysteries. "What's he doing here? Should we let him in?" Neville asked. Harry hesitated. Croker had been a valuable ally over the years, providing crucial information about the prophecy and helping Harry understand aspects of his Peverell heritage. But his unexpected arrival during a security lockdown raised concerns. "I'll speak with him first," Harry decided, activating the communication function of the ward panel. "Unspeakable Croker, this is Lord Peverell. The manor is currently under security protocols. State your business." Croker's voice came through clearly, calm but urgent. "Lord Peverell, I bring information critical to your safety. Madame Bones has been detained at the ministry under questionable circumstances. The Mortem family has made formal accusations against House Peverell that require immediate attention." Harry exchanged alarmed glances with Neville and the keeper. "Detained? On what charges?" "Not charges precisely," Croker replied. "Lord Mortem has invoked an ancient magical protocol, the right of ancestral accounting. It requires the guardian of an ancient house heir to participate in mediation regarding historical disputes. That doesn't explain why she couldn't leave or communicate directly," Harry pointed out, suspicion growing. "The right includes temporary magical restrictions on all parties to prevent external influence. Madame Bones is effectively bound to the mediation chamber until the process concludes. She managed to send me to warn you before the restrictions took effect." The explanation was plausible but convenient. Harry glanced at the keeper, who gave a subtle nod. The described right did exist in ancient wizarding law, though it hadn't been invoked in generations. "And why would Lord Mortem trigger this right now?" Harry asked. There was a brief pause before Croker answered. "He claims to have discovered evidence that Ignotus Peverell stole a family artifact from the Mortems, one that rightfully belongs to their bloodline. The allegation is that the Peverell family has maintained possession of this artifact illegitimately for centuries." Harry's hand moved instinctively to his pocket where the cloak rested. "He's claiming the Hallow." "Yes," Croker confirmed. "Though not in those exact terms publicly. The Mortems are being careful to frame this as a simple matter of historical theft and rightful inheritance." Harry considered his options. Keeping Croker outside the wards was safe but limited his access to potentially crucial information. Allowing him entry risked compromising the manor's security if the unspeakable's intentions weren't as straightforward as they appeared. "Your great-nephew is here with me," Harry said finally. "Would you submit to a magical oath confirming your intentions before I adjust the wards?" "A reasonable precaution," Croker agreed without hesitation. "I am prepared to swear that I come at Amelia Bones' request to provide assistance and information, with no intent to harm you, Neville, or Peverell Haven." The ready acceptance reassured Harry. After witnessing Croker's oath through the ward panel's viewing function, he carefully modified the wards to allow the unspeakable entry while maintaining the overall lockdown. Algernon Croker stepped through the doorway moments later, looking more disheveled than Harry had ever seen him. The unspeakable's normally immaculate grey robes were wrinkled, and his silver-streaked hair was uncombed. "Uncle Algy," Neville greeted him, relief evident in his voice. "What's happening at the ministry?" "Political chaos," Croker replied grimly. "The Mortem family has orchestrated quite the coup. Beyond detaining Madame Bones, they've managed to convince Minister Fudge to convene a special historical artifacts committee to evaluate their claim." "That seems excessive for a simple property dispute," Harry observed, leading them toward the manor's secure study. Indeed. Which suggests their true purpose extends beyond merely acquiring the cloak. Croker lowered his voice as they walked. The Department of Mysteries has been monitoring the Mortems since their re-emergence. Their interest in death magic exceeds academic curiosity. Inside the study, warded against eavesdropping by both magical and mundane means, Harry instructed the house elves to bring refreshments while they discussed the situation in greater detail. The keeper remained visible, observing Croker with what Harry recognized as cautious assessment. The timing is suspect, Harry noted once they were settled. Lord Mortem requested a formal audience with me for next week's regular Wielded session. Why accelerate to this emergency proceeding? I believe they received information that forced their hand, Croker said, accepting a cup of tea from Maury. Information regarding the possible location of another Hallow. Harry's breath caught. The dreams about the ring, the resurrection stone. Had someone else detected its awakening? What information? He asked, striving to keep his voice neutral. Croker glanced briefly at the keeper before answering. There was a disturbance in the Department of Mysteries 2 nights ago. The veil, an ancient artifact believed to connect to the realm of the dead, became unusually active. Those who study it reported hearing voices more clearly than ever before, and some claimed to have seen a hand reaching through, bearing a ring. The description matched Harry's dream with uncanny precision. And the Mortems learned of this? They have sources within the department. Not among the unspeakables directly, but support staff who might have overheard discussions. Croker sipped his tea. The Mortems have their own theories about the Hallows. They believe the items aren't simply powerful magical artifacts but keys to controlling death itself. That aligns with their historical practices, the keeper interjected. Where the Peverells sought to understand and navigate death, the Mortems sought dominion over it. Croker nodded, unsurprised by the keeper's knowledge. Precisely. And now they believe the emergence of a second Hallow presents an opportunity to advance their agenda. By challenging your right to the first Hallow, they hope to establish a precedent that would grant them claim to any others that might appear. But the cloak chose me, Harry insisted. It came to me because of my bloodline. A magical fact that may not translate cleanly to legal proceedings, Croker cautioned. Especially when dealing with artifacts as old and powerful as the Hallows. The Mortems are arguing that the original division of the Hallows was itself illegitimate, that all three should have gone to their family line as the true masters of death. Neville, who had been listening intently, spoke up. So what happens now? How do we help Madame Bones? The right of ancestral accounting requires formal resolution, Croker explained. Either through mutual agreement between the houses or through magical arbitration by a neutral third party. And who would this neutral third party be? Harry asked, already suspecting the answer. Traditionally, the chief warlock of the Wielded. Dumbledore, Harry said flatly. So either I negotiate directly with the Mortems, who want to steal my family Hallow, or I put the decision in Dumbledore's hands, giving him leverage over me that he's sought for years. A neat trap, the keeper observed. One with political ramifications regardless of the outcome. Harry stood and paced the length of the study, mind racing. The situation was more complex than a simple legal challenge. If the Mortems knew about the Resurrection Stone's potential re-emergence, they might be attempting to position themselves to claim it. And if Dumbledore became involved as arbiter, his own interest in the Hallows, which the keeper had hinted at over the years, could further complicate matters. There must be a third option, Harry said finally. Some way to resolve this that doesn't involve surrendering the cloak or giving Dumbledore direct authority over my affairs. Croker leaned forward. There is one possibility, though it carries its own risks. You could invoke the right of ancestral proof. What's that? Neville asked. An ancient magical challenge, the keeper answered before Croker could explain. It allows the current holder of a contested magical artifact to prove their rightful ownership through direct magical testing rather than historical documentation or arbitration. What kind of testing? Harry asked. That depends on the nature of the artifact, Croaker said. For something like the cloak, which responds to bloodline and magical affinity, it would likely involve a demonstration of your connection to it versus any connection the Mortems might claim. Harry considered this option. A direct magical test would favor him. The cloak had chosen him, after all, and responded to his magic in ways that even he didn't fully understand yet. What are the risks? If you fail the test, you lose not only the cloak but potentially other Peverell family assets as well, Croaker warned. The right of ancestral proof is comprehensive. It validates or invalidates your entire claim to the bloodline's magical inheritance. That's a significant gamble, the keeper noted. Though one with reasonable odds in your favor. Harry continued pacing, weighing options and implications. How long do I have to decide? The right requires response within 24 hours of formal notification, Croaker said. Since Madame Bones received notification this morning, you have until tomorrow to declare your intentions. And Madame Bones remains detained until then? Yes. The right prevents the guardian from influencing the heir's decision. It's meant to ensure the heir acts according to family interest rather than the guardian's preference. Harry didn't miss the irony. A protocol designed to protect heir's autonomy was being used to isolate him from his most trusted advisor at a critical moment. I need to think, he said finally. And research the details of this right of ancestral proof more thoroughly before committing to it. A wise approach, Croaker agreed. The Peverell Library likely contains relevant information. And I can provide what the Department of Mysteries knows about similar historical challenges. I'll help too, Neville offered. Gran has made me study obscure inheritance laws for years. There might be precedents we can use. Harry nodded gratefully to his friend. Despite the gravity of the situation, he felt a surge of appreciation for the loyal allies he had gathered over the years, so different from the isolated, friendless existence he had endured with the Dursleys. Thank you. Let's begin immediately. He turned to the keeper. Can you guide us to the most relevant texts in the library? The entity inclined its hooded head. Of course. The Peverell archives contain several accounts of ancestral challenges, though none specifically involving the Hallows. As they prepared to begin their research, a soft chime sounded throughout the manor, one of the security alerts. Harry tensed, but the tone indicated an incoming message rather than a threat. It's from the Ministry, the keeper reported, concentrating briefly. A formal communication bearing the seal of the Wielded. Moments later, Mori appeared with a heavy parchment envelope on a silver tray. The envelope bore an elaborate wax seal combining the Ministry's standard insignia with an unfamiliar crest, presumably that of House Mortem. Harry broke the seal and withdrew the formal document inside. The parchment seemed to radiate a subtle magic, the binding power of ancient protocols activated by the invocation of the right. To Lord Harry James Peverell, he read aloud, heir of the noble and most ancient house of Peverell. You are hereby notified that Lord Corvinus Mortem of the noble and most ancient house of Mortem has invoked the right of ancestral accounting regarding a significant magical artifact currently in your possession, believed to have been wrongfully taken from the Mortem bloodline by Ignotus Peverell in the year 1214. As stipulated by ancient magical law, you are required to respond within 24 hours of this notification by either accepting negotiation under the supervision of your magical guardian, submitting to arbitration by the chief warlock of the Wielded, or invoking the right of ancestral proof to demonstrate your legitimate claim through magical means. Failure to respond within the allocated time will result in default judgment in favor of House Mortem. May magic guide your decision. Signed, Corvinus Alexander Mortem, Lord of the Noble and Most Ancient House of Mortem, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wielded. Harry lowered the document, jaw tight with anger. They've orchestrated this perfectly. Umbridge representing the Ministry's endorsement, Dumbledore required to sign as Chief Warlock but positioned to benefit regardless of my choice. And your guardian detained to prevent her counsel, Croaker added grimly. A masterful political maneuver, if somewhat heavy-handed. What do we know about Corvinus Mortem? Neville asked. Gran never mentioned his family when teaching me about the old houses. Because until recently, they were believed extinct, the keeper explained. The Mortem line supposedly ended in 1723 when the last known heir died without children. Their re-emergence 2 years ago caused considerable surprise in certain circles. Corvinus claims descent through a previously unknown branch that fled to Eastern Europe during the Goblin rebellions, Croker added. His blood claim was verified by Gringotts, though some have questioned the circumstances of the testing. Convenient timing, Harry observed. They reappear just as I'm establishing myself as Lord Peverell, with a claim specifically targeting the Hallows. Indeed, the keeper agreed. It suggests prior knowledge and careful planning. Harry placed the formal notification on his desk, mind already shifting to strategic considerations. We need to understand exactly what the rite of ancestral proof entails before I make any decision. And I want to know more about Lord Mortem's personal magical abilities. If this comes down to a direct magical challenge, I should know what I'm facing. They spent the next several hours in intensive research, combing through the Peverell Library's oldest texts for information about ancestral challenges and the specific protocols of the rite of ancestral proof. Croker contributed knowledge from the Department of Mysteries, while Neville sent a carefully coded message to Augusta Longbottom requesting any information she might have about the Mortem family's recent political maneuvers. By evening, they had assembled a clearer picture of what Harry would face if he chose the path of magical challenge. The rite requires a formal ceremony in a magically neutral location, Croker summarized, consulting his notes. Traditionally the Wisengamot chambers, though other venues have been used historically. The artifact in question, in this case, the cloak, must be present but held in magical stasis by a neutral third party during the initial stages. And the test itself? Harry asked. 3 parts, the keeper explained. First, a blood verification to establish legitimate connection to the claimed bloodline. Second, a magical affinity test to demonstrate compatibility with the artifact's inherent magic. Finally, a direct challenge where the artifact itself chooses between the competing claimants. It's the third part that concerns me, Croker admitted. Historical accounts suggest the artifact's choice can be influenced by various factors beyond simple bloodline, strength of magical core, immediate need, even the claimant's intentions for the artifact's use. Harry's fingers brushed against his pocket where the cloak rested. The cloak chose me once before, when I needed it most. It came to me at the Dursleys when I had nowhere else to turn. Yes, but circumstances have changed, the keeper cautioned. You are no longer a desperate child seeking escape. And Lord Mortem may have his own compelling case to present to the artifact's inherent magic. Can I prepare somehow? Strengthen my connection to the cloak. The keeper and Croker exchanged glances. There are methods, Croker said carefully. Rituals that could enhance your natural affinity for death magic and thus your resonance with the Hallow. But such rituals typically require time and specific conditions. Which we lack, Harry concluded grimly. Not necessarily, the keeper interjected. There is one location within Peverell Haven where such a ritual might be conducted effectively, even on short notice. Where? The Ancestors' Circle in the East Gardens. The original heart of Peverell magic on these grounds, predating the manor itself. Harry recalled the ancient stone circle partially hidden among overgrown hedges and towering yew trees. Amelia had forbidden him from experimenting with magic there after discovering certain unusual properties in the stones, properties that seemed to amplify death magic in unpredictable ways. Would it be safe? He asked, glancing at Croker. The unspeakable looked troubled. Define safe. Such rituals involve connecting more deeply with death magic than is typically advisable for a wizard of any age, let alone a child. The potential for magical backlash or unintended consequences is significant. But it could strengthen my claim to the cloak. Potentially, yes. By deepening your magical resonance with the Peverell death magic, you might enhance the cloak's recognition of you as its rightful master. Harry considered the risks. Throughout his years as Lord Peverell, he had been cautious with death magic, learning its principles and basic applications but avoiding the deeper, more dangerous aspects that had given the Peverell family its somewhat notorious reputation. Amelia had encouraged this restraint, emphasizing control and understanding over raw power. But now, with the cloak threatened and potentially the resurrection stone at stake as well, perhaps more drastic measures were justified. I want to know exactly what this ritual would entail, Harry decided. All the risks, all the potential outcomes. The keeper seemed to approve of his caution. The ritual is called the Communion of Shadows. It temporarily thins the boundary between life and death, allowing the practitioner to perceive and interact with echoes of those who have passed beyond. Through this communion, the practitioner's affinity for death magic is heightened. Interact with the dead? Harry's heart quickened. Like ghosts? Not precisely. More like impressions or echoes, particularly those of one's bloodline. The ritual creates a temporary resonance that allows communication across the boundary, though within strict limitations. The implication was clear and deeply tempting. I could speak with my parents. The keeper's hesitation was answer enough. The ritual does not guarantee specific contacts. It opens the door, but who steps through is beyond your control. And the connection is brief, minutes at most. There's another consideration, Croker added. Such rituals leave magical traces. If you invoke the rite of ancestral proof after performing this ritual, sensitive magical detection might reveal your enhanced connection to be artificially strengthened, potentially undermining your claim. So it could either strengthen my position or weaken it, depending on how it's perceived, Harry summarized. A gamble within a gamble. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of another communication, this one a hastily scribbled note from Augusta Longbottom, responding to Neville's inquiry. Gran says the Mortem challenge is the talk of the ministry, Neville reported after reading the note. Apparently, Lord Mortem made quite a spectacle of presenting his claim, bringing ancient documents and even a family tapestry supposedly showing Ignotus Peverell taking the cloak from a Mortem ancestor. Fabricated evidence, the keeper stated with certainty. The Hallows came to the Peverell brothers directly, not through theft or inheritance. Evidence can be manufactured, especially when dealing with events so far in the past, Croker noted. What matters is how convincing it appears to those judging the claim. Harry rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the decision before him. If I choose arbitration, Dumbledore holds my fate in his hands. If I choose negotiation, I'm at a disadvantage without Amelia. If I choose the rite of ancestral proof, I risk everything on a magical challenge that might be influenced by factors beyond my control. There is one other consideration, the keeper said quietly. Your dreams about the resurrection stone. If the Mortems are indeed positioning themselves to claim all the Hallows, your decision now affects not just the cloak but potentially your future connection to the other Hallows as well. This perspective crystallized Harry's thinking. The cloak had come to him for a reason. The dreams about the stone couldn't be coincidental. Whatever destiny the prophecy had laid out for him, the Hallows seemed to be an integral part of it. I'll invoke the rite of ancestral proof, he decided firmly. And tonight, I'll perform the Communion of Shadows ritual. If deepening my connection to Peverell magic helps secure the cloak and prepare me for whatever comes next, the risk is worth taking. Croker looked concerned but not surprised by the decision. I can assist with the ritual preparations. My position as an unspeakable has provided certain insights into death magic that might prove useful. I want to help too, Neville said, though his voice betrayed nervousness. Even if I just stand guard or something. Harry regarded his friend with appreciation. Are you sure? This goes beyond our usual adventures. That's what allies are for, Neville replied simply. Gran always says the Longbottom-Peverell alliance was forged in darker times than these. As the others began gathering materials for the ritual, Harry stepped aside for a private word with the keeper. You've known about this ritual all along, he said, not a question but an observation. Why haven't you mentioned it before? The keeper's form seemed to solidify further, becoming almost completely opaque. Some knowledge is best introduced when needed, not before. The communion of shadows is not inherently dark magic, but it can change those who experience it. I wish to protect you from such changes until absolutely necessary. Change how? Harry pressed. Death magic leaves marks on the soul, young lord. Not scars, precisely, but alterations in how one perceives the world. After the communion, the boundary between life and death may never again seem as absolute to you as it does to others. Harry thought about the implications. And is that why the Peverells were considered different? Because they saw the world differently? Partly. They walked between worlds more freely than most wizards, which granted them insights and abilities others lacked. But such knowledge carries burdens as well as benefits. Like what? The keeper seemed to choose its words carefully. A heightened awareness of mortality, both your own and others. A deeper understanding of what truly awaits beyond the veil. These truths are not always comfortable companions. Harry nodded slowly, appreciating the honesty. Thank you for telling me now. You are no longer the child who claimed the Peverell lordship in desperation, the keeper observed. You have grown in wisdom as well as power. The decision is rightfully yours to make, with full knowledge of the consequences. As twilight descended on Peverell Haven, they moved to the East Gardens. The ancient stone circle stood in a clearing surrounded by yew trees that predated the Norman conquest, their massive trunks twisted with age. 9 standing stones formed the circle, each carved with symbols so weathered that only traces remained visible. In the center stood a flat altar stone, its surface worn smooth by centuries of use. Croaker directed the preparation of the ritual space, inscribing fresh symbols on the ground around the altar using powdered silver and crushed herbs. Neville, though clearly uncomfortable with death magic, assisted by arranging black candles at precise points around the circle's perimeter. The keeper instructed Harry in the mental preparations necessary for the ritual, meditative techniques to clear his mind and open his magical senses to the subtle energies that existed at the boundary between worlds. Focus on your connection to the Peverell bloodline, the keeper advised as Harry seated himself cross-legged on the altar stone. Your intent should be communion with your ancestors, not control or domination of death itself. This distinction is crucial. Harry nodded, placing the cloak of invisibility across his lap. And the cloak? It serves as both focus and conduit, Croaker explained, completing the final preparations. The halo already bridges worlds in its own way. It will help stabilize the connection once established. As the last light faded from the sky, leaving them in darkness relieved only by the flickering black candles, Harry closed his eyes and began the meditative breathing pattern the keeper had taught him. The air in the stone circle grew noticeably cooler, carrying a faint scent like autumn leaves and fresh earth. Begin the invocation when you feel ready, the keeper instructed, its voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere within the circle. Harry took one final deep breath, then spoke the words they had found in the oldest Peverell family grimoire, I stand at the threshold between worlds, neither living nor dead but walking the path between. By blood and breath, by magic and memory, I call to those who came before. Ancestors of my line, bearers of my blood, lend me your wisdom, share with me your power. Let the veil thin that I might see beyond, let the shadows speak that I might hear their counsel. As he spoke, the cloak in his lap began to stir, though no wind blew within the circle. The fabric rippled like water, its silvery surface catching the candlelight in ways that seemed to defy normal reflection. Harry continued the invocation, feeling his magical core respond to the ancient words. His voice grew stronger, more resonant, as if multiple voices spoke in concert with his own. I am Harry James Potter, Lord of the House of Peverell, seeker of the threshold wisdom. I claim my heritage not in pride but in service, not in dominion but in understanding. Death comes to all, but some may walk its borders with open eyes. Show me what I must see. Teach me what I must know. The air within the stone circle grew thicker, more substantial, like fog condensing from nothing. The black candles flared higher, their flames stretching impossibly tall before turning an eerie blue-white color that cast stark shadows across the ancient stones. Harry felt the magic building around him, within him, a pressure in his chest like a held breath. The cloak in his lap seemed to melt and flow, wrapping around his hands of its own accord. Then, with a sensation like plunging into icy water, everything changed. The stone circle remained, but now it existed in two places at once, the physical world where his body sat cross-legged on the altar stone, and somewhere else, a shadowy reflection where everything seemed slightly out of alignment. In this other place, the standing stones glowed with faint runes that had weathered away in the physical world. The yew trees were simultaneously ancient and young, their trunks both twisted with age and straight with youth. And there were presences all around him, not fully formed figures, but suggestions of people, impressions left in the fabric of magic and memory. They moved like smoke, coalescing briefly into almost recognizable shapes before dissipating again. The communion is established, the keeper's voice echoed strangely, as though speaking across a vast distance. Focus your intent now. Seek what you came for. Harry concentrated on the cloak, on his connection to it and the Peverell legacy it represented. I seek understanding of my birthright, he called into the misty half-world around him. I seek strength to defend what is mine by blood and magic. The shadowy forms swirled more rapidly, gathering closer. Harry felt their attention, curious, evaluating, ancient. Then one form separated from the others, approaching the altar stone where Harry sat. Unlike the others, this presence seemed more defined, more substantial. As it drew nearer, features became visible, a man in medieval clothing, tall and thin, with eyes that contained the same otherworldly awareness Harry had seen in the keeper's gaze. Ignotus, Harry whispered, somehow knowing he faced the original owner of the cloak, the youngest of the three Peverell brothers. The figure inclined its head in acknowledgement. When it spoke, the voice seemed to bypass Harry's ears entirely, resonating directly in his mind. You have called, and I have answered, though the veil grows thin rarely in these times. You are of my blood, young one. You carry my legacy. The cloak is threatened, Harry explained, finding it strangely easy to converse in this liminal space. Another claims it should have been theirs by right. Ignotus's shadowy form rippled with what might have been amusement. The Mortems have coveted what was never theirs since time beyond memory. They seek not to understand death but to conquer it, a fool's errand that has corrupted their line for generations. Then their claim is false. They never possessed the cloak. Never. The Hallows came to my brothers and me directly, gifts, or perhaps curses, bestowed for reasons I understood only after crossing the final threshold. Ignotus's form moved closer. But understand this, young heir, the cloak is more than a magical tool. It is a responsibility, a burden as much as a blessing. It chose you for a purpose beyond mere ownership. What purpose? That I cannot say. The future remains unwritten, even to those who have passed beyond. But know that the Hallows are awakening in your time as they have not done for centuries. The stone stirs. The wand grows restless. Great events approach, and you stand at their center. Harry absorbed this confirmation of what he had suspected, that his dreams of the resurrection stone represented more than simple nightmares or wishful thinking. How do I strengthen my claim to the cloak? He asked, focusing on the immediate challenge. How do I prove it belongs with me, not with the Mortems? Ignotus seemed to consider the question. The cloak responds to intention as much as bloodline. The Mortems would use it to hide from death, to cheat the natural order. What would you use it for, young heir? The question gave Harry pause. In his years possessing the cloak, he had used it primarily for protection and occasionally for exploration. But its deeper purpose, its true potential, that he had barely considered. To understand, he said finally. To navigate between worlds as the Peverells once did. Not to conquer death or hide from it, but to comprehend it. To find wisdom in the space between. Ignotus's shadowy form seemed to brighten slightly. A worthy purpose, though one that carries its own dangers. To walk the boundaries is to risk becoming lost between them. The figure gestured to the cloak, which still rippled across Harry's lap. Place it upon your shoulders now, in this liminal space, and your connection will deepen. But be warned, such connection comes with a price. You will perceive what others cannot, know what others do not. Isolation often follows such knowledge. Harry hesitated only briefly before lifting the cloak and drawing it around his shoulders. In the shadowy half-world of the communion, the cloak's fabric seemed alive, pulsing with a silvery light that flowed like liquid mercury. The moment it settled around him, a profound change swept through Harry's magical core. It was not painful but disorienting, as though a veil he hadn't known existed had been lifted from his perception. The shadowy presences around him became sharper, more distinct. He could sense the layers of reality that separated the living world from what lay beyond, could feel the pulse of magic that flowed between these states of existence. "It is done," Ignotus observed. "The cloak recognizes you more deeply now, not merely as its bearer but as its partner in the work of understanding death." "And the mortem challenge?" Harry asked, still adjusting to his enhanced perception. "Their magic is corrupt, death magic twisted toward unnatural preservation of self rather than understanding of the natural cycle. The cloak will reject such purpose if given the choice." Ignotus's form began to fade slightly. "Our time grows short, young heir. The communion cannot be maintained much longer without risk to your physical form." Harry had dozens more questions he wanted to ask, but one seemed most pressing. "My parents, are they here? Can I speak with them?" Ignotus's fading form gestured to the shadowy presences that still circled at a distance. "All your ancestors are present in some form, but those recently passed remain closer to the veil, their identities more intact. Look for them not with your eyes but with your heart." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on what little he knew of his parents, fragments of memory, photographs Amelia had obtained for him, stories told by those who had known them. He reached out with his newly enhanced senses, seeking the unique magical signatures that would identify James and Lily Potter. For a moment, nothing happened. Then he felt it, a warm presence to his right, another to his left. He opened his eyes to find two figures standing before him, more defined than the other shadows but still insubstantial. A tall man with untidy hair and glasses. A woman with kind eyes and hair that seemed to flicker between red and shadow. "Harry," they said in unison, their voices carrying the same direct-to-mind quality as Ignotus's had. "Mum. Dad." Harry's voice broke slightly. "We've watched you," his mother's presence conveyed. "So proud of what you've become. Though not entirely happy about some of your methods," his father added, a hint of wry humor in the mental impression. Harry knew they referred to the Dursleys. Shame and defiance warred within him. "They hurt me. For years." "We know," Lily's presence soothed. "We don't judge you, Harry. We failed to protect you in life. We have no right to judge your choices in our absence. But be careful of the path you walk," James warned. "Power over death is seductive. It changed my father's family for generations. It's why I preferred the Potter name to Peverell." "I'm trying to be careful," Harry said. "But sometimes I need to be strong too." "Balance," Lily impressed upon him. "Find balance between power and wisdom, between strength and compassion. The cloak is yours by right," James added. "But remember its true purpose, not to hide from life or death, but to move between them with understanding." Harry felt tears on his physical cheeks, though in this shadow world his form remained dry-eyed. "I miss you. I don't even really remember you, but I miss you." "We are always with you," Lily assured him. "Not just in memory or spirit, but in blood and magic. You carry us forward." The shadowy world began to flicker around them, the connection weakening. The strain of maintaining the communion was beginning to tell on Harry's physical body. "You must return now," James urged. "This place is not for the living to linger." "Will I see you again?" Harry asked desperately as their forms began to fade. "Perhaps, when the stone comes to you," Lily's voice whispered, growing distant. But remember that too much looking back prevents moving forward. Their forms dispersed into the swirling shadows. Gringotts, too, had faded from view. The entire shadow world was collapsing around Harry, reality reasserting itself. With a jarring sensation like surfacing from deep water, Harry returned fully to his physical body. He gasped for breath, finding himself still seated on the altar stone but now slumped forward, supported by Neville's worried hands on his shoulders. "Harry! Can you hear me? Say something." Neville's voice seemed too loud after the subtle mental communications of the shadow world. "I'm here," Harry managed, his voice hoarse. "How long?" "Nearly an hour," Croaker replied, kneeling beside the altar stone and checking Harry's pulse with practiced efficiency. "The communion typically lasts only minutes." "You went deeper than expected." The keeper materialized beside them, its form now so solid it might have been mistaken for a physical being in the dim light. "What did you see, young lord?" Harry described his experiences, the meeting with Gringotts, the confirmation that the Mortem's claim was false, the brief reunion with his parents' spirits. He omitted certain details, like Lily's mention of the stone coming to him, keeping those private for later reflection. "The connection to the cloak feels different now," he concluded, fingering the fabric still draped around his shoulders. "More complete. Like it's an extension of my magic rather than a separate object." Croaker nodded. "That's consistent with historical accounts of successful communions. The ritual has deepened your magical resonance with the Hallow, which should strengthen your position during the rite of ancestral proof." "But at what cost?" the keeper asked quietly. "The changes to your perception, do you feel them?" Harry nodded slowly. Now that the initial disorientation had passed, he could sense the permanent alterations to his magical awareness. The boundary between life and death, once abstract and distant, now seemed almost tangible, a thin membrane he could almost see when he unfocused his eyes a certain way. The plants and trees around them pulsed with life energy that flowed and ebbed. Even Neville and Croaker gave off distinct magical signatures that Harry could perceive as layers of color and texture invisible before the ritual. "I can see more," he said simply. "The transitions. The thresholds. It's like I was colorblind before and now I can see a whole spectrum I didn't know existed." The keeper's hooded head inclined in understanding. "This awareness will neither fade nor diminish with time. You have taken a significant step toward mastery of Peverell magic, one that cannot be undone. Will it be noticeable to others?" Harry asked practically, already thinking of the coming confrontation with Lord Mortem. "Not to casual observation," Croaker assured him. "Though powerful wizards sensitive to magical auras, Dumbledore, for instance, might detect something different about you. They would need specialized detection spells to identify exactly what has changed, however." Harry stood carefully, testing his physical stability. Apart from a bone-deep weariness and slight magical depletion, he felt remarkably intact given the intensity of the experience. "We should return to the manor," he decided. "I need to prepare my formal response invoking the rite of ancestral proof, and we all need rest before tomorrow's confrontation." As they walked back through the darkened gardens, Harry felt the cloak shift against his shoulders, adjusting its drape to perfect comfort as if responding to his thoughts rather than his movements. The connection Gringotts had promised was already manifesting in subtle ways. Inside the manor, they gathered in the study to draft Harry's official response. Croaker provided the formal language required for invoking the rite of ancestral proof, while the keeper advised on the subtle magical infusion that would make the document binding. "Once sent, this cannot be withdrawn," Croaker warned as Harry prepared to sign. "The challenge must proceed to its conclusion, whatever the outcome." "I understand," Harry said, dipping his quill into the special ink prepared for magical documents. "The cloak is mine by right of blood and magic. I'll prove it before the entire Wisingamot if necessary." With a steady hand, he signed his name and title. The parchment briefly glowed with a silver-blue light as the magic took hold, transforming a simple written response into a binding magical contract. "Mori," Harry called, and the house elf appeared instantly. Please ensure this reaches the Wisengamot administrative office first thing in the morning. Yes, Master Harry, the elf replied, accepting the document with a deep bow. With the official response prepared, they turned to strategic planning for the actual challenge. Croaker's knowledge of ministry protocols and the Keeper's insights into Peverell magic allowed them to anticipate the likely structure of the proceedings. The blood verification will be straightforward, Croaker explained. A simple test similar to the one you underwent at Gringotts when claiming your lordship. The magical affinity test will be more complex. Typically, it involves demonstrating control over magic similar to the artifact's properties. Invisibility and concealment spells, then, Harry mused. I've been practicing those regularly with Amelia. Yes, but also magic related to transitions and boundaries, the Keeper added. The cloak's true power extends beyond mere invisibility to a more fundamental concealment from death itself. And the final test? When the cloak chooses between us? That's the most unpredictable element, Croaker admitted. Historical accounts suggest various methods have been used, placing the artifact equidistant between claimants, subjecting it to specific magical conditions that force a choice, even temporary neutralization of its magic followed by observation of which claimant it reactivates for first. The ritual should give you an advantage regardless of the specific method, the Keeper reassured Harry. Your connection to the cloak now extends beyond physical possession to magical resonance. As the planning continued into the night, Harry found his new perceptions both useful and occasionally distracting. He could sense the ebb and flow of magic around them more clearly than ever before, could see how the manor's ancient wards pulsed in patterns tied to the natural cycles of life and death. The Keeper's true nature was more apparent as well, not merely a magical entity but a being that existed partially beyond the veil, tethered to the living world through its connection to the Peverell line. Eventually, exhaustion compelled them to seek rest. Neville was provided a guest room, while Croaker opted to maintain a vigil in the security room, monitoring for any unusual magical activity around the manor's perimeter. In his bedchamber, Harry found sleep elusive despite his physical fatigue. His mind replayed the communion experience, particularly the brief encounter with his parents. Their words about balance and the true purpose of the cloak resonated deeply, offering a perspective he had not fully considered before. The Peverell magic had always been presented to him as a tool for understanding death, not conquering it. Yet in opposing the Mortems, was he not engaged in the same fundamental struggle for control that had corrupted their line? Where was the boundary between rightful claim and covetous possession? These philosophical questions circled in his mind as he drifted toward sleep. Just before consciousness faded, he felt the cloak, which he had placed carefully on a stand beside his bed, shift slightly of its own accord, as if responding to his troubled thoughts. Balance, his mother had said. Between power and wisdom, between strength and compassion. Perhaps that was the true challenge awaiting him, not merely proving his claim to the cloak, but demonstrating his understanding of the responsibility it represented. The Wisengamot chambers had been reconfigured for the rite of ancestral proof, the usual tiered seating rearranged to form a complete circle around a central raised platform. Ancient runes glowed along the chamber's perimeter, establishing the magical neutrality required for the proceedings. Harry stood at one entrance to the circle, dressed in formal Peverell robes with the family crest prominently displayed. Across the chamber at the opposite entrance stood Corvinus Mortem, a tall, imposing wizard with silver-streaked black hair and sharp features that seemed carved from stone. His robes were as formal as Harry's but in deep crimson rather than black, with a crest showing a skeletal hand grasping a wand. Between them on the central platform stood Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock, resplendent in formal purple robes adorned with silver stars. Beside him, a ministry official held a cushioned tray on which rested the Cloak of Invisibility, magically immobilized for the duration of the preliminary proceedings. The galleries were filled with spectators, Wisengamot members, ministry officials, and representatives from the ancient houses. Harry spotted Augusta Longbottom sitting rigidly beside Neville, her expression severe. Nearby, Lucius Malfoy watched with calculating eyes, clearly assessing the political implications of the unusual proceeding. Amelia Bones stood at the edge of the circle, finally released from the restrictions of the rite of ancestral accounting now that Harry had chosen his response. Her face showed the strain of her enforced confinement, but her eyes were sharp and focused as they met Harry's briefly across the chamber. "Lords and ladies of the Wisengamot, honored guests," Dumbledore began, his voice magically amplified to fill the chamber. "We gather today to witness the rite of ancestral proof, invoked by Lord Harry James Peverell in response to the claim brought by Lord Corvinus Alexander Mortem regarding the ownership of a magical artifact of significant historical importance." Dumbledore gestured to the cloak, though he did not name it explicitly as a hallow. "This artifact, claimed by both houses Peverell and Mortem as rightful ancestral property, will be subjected to 3 tests of ownership according to ancient magical law. The claimant who prevails in a majority of these tests will be recognized as the artifact's legitimate owner by magic and by law." Harry kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he assessed Corvinus Mortem with the enhanced perception granted by the communion ritual. The man's magical aura was distinctive, powerful but with a curious hollowness at its core, as though something essential had been removed or suppressed. His affinity for death magic was apparent in the shadowy tendrils that occasionally rippled through his aura, but it differed fundamentally from the Peverell magic Harry had come to understand. Where Harry's connection felt like a natural extension of the cycles of existence, Mortem seemed forced, artificial, death magic bound and compelled rather than understood. "The first test is that of blood," Dumbledore announced. "Both claimants will provide a sample to be analyzed for legitimate connection to the bloodlines they represent." A goblin representative from Gringotts stepped forward, carrying an ornate silver basin. Harry recognized the blood verification apparatus from his original lordship claim 3 years earlier. Lord Mortem was invited to step forward first as the initiator of the challenge. With a precise movement, he drew a small silver knife across his palm and allowed 3 drops of blood to fall into the basin. The liquid glowed briefly before turning a deep purple color. "The blood of House Mortem is verified," the goblin announced formally. "Lord Corvinus Alexander Mortem is confirmed as legitimate heir to the Mortem bloodline by direct descent." Harry stepped forward next, repeating the process with calm precision. His blood fell into the freshly cleaned basin, glowing briefly before turning a silvery blue color significantly brighter than Mortem's had been. "The blood of House Peverell is verified," the goblin stated. "Lord Harry James Potter is confirmed as legitimate heir to the Peverell bloodline by direct descent." Murmurs rippled through the chamber at the difference in the magical reaction, though the goblin made no comment on it. Harry caught Amelia's slight nod of approval. The communion ritual had indeed strengthened his blood connection to the Peverell line, making it register more powerfully in the verification test. "The first test confirms both claimants as legitimate heirs to their respective bloodlines," Dumbledore summarized. "We proceed now to the second test, that of magical affinity." This was the test Harry had prepared for most carefully. With Croaker's guidance, he had practiced specific spells that demonstrated not just control over invisibility magic but deeper understanding of the transitional properties the cloak represented. Each claimant will perform 3 magical demonstrations to establish their affinity for the magic inherent in the contested artifact, Dumbledore explained. The demonstrations will be evaluated by a panel of magical experts for compatibility and strength. The panel consisted of an unspeakable, not Croaker, who had recused himself due to his connection with Harry, a master wandmaker from Ollivander's shop, and a representative from the Department for Regulation of Magical Artifacts. Lord Mortem again went first. With impressive precision, he performed a complex disillusionment charm that rendered him nearly completely invisible, far more effective than the standard version of the spell. For his second demonstration, he created a sphere of darkness that absorbed all light around it, similar to Peruvian instant darkness powder but formed through pure magic. For his final demonstration, he cast a spell Harry didn't recognize that seemed to bend space slightly around him, making his exact position difficult to pinpoint even when visible. The panel conferred briefly before the unspeakable announced, "Lord Mortem demonstrates strong affinity for concealment and displacement magic, consistent with the artifact's known properties. His control is precise, and his power significant." Harry stepped forward for his demonstrations, feeling a calm confidence that stemmed partly from preparation and partly from his deepened connection to Peverell magic. For his first spell, he performed not a standard disillusionment charm but a more obscure variant called the Veil of Passage, a spell that rendered him not just invisible but partially intangible, allowing light and minor spells to pass through him. For his second demonstration, he conjured what the keeper had called threshold lights, small, floating orbs that illuminated only the boundaries between objects, defining edges and transitions while leaving surfaces in darkness. The effect was striking. The chamber appeared as a wireframe model of itself, every boundary and threshold glowing with silver light. For his final demonstration, Harry cast the most difficult spell the keeper had taught him, the Shadow Walk. Rather than making himself invisible, he stepped partially into his own shadow, existing momentarily in the liminal space between light and darkness before emerging several meters away. The spell demonstrated not just concealment but transition between states of being, the fundamental principle underlying the cloak's deepest magic. The silence in the chamber after his performance was profound. Even Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback by the advanced magic performed by a 9-year-old wizard. The evaluation panel conferred for longer than they had for Lord Mortem. Finally, the unspeakable spoke. Lord Peverell demonstrates exceptional affinity for transitional magic that aligns perfectly with the artifact's true nature. His understanding extends beyond surface properties to fundamental principles. The connection is remarkable. Harry caught the flicker of concern that passed across Lord Mortem's previously impassive face. The test was not merely about magical power but about fundamental compatibility with the artifact's nature. Harry's demonstrations had revealed a deeper understanding of the cloak than Mortem's more conventional concealment magic. The second test indicates stronger affinity from Lord Peverell, Dumbledore announced, though his twinkling eyes studied Harry with new intensity. With one test favoring neither claimant and one favoring Lord Peverell, we proceed to the final and decisive test, the artifact's choice. This was the moment Harry had both anticipated and dreaded. According to the Keeper and Croaker, this final test could take various forms depending on the Chief Warlock's decision. Whatever method Dumbledore chose would reveal his own understanding of the cloak's nature, and possibly his own agenda regarding its ownership. For an artifact of this significance, standard testing methods may be insufficient, Dumbledore stated. Therefore, I propose a direct magical resonance test. The artifact will be released from its current stasis and placed equidistant between the claimants. Each will then present their claim directly to the artifact itself, not through words but through magical intent. The artifact's response will determine its rightful owner. Harry carefully maintained his neutral expression, though inwardly he recognized the cleverness of Dumbledore's approach. This method would reveal not just the strength of connection between claimant and artifact but the nature of that connection, the purposes and intentions each had for the cloak's use. The Ministry official placed the now-released cloak on a pedestal in the exact center of the chamber. Freed from magical stasis, the cloak immediately began to ripple slightly, as though stirred by an unfelt breeze. Lord Mortem, as challenger, you will present your claim first, Dumbledore directed. Approach to the marked line and extend your magic toward the artifact. Corvinus Mortem stepped forward to a glowing line 3 meters from the pedestal. Raising his hands, palms outward toward the cloak, he closed his eyes in concentration. His magical aura became visible even to those without Harry's enhanced perception, a dark crimson energy that reached toward the cloak like grasping fingers. Harry could sense the nature of Mortem's claim, not just ownership but domination, a desire to bend the cloak's magic to his will rather than work in harmony with it. There was something almost desperate in the magical tendrils he extended, as though the cloak represented not just a powerful artifact but a missing piece of himself. The cloak's response was subtle but clear to Harry's heightened senses. It seemed to flatten slightly on the pedestal, becoming more inert, its natural rippling motion stilling as though withdrawing from Mortem's magical touch. After a full minute, Dumbledore nodded. Your claim is registered, Lord Mortem. Please step back. As Mortem withdrew, visibly strained from the effort of projecting his magical intent so forcefully, Dumbledore turned to Harry. Lord Peverell, please approach and present your claim. Harry stepped forward to the glowing line, suddenly acutely aware of the hundreds of eyes watching his every move. This was not merely a legal proceeding but a deeply personal moment between himself and the artifact that had transformed his life. Rather than raising his hands dramatically as Mortem had done, Harry simply extended his right hand, palm up, toward the cloak. He closed his eyes briefly, centering himself as the keeper had taught him, then opened them again to focus on the cloak. Instead of projecting his magic forcefully, Harry allowed it to flow naturally from his core, the deepened connection from the communion ritual guiding his approach. He thought not of ownership or power but of partnership, of understanding, of walking the boundaries between worlds with respect for both. "I don't seek to master you," he conveyed through his magical intent. "I seek to learn with you, to understand the thresholds you cross so effortlessly. Not to hide from death, but to comprehend it. Not to conquer, but to accept." The response was immediate and dramatic. The cloak rose from the pedestal, hovering in midair for a moment before flowing across the space between them like liquid silver. Before anyone could react, it had wrapped itself around Harry's shoulders of its own accord, settling there as though it had never been separated from him. A collective gasp rose from the spectators. Even Dumbledore appeared momentarily startled by the cloak's unambiguous choice. "The artifact has chosen," he announced after a moment, his voice carrying a hint of genuine wonder. "Magic has recognized Lord Peverell's claim." Lord Mortem's face had drained of color, his composed expression cracking to reveal a mixture of rage and disbelief. "This is not possible," he hissed, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "The artifact has been tampered with." "The testing environment was magically neutral, Lord Mortem," Dumbledore replied calmly. "All preliminary examinations confirmed the artifact was unaltered. Its choice was free and magical in nature. I demand a review of the proceedings." Mortem insisted, his voice rising. "The boy must have performed some ritual to enhance his connection artificially. No child could command such magic naturally." Harry tensed, knowing the accusation held a grain of truth. The communion ritual had indeed strengthened his connection to the cloak, though it had merely enhanced what was already naturally present rather than creating something artificial. Before Dumbledore could respond, Amelia Bones stepped forward. "Lord Mortem suggests impropriety without evidence. The rite of ancestral proof tests magical affinity regardless of how it was developed. Unless Lord Mortem wishes to subject himself to comparable scrutiny regarding his own magical preparation for this challenge." The implied threat was clear: if Harry's magical preparations were investigated, so would Mortem's be. From the flicker of alarm that crossed the older wizard's face, Harry suspected Mortem had his own secrets to protect. "The rite of ancestral proof has been completed according to ancient law and magic," Dumbledore declared firmly. "The artifact has chosen Lord Peverell as its rightful owner. This decision is binding and final." He struck his staff against the chamber floor 3 times, sealing the magical judgment. "This Wizengamot recognizes House Peverell's legitimate ownership of the artifact in question. The challenge is resolved." The formal language triggered the dissolution of the magical circle that had contained the proceedings. As it faded, the normal Wizengamot configuration began to reassert itself, seats returning to their tiered positions. Lord Mortem stood rigid with barely controlled fury. His eyes, when they met Harry's across the chamber, held a promise of future retribution that transcended the formal resolution of their immediate conflict. "This is not ended, boy," he said quietly as he passed Harry on his way to the exit. "The Peverells have stolen from my family before. History has a way of repeating itself." Harry met his gaze steadily. "The cloak chose Lord Mortem. As did the other Hallows, when they came to the 3 brothers." Mortem's eyes widened fractionally at the direct reference to the Deathly Hallows, a subject that had been carefully avoided in the formal proceedings. "You know more than you should," he murmured. "Interesting. Perhaps there is more to you than a lucky bloodline and a few impressive tricks." Before Harry could respond, Amelia arrived at his side, placing a protective hand on his shoulder. "Lord Mortem," she acknowledged coldly. "I trust you'll respect the magical judgment rendered today." "Of course, Madam Bones," Mortem replied, his composure returning. I am nothing if not respectful of magic's decisions. Even when they surprise me. With a precise formal bow that somehow managed to convey mockery rather than respect, he turned and strode from the chamber. As the assembled witches and wizards began to disperse, many casting curious or admiring glances toward Harry, Amelia guided him toward a side chamber where they could speak privately. "That was remarkable magic, Harry," she said once they were alone. "Far beyond what we've practiced. The shadow walk alone is considered mastery-level transitional magic." "I had good teachers," Harry replied, including both her and the unmentioned keeper in the compliment. Amelia's eyes narrowed slightly. "And perhaps some additional preparation I wasn't present for." Harry hesitated, then nodded. He had never lied to Amelia, and he wouldn't start now. The Communion of Shadows ritual. Last night, with Croaker's assistance. To his surprise, she didn't appear angry at the revelation, merely resigned. "I suspected as much when I saw the quality of your magical resonance during the test. That ritual is significant, Harry. Its effects are permanent." "I know," he admitted. "I can see things differently now. Magic, life, death, the boundaries between them. The Peverell magic manifesting more fully," she observed. "I can't say I'm entirely comfortable with it, especially at your age, but I understand why you felt it necessary." She sighed. "I should have been there. The rite of ancestral accounting was cleverly employed to isolate you at a critical moment." "You couldn't have prevented it," Harry assured her. "And it worked, the cloak recognized me even more strongly than before." "Yes, but at what cost?" Amelia asked softly. "Such rituals change more than magical ability, Harry. They alter perception, personality, even one's fundamental relationship with reality." "I spoke with my parents," Harry said abruptly. "During the communion. And Ignotus Peverell. They warned me about balance, about using the cloak for understanding rather than dominion." Amelia's expression softened. "Good advice, from those with perspective we lack." She straightened, adjusting her monocle in the familiar gesture that signaled a return to practical matters. "We should expect continued interest from Lord Mortem. His reaction suggests the cloak was merely the opening move in a larger game." "The resurrection stone," Harry confirmed. "The keeper believes the Mortems are positioning themselves to claim all the Hallows. My dreams about the stone, the disturbance at the Department of Mysteries, they're connected. Which makes Mortem's next moves predictable, at least in general terms. He'll seek the stone, possibly through the Department of Mysteries if he believes it's connected to the veil." Their conversation was interrupted by a polite knock at the door. When Amelia opened it, they found Albus Dumbledore waiting patiently in the corridor. "Madam Bones, Lord Peverell," he greeted them, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "I hope I'm not intruding, but I wished to speak with young Harry briefly before you departed." Amelia glanced at Harry, leaving the decision to him. After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. While his wariness of Dumbledore remained, the events of the day had shifted his perspective somewhat. Dumbledore's handling of the rite of ancestral proof had been fair, even skillful in its design to test true compatibility rather than mere power. Briefly, then, Amelia agreed, stepping aside to allow Dumbledore entry but remaining in the room. "Remarkable magic you displayed today, Harry," Dumbledore began once the door was closed. "Particularly the shadow walk, a spell I haven't seen performed successfully in decades, and certainly never by one so young." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied neutrally. "I confess, I've followed your progress with great interest these past few years," Dumbledore continued. "Your unorthodox education under Madam Bones' guidance has clearly yielded impressive results." "Harry has had excellent tutors in multiple subjects," Amelia interjected smoothly. "We've ensured his education is comprehensive despite its unconventional nature." "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes returned to Harry, more serious now. "But today's demonstration suggests more than excellent tutoring. Your connection to the cloak, to the Peverell magic, is unusually strong." Almost as though it's been awakened in some fundamental way. Harry met the penetrating blue gaze steadily. The Peverell bloodline has always had an affinity for certain types of magic. As I've grown and studied, that affinity has naturally developed. Naturally, Dumbledore repeated, the slight emphasis suggesting he recognized the partial truth. Well, development is precisely what I wish to discuss. Hogwarts will be extending its formal invitation to you in approximately 2 years' time. Given your unique circumstances and abilities, I wanted to assure you personally that accommodations could be made to ensure your education there builds upon rather than duplicates what you've already mastered. The offer was both generous and strategic, acknowledging Harry's advanced abilities while gently guiding him toward the traditional educational path that would place him under Dumbledore's influence. That's very thoughtful, Harry replied diplomatically. I haven't made any decisions about Hogwarts yet, but I appreciate the consideration. Of course, of course. No rush. Dumbledore smiled benignly. Though I would be remiss not to mention that your parents were particularly fond of their time at Hogwarts. Your father, especially, found the experience formative. The reference to his parents was clearly calculated to appeal to Harry's emotional connections, a technique Dumbledore had employed in previous communications. Before the communion ritual, it might have been more effective. Now, having spoken directly with his parents' spirits, Harry found the attempt somewhat transparent. I'm sure they did, he acknowledged. I have much to consider before making my decision. Dumbledore seemed to recognize that he would get no commitment today. Well, that's all I wish to convey for the moment. Oh, and to congratulate you on your successful defense of your family heirloom. The cloak has clearly found its rightful master. The specific reference to mastery, rather than mere ownership, caught Harry's attention. It suggested Dumbledore knew more about the Hallows than he was acknowledging publicly. After Dumbledore had departed with a final congratulatory nod, Amelia turned to Harry. He suspects the ritual, she observed. And possibly knows more about the Hallows than he reveals. Yes, Harry agreed. The Keeper has suggested before that Dumbledore has his own interest in the Hallows. I wonder if he's encountered the other two at some point. If anyone might have, it would be him. His magical knowledge is virtually unparalleled. Amelia checked her watch. We should return to Peverell Haven. Augusta and Neville will join us for dinner to celebrate your victory, and you could use some rest after yesterday's ritual and today's exertions. As they prepared to depart the ministry, Harry reflected on how much had changed in just 2 days. The communion ritual had altered his magical perception permanently. The rite of ancestral proof had publicly confirmed his claim to the cloak while simultaneously making Lord Mortem an active enemy rather than a distant political rival. And his dreams about the resurrection stone had gained new significance with the confirmation that others were seeking it as well. Most importantly, he had spoken with his parents, briefly, incompletely, but genuinely. Their guidance about balance between power and wisdom, between strength and compassion, resonated deeply. The path ahead seemed simultaneously clearer and more complex. The Hallows were awakening, as Ignotus had said. The stone called to him through dreams. And somewhere beyond his immediate concerns, the prophecy connecting him to Voldemort still waited to be fulfilled. Harry adjusted the cloak around his shoulders, feeling its comforting weight and the deeper magical connection they now shared. Whatever came next, he would face it with greater understanding than before, of his heritage, of death magic, and of the responsibility that came with walking the boundaries between worlds. For now, that would have to be enough. Chapter 4, The Peverell's Choice. A cold autumn wind whipped across the ancient stones of Peverell Haven as Harry stood at the edge of the eastern gardens, watching grey clouds race across the sky. At 10 years old, he cut a different figure than the frightened child who had claimed his lordship 5 years earlier. Taller now, with his perpetually unruly hair longer and tied back in the traditional style of ancient house heirs, he stood with the quiet confidence of someone who had faced challenges far beyond his years. The cloak of invisibility rippled around his shoulders despite the absence of any breeze, responding to his mood rather than physical conditions. Since the communion of shadows ritual and the subsequent victory in the rite of ancestral proof, Harry's connection to the Hallow had deepened remarkably. The cloak wasn't merely a tool he possessed but an extension of his own magic, a partnership rather than ownership. "You're brooding again," observed a familiar voice behind him. Harry turned to find Neville approaching, wrapped in a heavy Longbottom house cloak. At nearly 11, Neville had grown into a sturdy young man, still round-faced but with a quiet strength that hadn't existed when they'd first met. Years of friendship with Harry had transformed him from a timid, self-doubting child into a confident young wizard comfortable in his own abilities. "Not brooding," Harry corrected. "Planning." Neville reached him and gazed out across the misty landscape. "Same thing with you lately." Harry couldn't argue with that assessment. The past year had brought escalating tensions with House Mortem, whose defeat in the rite of ancestral proof had only intensified their determination to challenge the Peverell legacy. Lord Corvinus Mortem had become a constant shadow in wizarding politics, his influence growing among certain factions of the Wisengamot. "Hogwarts letters arrive tomorrow," Neville said, changing the subject. "Gran's already planning my trunk contents. She's commissioned a special traveling case for my rare plant specimens." The unspoken question hung in the air between them. Harry's decision regarding Hogwarts had become a topic of intense speculation throughout wizarding Britain. As lord of an ancient house with a private education already surpassing many adult wizards, he wasn't bound by the traditional expectations that govern most magical children. "I still haven't decided," Harry admitted. "The Keeper thinks Hogwarts would limit my development in death magic. Amelia believes the social connections would be valuable regardless of the academic considerations." "And what do you think?" Neville asked pointedly. Harry considered the question seriously. "I think Dumbledore wants me there for reasons beyond my education. I think Mortem would be pleased to see me constrained by school rules and regulations. And I think—" He paused, gathering his thoughts. "I think part of me wants to see the place where my parents found happiness, even if only briefly." Neville nodded, understanding the complex factors influencing his friend's decision. "Whatever you choose, we're still allies. Distance wouldn't change that." "I know." Harry appreciated the simple reassurance. The Longbottom-Peverell alliance had become one of the strongest political bonds in wizarding Britain, transcending the formal agreements to become a genuine friendship between the houses. They walked back toward the manor, passing through gardens where plants existed in various states of magical preservation, Harry's ongoing experimentation with sympathetic magic. Some specimens were held in perfect stasis, neither growing nor decaying. Others cycled through growth and decline at accelerated rates, completing a lifetime in days instead of seasons. Inside, Peverell Haven hummed with activity. The anniversary of Harry's lordship claim had become an important date in the social calendar of the ancient houses, with a formal reception scheduled for that evening. House elves moved efficiently through the manor's public rooms, arranging flowers and polishing silverware that had served Peverell lords for centuries. Amelia Bones met them in the entrance hall, dressed in formal robes that indicated she had come directly from ministry business. After 5 years as Harry's guardian, she remained the formidable head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, balancing her dual responsibilities with remarkable efficiency. "There you are," she said, her expression unusually serious even for her. "Harry, we need to speak privately." Harry exchanged a quick glance with Neville, who nodded in understanding. "I'll check on those singing snapdragons in the west greenhouse," his friend offered, tactfully withdrawing. Harry followed Amelia to his study, a room that had evolved from a child's learning space to a proper lord's office as he had grown. Ancient texts on magical theory shared shelf space with political treatises and correspondence from allied houses. The Peverell family grimoire, a collection of generations of magical knowledge that had revealed its contents gradually as Harry's abilities developed, rested on a specially designed stand near his desk. The Keeper materialized as they entered, its form now permanently more substantial than the smoky apparition it had been when Harry first claimed his lordship. Years of connection to Harry's growing power had strengthened its presence in the physical world, though it remained invisible to most visitors by choice. "What's happened?" Harry asked once the door was sealed with privacy wards. Amelia placed a small black box on Harry's desk. This was delivered to the Department of Mysteries this morning. Algernon Croker brought it directly to me rather than logging it through official channels. Harry approached the box carefully, his enhanced magical senses immediately detecting powerful enchantments layered throughout its construction. Since the communion ritual, his perception of magical energies had continued to develop, allowing him to perceive nuances and patterns invisible to most wizards. "It's addressed to me?" he asked, noting the lack of external markings. "Not explicitly," Amelia replied. "But it carries traces of Peverell magical signatures according to Croker's analysis. And it arrived on the eve of your Lordship anniversary, which seems unlikely to be coincidental." Harry glanced at the keeper, who had moved closer to examine the box. "The magic feels familiar," the entity observed. "Peverell in origin, but corrupted somehow. Twisted from its original purpose." With careful movements, Harry extended his magical senses toward the box without physically touching it. The enchantments were complex, not simply protective wards but something more elaborate. They seemed designed to recognize specific magical signatures and respond accordingly. "It's keyed to Peverell blood," he concluded. "And to death magic." He looked up at Amelia. "It won't open for anyone but me." "Which could indicate a trap," she pointed out pragmatically. "Or a message meant exclusively for the Lord Peverell," the keeper countered. "The timing suggests the latter. Today marks 5 years since Harry claimed his lordship, a significant milestone in magical terms. 5 is a powerful number in ritual magic." Harry considered the potential risks against his curiosity. Throughout his years as Lord Peverell, he had learned to balance caution with necessary action. "I'll open it," he decided. "But with full protective measures." Amelia nodded, though her expression remained concerned. "I've already established a containment field around this room as a precaution. Anything activated by opening the box should remain within these walls." Harry retrieved his wand, Cypress with a phoenix feather core, acquired 3 years earlier when his accidental magic had become too powerful to remain untrained. Though many of his abilities with death magic required no wand at all, the focus it provided for conventional spellwork had proven invaluable. First, he cast additional diagnostic spells on the box, confirming the absence of immediately harmful curses. Then, with a precise movement, he extended his left hand, bearing the Peverell Lordship ring, and allowed a single drop of blood to fall onto the box's surface. The reaction was immediate. The drop sizzled as it touched the black material, spreading outward in a network of fine silver lines that resembled veins. The patterns covered the entire surface before sinking into the material, leaving it momentarily unmarked. Then, with a soft click, the box opened. Inside lay a small stone, black as midnight and perfectly triangular, nestled on a bed of crimson velvet. Even without touching it, Harry could sense its power, ancient, slumbering, yet somehow aware. A summoning stone, the keeper identified, its normally calm voice tinged with concern. Specifically, a Mortem family artifact designed to call forth entities from beyond the veil. "A message from Lord Mortem?" Amelia asked, studying the stone without touching it. "Not precisely," the keeper replied. "The stone itself is the message. It's an invitation, or perhaps a challenge." Harry leaned closer, noting fine runes etched along the stone's edges that became visible only when viewed from certain angles. "What does it summon exactly?" "A death entity," the keeper said gravely. "Similar in nature to myself, but bound to the Mortem family rather than the Peverells. Where I serve as guide and advisor, this entity would serve as weapon and tool." "That explains the corrupted Peverell signatures," Amelia noted. "The Mortem family magic diverged from the Peverell line centuries ago, according to our research." Harry carefully lifted the stone using a simple levitation charm, turning it to examine the runes more thoroughly. "These aren't just summoning instructions," he observed. "They're coordinates. A specific location and time." He looked up at the keeper. "Tonight." The ancient stone circle at Ravenshead Moor. The original divergence point, the Keeper confirmed. Where the Mortem line broke from the Peverells after a dispute over death magic practices. The location holds significant power for both bloodlines. And conveniently coincides with your Lordship anniversary reception, Amelia pointed out. Forcing you to choose between a social obligation important to your political alliances and responding to this challenge. Harry set the stone back in its box, his mind already analyzing potential strategies. Not necessarily a choice, he said thoughtfully. The reception ends at midnight. The coordinates indicate a time 2 hours later. You can't possibly be considering accepting this invitation, Amelia said sharply. It has trap written all over it. Of course it's a trap, Harry agreed calmly. But it's also an opportunity. Lord Mortem has been maneuvering against me politically for over a year since failing to claim the cloak. This suggests he's ready to move beyond political games to something more direct. All the more reason to avoid a confrontation on his terms, Amelia countered. Or to face it on ground that holds power for both our families, Harry argued. The Keeper has taught me that certain magical confrontations are inevitable, woven into the fabric of magical bloodlines and their histories. The Keeper moved to the window, its hooded form silhouetted against the grey autumn light. There is truth in that, it acknowledged. The Peverell and Mortem lines have been moving toward this confrontation since their original division. Magic sometimes demands resolution of ancient conflicts. Amelia's expression hardened slightly. I'm your guardian, Harry, not just your political ally. I cannot condone you walking into a situation this dangerous. Harry met her gaze steadily. In 2 months, I turn 11. While not of age in the traditional sense, as Lord Peverell I'll gain additional legal authorities at that point. This confrontation is coming whether we want it or not. Better to meet it prepared than have it forced upon us at a less advantageous moment. The tension in the room was palpable as guardian and ward engaged in a silent battle of wills. Over the years, their relationship had evolved from the formal arrangement of guardian and child lord to something more complex, mentor and student, allies in political battles, and something approaching family in private moments. Finally, Amelia sighed. If, and I emphasize if, you were to attend this meeting, you would not go alone. I wouldn't expect to, Harry agreed, recognizing the concession for what it was. The Keeper would accompany me, naturally. And perhaps 1 or 2 trusted allies with complementary magical strengths. Me, she stated firmly. As head of the DMLE, my presence would make any aggressive action by Lord Mortem tantamount to attacking a ministry official, a serious crime even for an ancient house lord. Agreed. Harry had expected nothing less. And Croker, if he's willing. His knowledge of death magic rivals the Keeper's, and his Department of Mysteries authority provides additional official protection. What of young Neville? The Keeper asked unexpectedly. His earth magic provides a natural counterbalance to death magic, growth against decay, creation against transformation. Such balance could prove valuable. Harry shook his head firmly. No. Neville's my closest friend and ally, but he's still technically a minor with no official standing. Augusta would never forgive me for involving him in something this dangerous. His expression softened slightly. Besides, someone needs to manage the reception if I'm required to leave early. With the initial framework of a plan established, they spent the next hours developing contingencies and protections. The summoning stone was carefully analyzed for additional enchantments or tracking spells. Maps of Ravenshead Moor were studied, with particular attention to the ancient stone circle and potential approaches. The Keeper provided historical context for the location's significance, the story of how Cadmus Mortem, originally Cadmus Peverell, had broken from his family after attempting forbidden necromantic rituals at the site, establishing a separate bloodline dedicated to mastery over death rather than understanding of it. The divergence was philosophical at its core, the Keeper explained as they reviewed ancient family records. The Peverells believed in maintaining balance between worlds, respecting death while walking its boundaries. The Mortems sought domination over death itself, viewing it as an enemy to be conquered rather than a natural transition to be understood. "And this entity Lord Mortem plans to summon?" Harry asked. "What should we expect?" The keeper's form darkened slightly. "A being similar to myself in origin but corrupted by centuries of service to the Mortem philosophy. Where I guide, it compels. Where I advise, it demands. Its powers would be considerable: manipulation of death energies, animation of the deceased, perhaps even temporary suspension of life forces." "Necromancy," Amelia said flatly, her distaste evident. "In its most fundamental form," the keeper agreed. "Though the Mortems would consider it a more elevated practice. They call it mastery of transition rather than necromancy, but the difference is largely semantic." As evening approached, they finalized their preparations. Harry would attend the anniversary reception as planned, maintaining appearances while Amelia and Croaker established preliminary wards around the Ravenshead Moor site. After the reception, they would converge at the stone circle to confront whatever Lord Mortem had planned. "There's one more thing to consider," Harry said as they concluded their planning. "My dreams about the resurrection stone have intensified over the past week." This caught both Amelia and the keeper's attention immediately. For nearly 2 years, Harry had experienced periodic dreams about the second Hallow, visions of a black stone set in a gold ring, calling to him from beyond a fluttering veil. The dreams had increased in frequency and detail since his ritual communion with his ancestors. "What's changed in the dreams?" Amelia asked. "The location," Harry replied. "I now see the stone at Ravenshead Moor, specifically within the circle where we're meant to meet Lord Mortem tonight." The keeper and Amelia exchanged significant glances. "That cannot be coincidental," the keeper observed. "The resurrection stone may have emerged from hiding, drawn by your growing connection to the Peverell death magic. Or Lord Mortem has somehow acquired it," Amelia suggested grimly, "and is using it as bait." "Either possibility increases the stakes considerably," Harry noted. "If the stone is present, that makes 2 Hallows potentially in play tonight." The implications hung heavily in the room. According to legend, the 3 deathly Hallows united would make their master the master of death. While Harry had learned enough about true death magic to understand this was an oversimplification, the combined power of multiple Hallows would undoubtedly be formidable. "We proceed as planned," he decided finally. "But with heightened caution. If the resurrection stone is involved, the danger, and the opportunity, is greater than we initially assessed." The anniversary reception progressed with all the formal elegance expected of an ancient house celebration. Representatives from allied families filled Peverell Haven's grand reception hall, which had been transformed with floating lights that resembled stars and delicate illusions of constellations that shifted overhead, a subtle homage to the Peverell family's connection to transitional magic, the boundaries between worlds represented by celestial patterns. Harry moved among his guests with practiced ease, accepting congratulations on 5 years as Lord Peverell while carefully gauging political alignments and potential information. The lessons in diplomatic navigation that Amelia had insisted upon over the years served him well as he balanced conversations with allies, neutral parties, and even subtle opponents. Augusta Longbottom commanded attention in formal robes of deep green, her infamous vulture hat replaced for the occasion with a more elegant arrangement of feathers and silver pins. Beside her, Neville had grown into his role as heir apparent, exchanging his childhood nervousness for quiet confidence. "You're distracted," Neville murmured during a brief moment when they found themselves temporarily free of other conversations. "Something's happening, isn't it?" Harry smiled slightly, unsurprised by his friend's perception. "Nothing I can discuss here," he confirmed quietly. "But yes. Developments with our friends from the East." Neville nodded, understanding the coded reference to House Mortem, whose ancestral lands lay in Britain's eastern counties. "Need any help?" "Not tonight," Harry replied. "But stay alert over the next few days. I may need to call on our alliance more formally depending on how events unfold." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Lucius Malfoy, resplendent in formal black robes with silver embroidery. Despite years of political maneuvering, Malfoy had never managed to establish the influence over Harry he had clearly desired. Instead, an uneasy détente had formed between them, neither allies nor open enemies, but wary political operators respecting each other's positions. "Lord Peverell," Malfoy greeted him with a precise bow. "5 years as head of your house. Most impressive for one so young. Your political acumen continues to surprise those who might underestimate you." "Thank you, Lord Malfoy," Harry replied with equal formality. "House Peverell values the recognition of established families such as yours." The delicate verbal fencing continued, each sentence containing carefully calibrated respect and subtle positioning. Malfoy eventually steered the conversation toward Harry's educational plans, a topic of considerable interest throughout wizarding society. "My son Draco is quite looking forward to Hogwarts," Malfoy mentioned casually. The sorting into Slytherin, of course, is a foregone conclusion for a Malfoy. One wonders where the sorting hat might place Lord Peverell, should you honor the school with your presence. An interesting question, Harry acknowledged. Though the Peverell line predates the founding of Hogwarts and its house system. Indeed. Some traditions, however venerable, cannot accommodate all unique circumstances. Malfoy's pale eyes studied Harry with calculated interest. "I understand Lord Mortem has been absent from tonight's festivities. A pity. His perspectives on ancient magical traditions are quite illuminating." The deliberate mention of Mortem confirmed Harry's suspicion that Lucius had some awareness of the brewing conflict. Whether that knowledge came from direct communication with Mortem or Malfoy's extensive intelligence network remained unclear. "Lord Mortem's absence is noted," Harry replied neutrally. "Though perhaps not unexpected given our houses' historical differences." Malfoy offered a thin smile. Historical differences have a way of demanding resolution, particularly between houses with competing philosophies regarding fundamental magical principles. Before Harry could formulate a response to this rather direct acknowledgement of the Peverell-Mortem conflict, a subtle magical chime sounded, audible only to him as the manor's master. One of the perimeter wards had detected unusual activity, though not an actual breach. "If you'll excuse me, Lord Malfoy," Harry said smoothly. "The responsibilities of a host call." "Of course." Malfoy inclined his head slightly. "Do give my regards to Madame Bones. I understand she's been, otherwise occupied this evening." The pointed reference to Amelia's absence confirmed Malfoy definitely knew more than he should. Harry filed this information away for later consideration as he made his way toward the manor's security room, where the ward monitoring equipment was located. Inside, he found the duty house elf, Eldrin, studying a complicated array of magical instruments. "What triggered the alert?" Harry asked. "Death magic at the eastern boundary, Master Harry," Eldrin reported. "Not attempting to enter, but testing. Like fingers tapping on glass." Harry checked the specific monitoring devices, noting the pattern of magical signatures. "Mortem family magic," he confirmed. "A reminder, perhaps. Or a distraction." He adjusted several of the ward parameters, strengthening the eastern boundaries without drawing power from the other directional protections. "Alert me immediately if the signature changes or intensifies," he instructed before returning to his guests. The remainder of the reception passed without further incident, though Harry maintained heightened awareness throughout. When midnight finally arrived and the last guests departed, he moved quickly to his chambers to prepare for the confrontation at Ravenshead Moor. The formal reception robes were exchanged for more practical attire designed specifically for magical combat, dragon hide reinforced with protective enchantments, layered with conventional clothing that allowed freedom of movement. The cloak of invisibility settled around his shoulders, no longer needing to be physically adjusted as it responded to his intentions directly. The keeper materialized as Harry completed his preparations. "Madame Bones and Unspeakable Croaker await us at the apparition point," it reported. "Their preliminary scouting confirms activity at the stone circle. Lord Mortem has arrived with 2 companions." "Only 2?" Harry asked, surprised by the small number. "Visible companions," the keeper clarified. And there are traces of complex magic already in progress within the circle itself. The summoning appears to have begun. Harry nodded, his expression resolute. Then we'd best not keep them waiting. Ravenshead Moor stretched dark and empty under a cloud-covered sky, the absence of moonlight creating a blackness broken only by the occasional gleam of starlight when the clouds briefly parted. The ancient stone circle stood on a low rise in the landscape, 9 weathered monoliths arranged around a central altar stone much like the circle in Peverell Haven's eastern gardens, though significantly larger. Harry approached with Amelia and Croaker flanking him, the keeper moving like a shadow beside them. They had apparat to a predetermined location a quarter-mile from the circle, allowing them to assess the situation before making their presence known. Even from a distance, Harry could see that the stone circle was illuminated by an unnatural light, a sickly green glow that emanated not from any visible source but from the air itself, as though the boundary between worlds was becoming visible to ordinary sight. The summoning is in its final stages, the keeper observed quietly. The veil between realms thins within the circle. Through his enhanced perception, Harry could see currents of death magic flowing toward the circle from the surrounding landscape, power drawn from the natural cycle of decay in the earth, from small animals that had perished on the moor, from the ancient deaths that had occurred at the site itself. The magic coalesced around the central altar stone, where 3 figures stood. Lord Corvinus Mortem was immediately recognizable, his tall form draped in ceremonial robes of deep crimson embroidered with silver symbols of binding and summoning. Beside him stood a younger man with similar sharp features, presumably his son and heir, Marius Mortem. The third figure was hooded and stooped, gender and identity impossible to determine from this distance. Croaker, Harry whispered. Can you identify the third participant? The unspeakable studied the distant figure through specialized enchanted spectacles. Impossible to be certain at this range, but the magical signature suggests Arcturian Blackthorn. The necromantic researcher? Amelia asked sharply. He's supposed to be under ministry observation after those experiments with reanimation in Norway. Evidently, the observation has proven inadequate, Croaker noted dryly. They watched as Lord Mortem raised his hands above the altar stone, which now levitated several feet above the ground. The green light intensified, and even at this distance, Harry could feel the pull of powerful death magic, a distortion in the natural order as something was called forth that should have remained beyond the veil. We need to move now, Harry decided. If the entity fully materializes, our task becomes significantly more difficult. With a silent signal, they separated slightly, approaching the circle from 3 different angles while maintaining visual contact. The keeper remained beside Harry, its form growing more substantial as they neared the concentrated death magic, drawing strength from the energies being channeled. They were within 50 yards when Lord Mortem suddenly turned, looking directly toward Harry despite the cloak of invisibility that should have concealed him perfectly. A cold smile spread across the older wizard's face. Lord Peverell, he called, his voice carrying unnaturally across the distance. How gracious of you to accept my invitation. Please, join us for this momentous occasion. Harry dropped any pretense of stealth, allowing the cloak to shift to a more conventional configuration as he approached the circle's perimeter. Lord Mortem. Conducting forbidden rituals on ancient magical sites is generally frowned upon by the Ministry. Fortunately, the head of magical law enforcement is here to discuss the relevant statutes with you. Amelia stepped forward, her wand held casually but ready at her side. Lord Mortem, you are currently in violation of the Necromantic Prohibitions Act of 1749 and the Ancient Sites Magical Protection Decree. I suggest you terminate whatever ritual you've begun and accompany me to the Ministry for questioning. Mortem's smile didn't waver. Madam Bones. Always the dedicated public servant. However, I'm afraid we've progressed beyond the point where Ministry regulations hold significant meaning. He gestured toward the floating altar stone, where a swirling vortex of green energy had begun to take shape. Tonight, we restore balance to magical Britain. The Peverell dominance of death magic ends, and the true masters reclaim their rightful place. Typical villainous monologuing, Croaker commented quietly as he moved to establish counterwards around the perimeter of the stone circle. Always a good sign they're overconfident. The younger Mortem, Marius, stepped forward, his expression less controlled than his father's. You've hidden behind political alliances and ancient laws, Peverell. Tonight, we meet as equals in magic, not politics. We've never been equals in magic, Harry replied calmly, assessing the ongoing ritual while appearing to focus on the conversation. Through his enhanced senses, he could see that the summoning was nearly complete, the boundary between worlds had thinned to near transparency within the circle. More concerning, he detected a familiar magical signature emanating from something on the altar stone, a resonance that matched his dreams perfectly. The resurrection stone was indeed present. Your arrogance is typical of your line, Lord Mortem said. The Peverells always believed their approach to death magic superior, more enlightened. Yet what has it gained you? The power to understand death without the will to master it. Knowledge without dominion. We Mortems recognized the weakness in this philosophy centuries ago. As the posturing continued, Harry established subtle magical connections with Amelia and Croaker, a technique they had practiced for coordinating in potentially hostile situations. Through these tenuous links, he conveyed his discovery of the resurrection stone's presence and received confirmation that Croaker's counterwards were nearly in place. The keeper moved closer to Harry, its voice pitched for his ears alone. The entity emerges. Be prepared. The swirling energy above the altar stone suddenly contracted, condensing into a roughly humanoid shape that hovered several feet above the ground. Unlike the keeper's smoky but essentially human-like form, this entity appeared as a collection of sharp angles and twisted limbs, its head little more than a jagged tear in reality through which gleamed distant points of sickly light. Behold, Lord Mortem intoned, the guardian of the Mortem legacy, keeper of our family's greatest secrets and enforcer of our will. For too long, it has been bound beyond the veil, weakened by the Peverell magic that dominates this realm. Tonight, it returns to its rightful place of power. The entity, the Mortem keeper, Harry realized, emanated waves of cold, hostile energy. Where the Peverell keeper's presence felt like standing at a threshold between worlds, this being brought the sensation of being dragged forcibly across that boundary against one's will. An abomination, the Peverell keeper stated, moving to stand protectively before Harry. This entity was banished beyond the veil 3 centuries ago by a conclave of death magic practitioners from 7 nations. Its return violates not just ministry law but fundamental magical covenants. Covenants established by the victors of magical conflicts, Lord Mortem dismissed. History is rewritten by those who prevail. Tonight, we begin rewriting that history again. The entity fully materialized, hovering above the altar stone where a small object gleamed in the green light, a ring bearing a black stone that Harry recognized immediately from his dreams. The resurrection stone pulsed with dark energy, clearly serving as an anchor point for the entity's manifestation. The second hallow, Harry observed aloud, drawing surprised looks from both Mortems. You used it to facilitate the crossing. Lord Mortem's expression shifted from triumph to suspicion. Your awareness of the hallows is more advanced than anticipated. No matter. Soon both the stone and your cloak will serve their true purpose, reuniting the artifacts under the control of those who understand their real power. And the third hallow? Harry asked, stalling for time as he sensed Croaker completing the counterwards. The Elder Wand is still missing from your collection. A flicker of irritation crossed Lord Mortem's face. All things in their time, Peverell. Tonight, we deal with more immediate concerns. The Mortem entity suddenly moved, faster than seemed possible, positioning itself directly above the resurrection stone. With a gesture that somehow conveyed malice despite its alien form, it reached toward the stone with a limb that resembled a skeletal hand stretched and distorted. Now! Harry commanded. Croaker activated the counterwards with a sharp gesture. Bands of silver-blue energy erupted from the ground at strategic points around the circle, forming a dome that intersected with the green energy of the summoning ritual. Where the energies met, violent discharges of magical power erupted like lightning. The mortem entity screeched, a sound that bypassed the ears to resonate directly in the mind, as the counterwards disrupted its connection to the stone. Lord Mortem shouted something in an ancient language, and the entity responded by directing a blast of concentrated death magic toward Harry. The Keeper intercepted the attack, its form expanding to create a shield of swirling shadow stuff that absorbed most of the energy. What leaked through struck the Cloak of Invisibility, which rippled with silver light as it neutralized the remaining power. Impressive defenses, Lord Mortem acknowledged as the magical energies in the circle stabilized into a stalemate. But ultimately futile. The ritual is complete, my family's guardian has crossed the threshold. Even if you disrupt our work here, it remains in this realm. Amelia stepped forward, her wand now openly trained on Lord Mortem. Then it and you will be contained by ministry authorities. Summoning banished entities is a minimum 20-year sentence in Azkaban, Mortem. The younger Mortem laughed, a harsh sound devoid of genuine humor. Ministry authority ends at the boundary of this circle tonight, Madam Bones. Didn't you wonder why we chose this specific location? The ancient treaty between the Peverells and Mortems designated this site as beyond conventional governance, subject only to the laws of death magic itself. Harry exchanged glances with the Keeper, who gave a slight nod confirming this obscure magical fact. Then we resolve this according to death magic traditions, Harry said firmly. A formal challenge between the houses, with magic itself as arbiter. Lord Mortem's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Exactly as anticipated. You propose the ancient rite of magical adjudication? I do. Harry stepped closer to the boundary of the circle, careful not to cross it yet. My house against yours. The winner claims both Hallows present and the right to determine the fate of the summoned entity. Harry, Amelia cautioned, such rights are binding beyond normal magical law. The risks are necessary, Harry completed. This conflict has festered for centuries. It ends tonight, one way or another. Lord Mortem bowed with exaggerated courtesy. I accept your challenge, Lord Peverell. The ancient rite it shall be. He gestured to the hooded figure, Blackthorn, who began inscribing complex runic patterns in the air, formalizing the magical contract that would govern the confrontation. Harry turned to Croaker. Maintain the counterwards as long as possible. They won't prevent the rite once it's formally established, but they'll limit outside interference. Croaker nodded grimly. I understand the protocols for such challenges. Once initiated, Madam Bones and I cannot intervene without catastrophic magical backlash. Which is precisely why this approach is reckless, Amelia interjected, her voice tight with controlled anger and concern. Harry, there are other options. Ministry reinforcements would arrive too late, Harry finished. And would have no jurisdiction within this circle if Mortem is correct about the ancient treaty. This is the only way to contain the entity and secure the resurrection stone. The Keeper placed a hand on Amelia's shoulder, a rare physical contact that demonstrated the gravity of the situation. Lord Peverell acts in accordance with his bloodline's responsibilities. The ancient rite is indeed the appropriate response when death magic of this magnitude has been invoked. Amelia's expression remained troubled, but she gave a short nod of acceptance. Then we'll be ready to respond to whatever outcome emerges. The formalization of the rite proceeded quickly, magical energies coalescing into a binding framework that would govern the confrontation. Unlike duels conducted under ministry protocols, the ancient rite had few restrictions beyond the requirement that the conflict remain contained within the designated space and that outside interference was prohibited. The terms are established, Blackthorn announced, speaking for the first time in a raspy voice that suggested damage to the vocal cords. Lord Corvinus Mortem challenges Lord Harry Peverell for dominion over the Deathly Hallows present and control of the summoned guardian. Magic itself shall judge the worthier claim. No wizard may interfere once the rite begins. Harry noted that Blackthorn had subtly altered the terms from what he had proposed, framing Mortem as the challenger rather than the challenged. The distinction held no practical difference for the magic of the rite but revealed the continuing political maneuvering even in this extreme situation. I enter the circle willingly and with full knowledge of the binding nature of the rite, Harry stated formally, stepping across the boundary. The magic of the rite washed over him immediately, a tingling sensation that penetrated to his magical core, acknowledging his participation and commitment. Lord Mortem mirrored the action from the opposite side, completing the formal requirements. The green energy of the summoning ritual and the blue energy of Croaker's counterwards reconfigured themselves, forming a complex lattice that enclosed the circle completely. Within this magical container, the Mortem entity hovered near the altar stone, seemingly bound by the rite's restrictions despite not being a direct participant. "Shall we dispense with preliminary posturing?" Lord Mortem suggested, drawing his wand, a twisted length of dark wood that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Or would you prefer the traditional exchange of grievances before we begin?" Harry allowed the cloak to shift around his shoulders, responding to his intention to enter combat mode. "I think centuries of conflict between our houses constitutes grievances enough, don't you?" Without waiting for a response, Harry launched his first attack, not a conventional spell but a focused wave of Peverell death magic that temporarily destabilized the boundary between living and dead matter within a controlled area. The stone beneath Lord Mortem's feet briefly became semi-incorporeal, causing him to sink several inches before he countered with a hardening charm. "Interesting opening," Mortem acknowledged, responding with a barrage of more conventional offensive spells, bone breakers and cutting curses interspersed with darker magic that carried the sickly green signature of life-draining effects. Harry deflected most with shield charms, absorbing others into the cloak, which seemed to grow more responsive with each magical exchange. He circled cautiously, aware that Marius Mortem and Blackthorn remained within the circle though prohibited from directly participating in the confrontation. The battle quickly escalated beyond conventional dueling into the realm of pure magical will. Death magic manifested in various forms as both wizards drew upon their respective family traditions. Where Harry's magic focused on transitions and boundaries, manipulating the thresholds between states of existence, Mortem's approach centered on domination and permanent alteration of natural cycles. "You fight well for one so young," Mortem observed during a momentary lull as both combatants assessed the damage from the initial exchange. "But you merely scratched the surface of death magic's potential. The Peverell philosophy limits you, all that power used for understanding rather than control." Harry didn't waste energy responding to the taunt, instead using the moment to establish a deeper connection with the cloak. Since the communion ritual, he had discovered that the Hallow could serve as more than mere protection. It could actively channel and focus certain types of magic, particularly those related to its fundamental nature. The next phase of the conflict moved beyond physical spells into manipulation of the environment itself. Lord Mortem commanded the earth of ancient graves buried beneath the moor to yield their contents, raising skeletal remains that clawed their way to the surface. Harry countered by accelerating the natural decay of the reanimated bones, returning them to dust before they could fully emerge. Throughout the exchange, the Mortem entity remained near the altar stone, seemingly unable to participate directly but growing more substantial with each surge of death magic released within the circle. The resurrection stone pulsed in rhythm with the entity's strengthening, its power clearly feeding the manifestation. As the conflict intensified, Harry found himself drawing more deeply on his connection to Peverell magic than ever before. The years of training with Amelia, the Keeper's instruction in death magic principles, and his own natural affinity combined to give him capabilities that would have been impossible for most adult wizards, let alone someone not yet 11 years old. "You cannot prevail through defensive magic alone, boy," Lord Mortem taunted as he launched a particularly vicious combination of curses that forced Harry to dive aside physically rather than counter magically. "Death magic requires dominance, not balance. Show me the killer who eliminated the Dursleys so efficiently that even the Ministry couldn't detect the truth." The reference to Harry's darkest secret, the fate of his Muggle relatives, momentarily disrupted his concentration. In that fraction of a second, Mortem struck with a spell that bypassed Harry's shields entirely, striking him in the chest with an impact that drove the air from his lungs. Harry stumbled backward, feeling a cold numbness spreading from the point of impact. This wasn't ordinary pain but something more fundamental, a partial severance of the connection between his body and magical core. The mortis segregation, Mortem explained with evident satisfaction. It begins the separation of life essence from physical form, the first stage of true death, captured and extended. Few have experienced it and remain to describe the sensation. Fighting through the spreading numbness, Harry forced his magic to recognize the intrusion as a boundary violation rather than actual death. Using the transitional magic that was his particular strength, he established a counterflow of energy that reinforced the natural connection between body and spirit. The cloak responded to his need, flowing around him more tightly and seeming to sink partially into his physical form, reinforcing the counterflow with its own ancient magic. The numbness receded, though not completely. Impressive adaptation, Mortem acknowledged. But merely delaying the inevitable. The spell continues its work more subtly now, beyond your ability to counter completely. Harry realized with grim clarity that Mortem was correct. The separation effect continued despite his countermeasures, a magical cancer that would eventually complete what it had begun. Time had become a critical factor. With renewed urgency, Harry shifted strategies. Rather than continuing the direct magical contest, he moved toward the altar stone where the resurrection stone rested. If the Hallows were indeed connected as legend suggested, uniting the cloak with the stone might provide the power needed to overcome both Mortem and the separation spell affecting him. Recognizing his intent, Lord Mortem directed the Mortem entity to intercept him. Though still bound by the right's restrictions against direct participation, the entity could position itself as a barrier. The stone calls to its rightful master, Mortem declared. As does the cloak you temporarily possess. The Hallows seek reunification under a worthy hand, one that will use their power as intended, to master death rather than merely understand it. Harry reached the edge of the altar stone, now floating 5 feet above the ground with the Mortem entity hovering protectively above it. The resurrection stone gleamed darkly at the center of the altar, set in a gold ring just as his dreams had shown. The Hallows weren't created to master death, Harry countered, drawing on the knowledge gained during the communion ritual. They were given to test the brothers, to reveal their true character through how they used such power. Childish legends, Mortem dismissed. The Hallows are tools of power, nothing more. Their origin matters less than their application. As they spoke, Harry carefully extended his magical senses toward the stone, seeking the same kind of connection he had established with the cloak. To his surprise, the stone responded almost eagerly, its magic reaching toward him with a familiar resonance that matched the cloak's perfectly. The Mortem entity sensed this connection forming and reacted violently, sending a wave of corrupted death magic toward Harry that the cloak only partially deflected. The impact drove Harry to his knees, the partial separation between body and spirit widening momentarily before the cloak's magic stabilized it again. Lord Mortem pressed his advantage, launching a barrage of spells designed to complete what the entity had begun. Harry erected shields desperately, knowing they would be insufficient against the combined assault but needing time to complete the connection with the stone. Just as his final shield began to fail, a surge of magic erupted from beyond the circle's boundary, not interference from Amelia or Croaker, which the right would have prevented, but something else entirely. From the direction of Peverell Haven, a narrow beam of golden light cut through the night, striking the ground before Harry and forming a protective barrier that absorbed Mortem's attacks. The light coalesced into the transparent figures of James and Lily Potter, standing between their son and his attackers. Impossible, Lord Mortem breathed. No summoning was performed. Not by human magic, the keeper called from beyond the circle. But the boundary is thin here tonight, and a child's need can reach beyond the veil when death magic saturates a site of power. The spectral figures of Harry's parents provided no direct attack but created a momentary shield through their presence. Harry used the precious seconds to complete his reach toward the resurrection stone. With a final surge of will, he established a magical tether between himself and the second Hallow. The stone responded by tearing itself free from the ring that had contained it, flying across the intervening space to land in Harry's outstretched hand. The moment of contact triggered a cascade of magical reactions throughout the circle. First, the cloak and stone resonated together, their magics harmonizing into a single pattern that flowed through Harry's magical core. This combined power surged outward, neutralizing the separation spell that had been slowly severing his connection to his physical form. Second, the specters of James and Lily Potter gained substance and definition, shifting from transparent apparitions to more solid manifestations similar to ghosts but with greater presence and power. Finally, the mortem entity recoiled violently, its connection to the material world weakened by the stone's removal from the altar. It thrashed in apparent agony, releasing waves of corrupted death magic that struck indiscriminately throughout the circle. One such wave caught Marius Mortem, who had been maintaining a position near the circle's edge. The young wizard collapsed with a strangled cry, his life force visibly draining as the corrupted magic did to him what Lord Mortem had attempted to do to Harry, separate spirit from body. Marius. Lord Mortem abandoned his attack on Harry, rushing to his son's side. The calculating lord disappeared in an instant, replaced by a father desperate to save his child. Blackthorn, stabilize him. The hooded necromancer moved quickly to the fallen heir's side, but his attempts to counter the entity's magic proved ineffective. Marius's life was slipping away, his spirit visibly detaching from his convulsing body. Harry, still on his knees with both Hallows now in his possession, faced a crucial decision. The ancient rite remained in effect, he could press his advantage while Mortem was distracted, claiming final victory in their conflict. Or he could intervene, potentially saving Marius using the combined power of the Hallows that had just restored his own connection to life. The choice crystallized the fundamental difference between the Peverell and Mortem philosophies. Dominance versus understanding. Control versus acceptance. Power versus responsibility. Help him, the spectral form of Lily Potter urged, her voice somehow both distant and immediate. Not because he deserves it, but because of who you choose to be. Harry rose to his feet, the cloak swirling around him and the stone pulsing warmly in his palm. With deliberate steps, he approached the fallen Mortem heir, where Lord Mortem knelt in uncharacteristic desperation. Stand aside, Harry commanded, his voice carrying the resonant power of both Hallows. Lord Mortem looked up, his face transformed by fear and grief. Gone was the calculating political operator, replaced by a father facing the imminent death of his son. Save him, he said hoarsely. Whatever you want in return, the entity, our withdrawal from Britain, political concessions, it's yours. Just save him. The naked vulnerability in the request confirmed what Harry had sensed throughout their conflict. Beneath Mortem's quest for power lay fear, the desperate need to control death because he feared it so profoundly. Without further discussion, Harry knelt beside Marius. Using the combined power of the cloak and stone, he established a boundary field around the dying young man, a controlled space where the transition between life and death could be momentarily suspended, giving him access to the severed connection between body and spirit. Unlike Mortem's approach, which would have forced the spirit back into unwilling flesh through domination, Harry worked with the natural processes, gently guiding the separation to reverse itself. The cloak provided the threshold magic necessary to navigate between states of being, while the stone offered connection to the spiritual essence being lost. The process demanded incredible precision and understanding of death magic's fundamental principles. Had Harry attempted such work even a year earlier, it would have been far beyond his capabilities. Now, with the communion ritual's enhancements to his perception and the Hallows amplifying his innate abilities, he could perceive exactly how to realign the severed connection. Long minutes passed as Harry worked, sweat beading on his forehead despite the autumn chill. Finally, with a soft exhalation that carried visible traces of silver energy, Marius Mortem stabilized. His spirit reintegrated with his body, the unnatural separation healed not through force but through understanding of the proper balance between life and death. He'll need time to recover fully, Harry said quietly as he stood. But the connection is restored. He won't cross the threshold prematurely today. Lord Mortem stared at his son's now steady breathing, then at Harry, confusion and calculation warring in his expression. You could have let him die. Could have claimed victory while I was distracted. That would have been the Mortem approach, Harry acknowledged. Seeing death as something to defeat, to triumph over. The Peverell way is different. Death isn't the enemy, it's part of a natural cycle. Our power comes from understanding that cycle, not fighting against it. The spectral forms of James and Lily Potter moved to stand beside their son, their presence a physical manifestation of the philosophy he described. Death had taken them, yet through the unique magic of this place and moment, they remained connected to the world they had left, not through domination of natural law but through love and sacrifice that transcended ordinary boundaries. The ancient rite remains unresolved, Blackthorn pointed out, breaking the momentary silence. No clear victor has emerged. Then I propose terms for resolution, Harry said formally. The resurrection stone remains in my possession, united with the cloak as the Peverell legacy. The mortem entity returns beyond the veil, its summoning reversed. And both our houses commit to a formal magical treaty establishing clear boundaries regarding death magic practices. Lord Mortem looked from his recovering son to the hallows in Harry's possession, then to the increasingly unstable mortem entity that hovered near the altar stone. The calculation in his eyes was familiar, the political operator reasserting itself over the vulnerable father. Your terms are significant, he said carefully. What guarantees do I have that House Peverell won't use its advantage to eliminate House Mortem entirely from magical Britain? The same guarantee I'm offering regarding Marius, Harry replied. My word, bound by the magic of the rite itself. Neither house seeks the other's destruction, only the establishment of proper boundaries. For a long moment, Lord Mortem considered the proposal, his expression unreadable. Then, with formal precision, he extended his hand. I accept these terms, Lord Peverell. Let magic witness and bind our agreement. Harry clasped the offered hand, and the magic of the ancient rite responded immediately. Golden light spiraled around their joined hands, sealing the agreement with power that went beyond mere words or intentions. The terms Harry had outlined became magically binding, enforceable by consequences far more significant than mere legal penalties. With the conflict formally resolved, the protective lattice around the stone circle began to dissipate. Amelia and Croker approached cautiously, wands still ready but lowered as they assessed the changed situation. The mortem entity remains, Croker observed, pointing to the hovering form that had retreated to the furthest edge of the circle. According to your terms, it must be returned beyond the veil. A complex undertaking, Blackthorn noted, speaking with the professional detachment of a specialist rather than a partisan. The conventional banishment rituals require preparation and specific celestial alignments. There's a simpler way, Harry said quietly, looking down at the resurrection stone in his palm. The stone connects to the realm beyond the veil. Combined with the cloak, it can open a controlled passage. Dangerous, the keeper warned, materializing beside him now that the rite's restrictions had lifted. Such manipulation of the boundaries requires perfect control and understanding. Which is precisely what the Peverell magic is designed for, Harry reminded it. Not domination, but navigation of thresholds. Before anyone could offer further objection, Harry stepped toward the center of the circle. The spectral forms of his parents moved with him, seemingly connected to his magic rather than the specific location now. Raising the stone in one hand while gathering the cloak more tightly around himself with the other, Harry focused his intent on the boundary between worlds, the veil that separated the living from what came after. His enhanced perception, granted by the communion ritual and strengthened by the hallows, allowed him to see this boundary as a tangible thing, a shimmering curtain that overlaid normal reality. With carefully controlled magic, Harry began to create an opening, not tearing the veil as the mortem ritual had done, but gently parting it like a curtain drawn aside. The air within the circle shimmered and distorted as the boundary thinned to transparency, revealing glimpses of a realm beyond normal perception. The mortem entity reacted immediately to the opening, drawn toward what should have been its natural domain. But as it approached the threshold, it hesitated, turning back toward Lord Mortem with a movement that somehow conveyed reluctance despite its alien form. It resists, Croker observed. The binding elements of the original summoning remain active. Lord Mortem straightened, visibly gathering his composure after the emotional tumult of nearly losing his son. With formal precision, he raised his wand and addressed the entity. Guardian of House Mortem, I release you from your service to our line. Return to your rightful domain with our gratitude for centuries of guidance. The entity seemed to consider these words, its form rippling and shifting. Then, with a movement like an indrawn breath, it turned toward the opening Harry had created and passed through, disappearing into the realm beyond. The moment it crossed the threshold, Harry carefully closed the opening, allowing the boundary between worlds to re-establish its natural integrity. It is done, he said simply, feeling the tremendous magical exertion of the past hour catching up with him. The Hallows had amplified his abilities beyond normal limits, but even with their support, the manipulation of such fundamental magical forces exacted a physical toll. Amelia moved quickly to his side, supporting him as his knees threatened to buckle. Enough heroics for one night, she said firmly, though her voice carried undisguised pride. The terms are established and bound by magic. The rest can be formalized through conventional means. Lord Mortem, now cradling his recovering son, nodded in formal acknowledgement. House Mortem will honor the agreement. A treaty delegation will contact you within the week, Lord Peverell. As the various parties prepared to depart the ancient site, Harry turned to the spectral forms of his parents that still remained beside him. Unlike conventional ghosts, they seemed more substantial, more present, a unique manifestation made possible by the combined power of the Hallows and the thinned boundary at the site. Will you stay? He asked quietly, the question containing all the longing of a child who had grown up without parents. Lily's spectral hand reached toward his face in a gesture that conveyed love even though no physical touch was possible. Not permanently, she said gently. We exist beyond the veil now. To remain would be to deny the natural order, to become less than what we are there. But this connection, once established, can be renewed, James added. With the Hallows and the understanding you've gained, you can reach across the threshold when truly needed. Not to drag us back, but to maintain the bond that death transformed rather than severed. Harry nodded, accepting this bittersweet reality. The Peverell philosophy he had defended was based on understanding and respecting the natural cycle, not defying it. To demand his parents remain as permanent specters would contradict everything he had just fought for. I'll see you again, then, he said, finding strength in the certainty. Of course you will, Lily assured him, her spectral form beginning to fade as the temporary thinning of the boundary naturally restored itself. But hopefully not for many, many years. Lie first, James urged as he too began to fade. That's the true mastery of death, not avoiding it, but living fully before it comes. As their forms dissipated completely, returning to the realm beyond the veil, Harry felt not loss but connection, a profound understanding that the boundary between life and death was more permeable than most realized, not through domination but through love and sacrifice and proper understanding. The aftermath of the confrontation at Ravenshead Moor unfolded over subsequent weeks with remarkable civility considering the magical and political forces involved. True to his word, Lord Mortem dispatched representatives to negotiate the formal treaty between their houses, establishing clear boundaries regarding death magic practices and spheres of influence within magical Britain. The resurrection stone remained in Harry's possession, though unlike the cloak, he kept it secured rather than carrying it constantly. The power to call forth shades of the departed was too significant, too easily misused, to treat casually. He understood now why the stone had driven its original owner to suicide, the temptation to reject the natural order, to drag loved ones back from beyond the veil, could overwhelm those unprepared for such power. 2 weeks after the confrontation, Harry sat in his study at Peverell Haven, reviewing the final draft of the Peverell-Mortem Treaty. Across from him, Amelia studied a separate document, the long-awaited Hogwarts acceptance letter that had arrived that morning. The treaty terms seem acceptable, Harry noted, setting aside the parchment. The division of responsibilities regarding oversight of death magic practices is particularly well crafted. Lord Mortem has proven surprisingly reasonable in the negotiations, Amelia agreed. Though I suspect nearly losing his son affected him more profoundly than he would admit. Harry nodded, remembering the transformation he had witnessed in the normally calculating lord. Some lessons can only be taught through personal experience. He understood intellectually that death wasn't something to be mastered through force, but understanding emotionally is different. The keeper materialized near the window, its form now permanently solid and clearly visible even in bright daylight. The events at Ravenshead Moor had strengthened its connection to the physical world considerably, likely due to Harry's use of both hallows in proximity to death magic of such magnitude. The treaty represents the first formal acknowledgement of the different approaches to death magic in over 3 centuries, it observed. A significant achievement for one not yet 11 years old. An achievement that complicates your educational decisions, Amelia noted, tapping the Hogwarts letter. As Lord Peverell with formal responsibilities under this new treaty, your attendance at Hogwarts would necessarily be different from the standard student experience. This was the question that had occupied much of Harry's consideration since the confrontation, whether to attend Hogwarts as a conventional student or continue his specialized education at Peverell Haven. The political implications extended far beyond his personal preferences, potentially affecting alliances, public perception of the ancient houses, and even the ongoing implementation of the treaty itself. "I've made my decision," Harry said after a thoughtful pause. "I'll attend Hogwarts, but with specific accommodations negotiated in advance. Weekend returns to Peverell Haven for continued death magic training with the Keeper. Exemption from certain restrictions regarding lordship responsibilities. And formal recognition of my political status rather than treatment as a conventional student." Amelia raised an eyebrow. "Ambitious terms. Dumbledore may resist such unprecedented arrangements." "Perhaps," Harry acknowledged. "But recent events have strengthened my political position considerably. The boy who lived negotiating a historic treaty between ancient houses carries influence even Dumbledore must acknowledge." "And your personal reasons?" the Keeper inquired. "Beyond the political considerations?" Harry glanced toward the window, where an owl from Longbottom Hall was just arriving, likely Neville's enthusiastic response to his own Hogwarts letter. "Some experiences should be shared," he said simply. "Some connections matter more than perfect educational arrangements." The past 5 years had transformed Harry from an abused, neglected child into a young lord with political influence, magical abilities, and responsibilities far beyond his years. Yet beneath the formal titles and ancient magic, he remained a boy who valued friendship, who sought connection, who hoped to understand the world his parents had inhabited. "I'll draft a formal response to Hogwarts," Amelia decided, tucking the letter into her robes. "Outlining your conditional acceptance and requesting a meeting to discuss the specific accommodations. With your permission, of course." "Please do," Harry agreed. "And perhaps mention that I look forward to exploring the educational opportunities while continuing my existing responsibilities. A diplomatic phrasing that makes clear my attendance is a choice rather than an obligation." As Amelia departed to handle the correspondence, Harry moved to the window, watching autumn leaves swirl across the grounds of Peverell Haven. The coming years would bring new challenges, his eventual confrontation with Voldemort, as prophesied, the continuing balance between his roles as student and lord, the ongoing management of the power contained in the hallows he now possessed. Yet for the first time, these challenges seemed navigable rather than overwhelming. The confrontation at Ravenshead Moor had proven he could face ancient magic and political machinations without sacrificing his fundamental principles. He had chosen understanding over domination, balance over control, the Peverell way rather than the Mortem approach. The Keeper joined him at the window, its presence a comfortable constant in a life of continuous change. "You realize, of course, that attending Hogwarts places you directly under Dumbledore's influence," it observed. "A calculated risk. Or an opportunity," Harry countered. "To understand his intentions directly rather than through intermediaries and formal correspondence. Knowledge has always been our preferred approach, hasn't it?" "Indeed." The Keeper's form shifted slightly in what Harry had come to recognize as amusement. "And what of the Elder Wand? Your dreams have featured it more prominently since you acquired the stone." Harry's hand moved unconsciously to his pocket, where the resurrection stone rested in a specially warded pouch. "2 hallows have found their way to me. I suspect the third will make its appearance when the time is right." His expression grew more serious. Though some legends suggest Dumbledore himself may possess it. A complexity to consider during your time at Hogwarts, the Keeper acknowledged. The unification of the Hallows under a single master carries significance beyond mere power accumulation. Master of Death, Harry murmured, recalling the legendary title associated with possession of all three Hallows. Though I think we both know that true mastery isn't about domination. No, the Keeper agreed. It's about understanding, acceptance, and proper navigation of the boundaries. Principles you demonstrated quite effectively at Ravenshead Moor. The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Neville's owl, bearing an enthusiastic letter about Hogwarts preparations and a request to meet in Diagon Alley for school shopping. The mundane concerns of textbooks and robes provided a welcome counterbalance to discussions of ancient magic and legendary artifacts. As Harry penned a reply to his friend, he reflected on the path that had brought him to this point. 5 years ago, a desperate, abused child had claimed an ancient lordship and used a magical cloak to escape a life of misery. That same child, now approaching his 11th birthday, had negotiated a historic magical treaty, united two of the legendary Hallows, and stood at the threshold of a new chapter in his life. The cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive seemed a lifetime ago, the Dursleys little more than fading shadows in his memory. What remained was the understanding that true power came not from dominance or control but from knowledge, balance, and the courage to make difficult choices when necessary. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was Lord Peverell, navigator of the boundary between worlds. And whatever challenges the future held, whether at Hogwarts, in the wizarding political arena, or in the prophesied confrontation with Voldemort, he would face them not alone but with the strength of hard-won wisdom and genuine allies. The Peverell's choice had been made, not just at Ravenshead Moor but in countless moments of decision since that first night when the cloak had come to him. Each choice had shaped him, prepared him for whatever came next. And perhaps that was the true legacy of the Peverell line, not just the magic of death and transition, but the understanding that how we choose to use our power defines us more fundamentally than the power itself. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.